I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I really, really, really want to sim. What's up? What?
C plus
What?
on that one. C plus.
Right, like sim.
I get no, that's not the problem here. Well, no, it is the problem here. Let's be honest. But narrowing it to one problem really seems. You know what? It's a Monday morning for me.
Let it slide.
There yet. We'll get there.
What's going on, Christian
Break
DeAndrea? It is wonderful to have you here. We're already off to a ridiculously hot start. I am Emerson Latzia, everybody. First of 6 sims on the slate today, and we're coming out of the gates hot with Tom Brady, baby. I love this. We got producer Drew with us today. We got Andrew on the ones and twos. We got Jared and Frangelico from the ops team. So we are cooking today. What is cooking up in the mind of all of you on the Dream Stream, the DK Sim fam? Share your feelings with us, your biggest takeaways from the weekend. Let's go. You know us. We don't stick to the game. So let's talk about anything and everything here. I hope all of you have filled out a lineup in the Brady Love Muffin contest that we had. It was only 100 entries there. It's almost filled up last time I checked.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. People love this stuff, man. And lineups will lock here in 30 seconds. But how was your weekend? And then we'll dive into our lineups when we can share.
You know what? It was good. It was one of those things where the football could have been better. Let's be honest. Kind of a bummer to see the reigning MVP, the MVP before him, both leave the game due to concussion issues, and Lamar throwing his first ever end zone interception at the worst possible time. Like, I'm very happy for the people of Buffalo. It was a great game by the Bills, but that game should have been so much better than it was. Neither Josh Allen nor Lamar Jackson really looked great in a game where both of them had this huge spotlight on them. But you know what? Plenty of time to put that behind them. Well, not for the Ravens. I guess they do have plenty of time, but it's not until next year.
How about that pick six, man? Ooh, That was sexy.
Was it though? Oh man, I felt that was a spot where I was like, all right, I picked the Ravens, like they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. This is where they come to play, and then they get the pick six. Then Lamar leaves, and just like,
I know. I think Taron Johnson is out of D3 Weber State too. I covered that school a little bit when I lived out in Utah.
Yeah, FCS Weber State.
Yeah, brother.
Dame Lillard is Weber State. Is that correct?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yep. Added from Oakland to Weber State to doing his thing now in Portland.
Yeah. But tons of D1 schools. You wouldn't think Dixie State, St. George, the new and reformed WAC, Western Athletic Conference, ripe with Utah schools and Texas schools. You know, the two states you think of when you think of Western. So,
dude, I will say this. We ended up getting 99 entries, 99 out of 100 entries filled up in this contest. I started a little late, guys. I put the contest in a little late, so that's my apologies, because there was a big meeting that happened this morning at the local coffee shop. Jesse Cofield, TV's Jesse Cofield, brought over Thor. We met outside. Winnie and Thor met for the first time. Greatest crossover since Infinity War, since Endgame. It was unbelievable. The two loved each other.
Yeah. A lot of good playing. A lot of those like questionable dog playing moves. You're like, are they trying to murder each other? Are they trying to hump? No, they're just dogs playing.
It's really interesting because they're both around the same age. When he's around 6 months, he's around 6.5. He's like 60 plus pounds. She's 30, but he is a soft little fellow. Like, he is just this ginormous animal, but it's a baby stuffed inside his body. And so like when he's going for his ears and his lips, pulling and tugging on every single body part you can imagine. And he's like, no, please, it hurts. No more.
Man. See, I feel bad. My poor dog hasn't gotten to socialize besides like once a month. Maybe we get out to the dog park. And even then, it's kind of terrifying because he's a pit bull and he's dumb. So it's like, is he playing? Is he mad? But mostly he's fine.
Spencer S says Winnie is pregnant. No, she's not, dude. Not yet, man. Not yet. But holy hell, good to have everyone here today on the Dream Stream. If you're watching over on YouTube, you're watching over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, where Pete Fooligan says, your hair looks spectacular today. And I've got to agree with him on this one. It does look good. I like the no bandana look because, you got a great hairline. Your whole head is just covered in hair. You are everything to me today.
Yeah. Oh, what a nice way to start the week. Not only Fooligan chime in, but getting the love from what is truly the stronger member of the best friend squad here. Chime in. I appreciate that. So I gotta do something with it because I don't know how long it's gonna last, man. Hair is volatile. Can go at any.
Yes, indeed. I feel that, dude. So on 3rd and 3 here as the Chargers opening drive of the game, and nope, incomplete pass. So 0 for 2 Justin Herbert to start this one. Hey, what did you do with your lineup?
So this is one I paid down a little bit, put Chris Godwin in that captain spot because he has been pretty useful as of late. I believe he's had some pretty big games. Let's take a look at that game log up. Yeah, 17 plus in each of his last 3. So threw him in the captain spot. Got Austin Eckler in there because 21 plus in his last 3. So 2 big producers there. Paid down my punt play in this one. As badly as I wanted to throw Ronald Jones in there after the great game he had, even on a bum wheel, Ronald Jones, unplayable, hasn't made an appearance in like the last 30 sims. So instead, it's LaShawn McCoy, the man we know best for carrying the football like a loaf of bread that he stole from the grocery store. He's running away with it. He doesn't mind if he's crushing it a little bit because, hey, free bread. So he is my fun play at 2,400 guy who can give you some pretty good production at that price point. Saved me up enough. I throw Tom Brady, Gronk, and Hunter Henry in there as well. How about where you at?
I went Eckler in the captain spot, Brady, Williams, Evans, Gronk, and O.J. Howard.
O.J. Howard. So both the tight ends. So you're going leaning heavy on Brady and the checkdowns in this one.
I am. 100%. 100%. Which, speaking of that, what did you think of his performance yesterday? This guy could not beat Drew Brees this season, continues to beat Father Time, but up until yesterday, was it more of what Tom Brady was able to do, or is it more of like Drew Brees throwing 3 interceptions and like just allowing the Bucs to stay in this thing?
Yeah, man. Tom was great. Tom did exactly what he needed to do, but let's be honest, the Saints beat themselves on this one.
Yeah.
Lose the turnover margin 4-0. You're going to lose that game. The fact they only lost by 10 is kind of surprising. They were still very much in that game. They take the lead in the 3rd quarter. It looks like they're going to extend that lead, and then Jared Cook puts it on the turf. All of a sudden, things go pear-shaped for him. You have to ask Drew Brees to throw downfield, and we knew that was never going to be a feasible idea. It was never going to be the way the Saints win a playoff game, by asking Drew Brees to heave the ball. This is not what he does. He does not have the arm strength for it anymore. This is a 42-year-old man who somehow broke an ungodly amount of ribs this season. The fact he was even in this game is still kind of impressive, but it doesn't take away from the fact that if Brees had gone out there and fired every pass into the turf, doink, 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 he would have had a higher passer rating than the 38.1 he finished with against the Buccaneers. And brutal game for the Saints, brutal game for Michael Thomas, for Jared Cook, for pretty much
Michael Thomas, 0 catches. What is that about? I was thinking immediately after the game, oh, this guy is about to go off on social media, or he's just going to straight up delete his account.
Yeah. It was just absolutely brutal. And that young cornerback core, Jamel Dean, went online. It was Jamel Dean, or Carlton Davis, rather, went online after the game and basically called him Slant Boy, and Slant Boy was trending for a while. This is Michael Thomas, man. You know Michael Thomas. You tweet anything about Michael Thomas, he will find it out. He will either respond to it or like it or retweet it. So, he had to be boiling after this game. Not only did the season end, but he got absolutely ruined online. But, I mean, yeah, it was a failure on his part to get open, but it was also a failure on Brees' part because he couldn't throw a pass more than 10 yards downfield with any zip. He was just floating passes. He was giving linebackers the opportunity to jump routes. It was a problem. And, I appreciate the Saints sticking with him, even though it cost them a chance. But, it was very clear at the end of that game that Drew Brees gave that team 0 opportunity for a comeback win. And that's exactly what they got.
Yeah, and you had reports surface like moments before the game that it was going to be his last game in the Superdome there. And if it was a loss, it was going to be his last game in general. Yeah. And you could kind of see that a little bit at the end, the way he was like embracing that moment, looking back at the field, spending an extended period of time on the field after the game with his kids, and Tom Brady throwing a fun little touchdown to one of them, which was really wholesome content. And I'm here for all of that. But my question is, can his performance yesterday possibly inspire him to return? He says afterwards, I'm going to take some time to think about it. His body language, everything, as I just mentioned, kind of pointed to where you felt like it was his last game. But what are the chances you think he actually says, okay, I'll come back one last time, and saying this is going to be it? It's like his farewell tour.
I mean,
he doesn't look like he has anything left.
No, that's exactly it. The Saints kind of need him to step away. They need him to retire. They need him to wipe that $36 million cap hit from their books, because they are, Emerson, they are nearly $100 million over next year's salary cap, the estimated salary cap, the adjusted salary cap.
Wow. Yeah, it's
million. Yeah,
it's funny you mention that too, because people are like, all right, so he's done. Go out and get Deshaun Watson. Yeah. And I'm thinking, have you seen the cap situation?
Yeah, they can't. They got to shed guys left and right. People are not going to be coming back. Guys that they need, they cannot really afford to keep in town. Like, you don't know. They have a lot of young developing players, but the guys to get under the cap, they're going to have to make long, hard decisions about guys like Quan Alexander, Marshawn Lattimore, Ryan Ramczyk, guys who are really good, guys who are exceptional young pieces, and they might need to be traded away just because they are so poorly managed. So, yeah, it's in the Saints' best interest if Drew Brees calls it a career. Yes, they can win with him, and they win the Super Bowl with him. Very clearly, no. If they ever fall behind, they basically have to run a service academy offenses. That looked like a touchdown, but
yeah, I was like, wait, did that not break the plane? Did he not receive that into the end zone? Like forward progress. But Billy's babysitter says on YouTube, when your age is higher than your passer rating, ... retire.
Oh man, that's a pretty good one. I might have to steal that one.
Yeah. 3rd and goal here, guys, on the 1. Less than a minute to go in the opening quarter. First of 6 Sims on the slate today. Damn good to have you all here with us today. Brady fumbles the football. It was Bosa on the strip sack, and the Chargers recover.
Bruce Arians did not challenge that non-TD call, and now the Buccaneers are going to get 0 points from this drive. So, a wild start to this one, Emerson. We had a pretty boring drive from the Chargers to 3 and out, and then the Bucs come back, march the ball down their throats, get all the way down to the half-yard line, and then promptly diarrhea all over the place.
Early game yesterday, is Eckler going to take this one all the way? Peace out, Cub Scout. 87 yards.
Wow, just like that, returning value on that big salary. 35% of you got him in the captain spot. 72% of you got him in general. No one out there more owned than Austin Eckler, and a lot of people very, very happy about that one. Only about 28% of you looking at that touchdown going, well, it's over for me.
Look at that sexy beast of a man in my captain spot. Austin Eckler, I knew I could count on you. Hell of a start to this one. Shout out to Tom Brady for the assist on the touchdown. 25 seconds to go here in the first quarter, guys. Can we not sleep on the Henny heroics, please, in the first game of the day yesterday? Patrick Mahomes being knocked out. And as he tweeted later, anything is possible.
Dude, that was, it was awful to see, especially if you were part of the many out there that maybe had an interest in the Chiefs winning by more than they did, because it definitely looked like that game was going to be a rout. And then you get the Butker doink from 33 yards. The Browns get back in it. Henny comes into the game, and that was a real tough situation. That was a brutal tackle on Mahomes up around the neck. And it was just kind of a weird, awkward landing, and hopefully he's going to be okay. And no matter what anyone says, like, don't trust any Twitter doctors out there. They don't know what's going on. That was a weird tackle, and all concussions are different. It's going to be a day-by-day situation unless you hear it from the Chiefs directly. No one knows anything. And honestly, Kansas City is not going to be entirely forthright with what's going on. They're going to play subterfuge a little bit. They're going to make sure the Bills practice this week, expecting Mahomes and expecting Henne, because there's a little bit of an advantage there to that kind of musical chair situation. Bill Belichick right now, if that were Tom Brady in 2020 who'd been injured, Belichick would not be saying a damn thing about it. You got to expect Andy Reid's going to be following a similar tack. So we're not going to know anything about whether or not Patrick Mahomes is going to play on Sunday, probably until about Sunday morning. Don't believe what you read. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of talk radio, a lot of chatter on it, but hopefully Mahomes is ready to go. And the guys who finished second and third in my MVP vote this year, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, will be completely ready to go and square off in Arrowhead Stadium, because that game should be fire. Although, I mean, we said the same thing about Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and that game kind of sucked. So,
bro, I will say, and I'm pretty sure, hopefully Brad Guy or maybe it was Andrew on the ones and twos marked the tape. I said here weeks ago, guys, I gave the hottest take on planet Earth. I said the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's right. I deserve all the credit in the world for going out on a limb and showing my marbles and saying, yeah, that's it. And I'm sticking to it, bro. So, of course, I really hope Chad Henne plays on Sunday. 100%. But no, Patrick Mahomes is about to make the most incredible recovery from this concussion. He will 3,000% be in there on Sunday.
He's dialing up Russell Wilson's guy. He's drinking the water with the nano bubbles in it. He's going to be okay. Honestly, who knows? Who knows? It's just such a weird tackle, a weird situation. He's dealing with the turf toe on top of it. So it was kind of funny to see the way he was scrambling. He actually looked a lot like Tom Brady because he couldn't put his foot down on one. He's only running on one heel. I was like, oh, okay, that's what Tom Brady looks like when he runs. A man who's trying to run with broken toes. I get it now. As the first half of this game, a whole bunch of spread out passes. Stats, and one guy really need to pay attention to, Austin Eckler, 94 rush yards in one quarter. Probably not going to stay on pace for 300 plus, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Anything's possible.
Tom Brady 7 of 7 first quarter, and it's because of him they're losing. 7-0 here. Poking over to the YouTube chat, checking out all you incredible human beings hanging out with us today. Almost 500 of you here. If you feel like hitting that like button, go ahead. If you like what you see, if you like what you hear, we are happy to continue to deliver the goods that bring you a smile to that handsome and beautiful face of yours, people. David, Giggle Pigs, what's up? Broby, Congo, good to have you here, my friend. The thunder don't get you. What's shaking, man? Working my way up. Fantasy Hawk, as always. Travis, Legacy Lock. Good guy, Greg. I love this dude. I told you guys all year the Bills are the real deal. Hell yeah, they are. And Bills Mafia, I just tweeted it out. Bills Mafia, undefeated, remains undefeated. Decided to, after Lamar Jackson leaving the game with a concussion, from one quarterback with one concussion to another. That's where we'll take this conversation. As Mikey
here,
Godwin down at the 7. Tom Brady stepping up, 8 of 8, 119 yards. Brady Gaga.
Big.
49% Chris Godwin owned in the big showdown, almost 10% in the captain spot. And the real Slim Brady trying to make up for the fumble lost on the previous drive and going to Godwin, who has those superstar traits. Tons of weapons to choose from in real life and the sim. Go ahead and just let Fournette do his thing, who has 30 yards on 6 carries.
Yeah, could be Shady McCoy time. My bargain among bargain pickups, giving you about 8 points per game. Hasn't been too active lately, but 10 in his last sim, 16, 3 sims before that. So capable of showing up, glowing up, could get the call here. He does have that power back pedigree, although they might just go back to Godwin.
Ooh. Fournette again down to the 1. What I was saying before I was so rudely cut off by Tom Brady hooking up with Chris Godwin was, the Bills Mafia donating all of this money to the charity of choice for Mr. Lamar Jackson. It was over 11,200 donations were made in honor of Lamar Jackson, and that is a touchdown there for Leonard Fournette, the Jacksonville Jaguars legend. Had himself a pretty good game yesterday as well. Extra point away from tying this up at 7, but Lamar leaves the game. The Bills Mafia has made this kind of their thing now, and the donations that they made, most of them in like $8 increments to match, Lamar's number, totaled $290,000, and that's to the Blessings in a Backpack charity in Louisville, where he went to college.
Yeah.
And it helps, feed kids on the weekends. So it's really, really good stuff there from Bills Mafia. Love them or hate them, you got to respect them, and they show up in droves, and they actually do a lot of good out there. I'm also married to a woman from Buffalo, so I'm a little biased, and she's sitting right next to me, so I want to make sure I'm sleeping in bed tonight, not on the couch. Yeah, they've done it for Andy Dalton's charity. They've done it for a bunch of charities there, producer Drew.
They really come out. I mean, it's very, very cool to see. And they've been doing it, like they keep the tradition alive. So it's just such a it's just a spectrum of reactions from the Bills. Like, they start off and they're hyped, and they're chugging fine cinnamon whiskey, and they're lighting tables on fire, and they're putting people through them. And then they go home, and in a moment of solemn reflection, they decide to be altruistic and give to charity. Just being a Buffalo fan right now is just a journey, man. I can't imagine all the emotions you go through, and I'm sure they're all awesome.
But I see you there, Emerson's forehead. And Broby smooches right back to you as well. So we're tied at 7 here. Guys, the Sims the rest of the day as I take a gander at the schedule looking like this. Speaking of Bills Mafia, that will be you and Rossi coming up at 2 o'clock. So Bills and the Falcons. The Falcons now have their new head coach. It's Arthur Smith. They hired away from the Titans, and the Titans, guys, oh my God, look at the segues here. The Titans then play at 4 o'clock against the Raiders. And that'll be Rossi and Kenny. And then Johnny Bunkbed will be joined by Glash for Cowboys at the Broncos at 6. And then America's team, the Jaguars at the Packers, 8 o'clock with Kaufman and Tom. And then Tommy Popsicles is going to kick Kaufman out and welcome in his brother from another mother, Mr. Brendan Glasheen, for Ravens at the Saints. Lots of good teams on the slate today. Lots of great storylines cooking.
Yeah, that Arthur Smith move, very interesting. Smith obviously recharged Ryan Tannehill's career, but we don't know if that was necessarily just because he was competent and Tannehill was coming from an Adam Gase offense. It's going to be a big, big ask for Arthur Smith to kind of steer this Atlanta team going forward, because the Falcons have not any cap space going forward. In fact, negative $32 million. So they're going to have to make some tough decisions. Julio Jones maybe at the end of his Falcon career, which would be very sad to say. You make some other team very, very happy, Patriots, but there can be some decisions there. But my top Falcons fan out there, Charles McDonald, absolutely loved the Smith hire. Oh no, Justin Herbert puts.
So Herbert now
matched as William Golston.
Yeah, Herbert matching Tom Brady, both of them with a fumble lost in this game, and Tom and the Bucs taking over around midfield. Incredible field position here. And really, the Bucs have just owned this game. It wasn't for the fumble lost earlier. They've got 39 yards to go now to add 7 points to their score and take their first lead of this game. As Mike Evans on the receiving end of that. Brady's perfect, 9 for 9. He's perfect in real life as well, 142 yards.
Yeah, into the red zone they go, and they might turn right back to Mike Evans. That's exactly what he's good for. Lattimore did get the better of him in that matchup on Sunday, but Evans did still find his way into the end zone. 1 catch, only 3 targets. Lattimore did have an amazing pass breakup deep downfield early in that game, but Evans did have a last laugh finding his way into the end zone. Marshawn Lattimore, if he could play Mike Evans every single game, he would be a first-team All-Pro every damn year.
Right?
Comes out of that guy. He lights up whenever he gets to see Mike Evans, and then the rest of the year he's just kind of like decent, better than average.
Emerson's dad's jockstrap says it's been a minute. We still doing these streams? Nice. I totally forgot about that.
Welcome back, Emerson's dad.
Yeah, welcome back. It is really, really good to see you guys. I guess my mom called me this morning and said that my dad caught her talking like in her sleep at like 4 a.m. when my dad's like all freaked out. My dad, for some reason, gets up at like 4 a.m. every day to take the dogs out. And I'm like, do you think the dogs want to get up out of bed at 4 a.m. and go out? I'm like, just let them sleep, dude.
That's just some old man stuff there. Does he go to McDonald's?
It really is old man stuff.
Black coffee afterwards?
Yeah, no, he does not. But as I shared with you the other day, he does go to McDonald's every once in a while and get himself a Big Mac or a fish sandwich.
Dude, the fish sandwich is just like
the
order your parents placed for their 2 p.m. McDonald's visit is just bad.
Good memory. Yeah. Good memory on your part. Also, you mentioned, did you mention Deshaun Watson, right? A few moments ago?
We talked about it. We were bringing it up a little bit, and it came up in how the Saints can't get him, but the Patriots did.
Yes, yeah. So, all right, here we go. Here's like an overreaction Monday here. Deshaun Watson will be playing in the AFC East next season. What do you think?
Ooh.
Because, all right, so you had over the weekend, right? You had over the weekend, there was like Schefter reporting that people inside the organization definitely think he's played his last snap there. And then he adds that the Jets are in the best position to actually go out and acquire him with everything they can offer. But correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't Deshaun have to sign off on this?
I don't know what his new.
Because I thought he had a no trade, but he would like agree if it was to a team he wanted. I could have it wrong, and I'm sure I do. But so the Jets,
look it up.
The Dolphins
reportedly does have a no.
Okay.
So he doesn't reportedly have a no trade clause, so no one knows for sure. But I'm sure they could fit him in there. The Jets would be obviously a little bit tougher sell, but there are, like you said, 3 teams in the AFC East that could afford to fit him under that cap space. We already know the Dolphins are interested, but maybe not so interested. They seem pretty committed to Tua. They already said they're not taking a quarterback with the number 3 overall pick that got traded from Houston to Miami, which is part of why Deshaun is so disgruntled. The Patriots, though, I mean, they got the cap space. They have a top 15 draft pick. It would be a bold move, but Bill Belichick's got to do something coming off his worst season in almost 2 decades as a head coach. Could be very interesting. And then, the Jets can sell a lot there. They got a lot of picks. They get a little bit less interesting, I think, if they don't have that number 2 pick after that. You know, there's not a great infrastructure there. Sure, Saleh is a cool head coach. But you don't know what the offense is going to look like. You don't know who the playmakers are going to be. You really only have Mekhi Becton and maybe Denzel Mims, Jamison Crowder as selling points there. So a little tougher for the Jets to move the needle without the draft capital they would need to ship to Houston in order to pry Deshaun Watson loose. But I guess you can pretty much make the same statement about the Patriots, because we both know that their receiving core is like duct tape and spackle and awfulness.
Billy's
what do you think? Where if you are Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
if you're Deshaun Watson, where would you want to go?
Not the Jets. Because don't you like want to be in a situation where you're not rebuilding? The whole point is like you feel like maybe part of your career, most of it up to this point, has been wasted because of being inside and playing for that organization. You want to go somewhere where you have a pretty established, I don't know, role players around you, franchise is a little more stable. Like the Dolphins doesn't suck. I don't know if I'd necessarily want to go to New England. You have the great head coach there. They do have cap space. They could probably build around you, but since when have the Patriots really gone out and become big spenders?
Well, I think the good news is that they have the cap space, and if they need to get receiver help, this is a great year for it. There are a ton of great wideouts who are slated to be free agents, Allen Robinson, Kenny Golladay, so they might be able to sell him on that point, but I mean, like you said, who knows? It's the Patriots in free agency. What they can do and what they will do are two very separate things. Bill Belichick's probably just going to go out and get like 5 guys at $2 million instead of one guy.
Hold on one second. Sorry to cut you off, but we got ourselves a scoop and almost a score, but down to the 23. Is that Mike Williams on the fumble? Yeah, Herbert to Williams.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's loose, baby.
Ball. Looks like it's out. Looks like it's out. Looks like that call is going to stand. Don't have to challenge here because it's the final 2 minutes of the second quarter, and looks like it might not even go to review. They might say, you know what, that was pretty clear. Yeah, we're just going right into this now. Buccaneers get a chance to extend their lead before the half, in position to get at least a field goal here. All 3 timeouts. Not a great start, though.
So I think right now every team that is not set at quarterback and has salary cap space should consider acquiring Watson. Like we are talking about a guy who just led the NFL in passing yardage and yards per attempt.
Yeah.
Posting an elite passer rating of 112.4, rushed for nearly 500 yards more, produced 36 total touchdowns. I mean, I'm preaching the choir. You guys and gals all know how good he is. Well, and Evans is now down inside the 10.
It's not just that. He did this all with the same kind of sorry offensive line. Yes, Laramie Tunsil's there, but the rest of the line is average at best. His playmakers were a rebounding Brandon Cooks. He had Will Fuller for 2/3 of the year. His running backs were bad. There was just not a lot of help around him, and he elevated everyone on that offense. And just he is so much more than just a quarterback. He is just a rising tide for an NFL offense, and that is such a big deal. Is Brady going to make it 2nd and goal? They got a chance here. They can go up and run a running play from the 3 here if they wanted to. They do have the timeout in their back pocket. Clock ticking down under 20 seconds here. It'll be interesting to see what virtual experience has in store.
Yeah, producer Drew pointing out the Chargers are playing like the Saints right now. Just coughing up the football left and right. And do we have our 2nd touchdown of the day on the ground? Yes, we do. But this time it is your boy, Shady McCoy.
Told you about him. Bargain basement pickup at 2,400. And just like that, he's up around 10 points in the first half alone. So that should shake things up. I was 23rd in the El Atzia Brady Love Muffin free bowl. Gotta figure I'm going into the top 15 from here. Don't think it's probably gonna be top 10. The DK Sim fan is smart. They know how to sniff out bargains for sure, but pretty happy with that one. Up to 11th now. So top 10% for me, I think. 11 out of 99 now. That's one top.
That's pretty damn good. And as producer Drew points out again, McCoy 25% owned in the big showdown, 1.2% in the captain spot. 2-way tie right now in that big ass showdown that we have. Almost 14,000 entries. Make that a single solo leader, the Sholo leader. Surf Skeeter won. Wonder if that's Skeeter, like, wasn't that Doug Funny's best friend?
Funny's friend, yeah. Blue guy, honk, yeah.
Then his lover, Patty Mayonnaise, who was too big of a coward to actually ever really talk to her and tell her how much he loves her.
Yeah.
What? I understand they were best friends, but he was in love with her. I know, but if he actually was, a real man, he would talk to her. Yeah, well, he slips her like notes. Sorry, guys, I'm having a side conversation with the live studio audience right now.
They're definitely he expresses his love for her a few times in the show. It just never leads anywhere. I think Patty Mayonnaise is just oblivious to it. She wants to keep him in the friend zone. She doesn't want to deal with a man who wears his underpants on the outside of his pants, and I can appreciate that.
Oh man. Okay. We have come, but you make great points, babe. Fantastic points. 17-7. We've hit halftime here. A couple rushing touchdowns in this game. So Tom Brady's still perfect, guys. 14 of 14, 172 yards. So I mean, you could say that the B word is within reach here.
He's on pace. If Kenny Ducey were here, well, one, the chat would be a lot more hostile. But two, he would put on the glasses right now for the Tom Brady bonus watch. Couple passing touchdowns away from the perfect passer rating. Don't even have to worry about pace for Austin Eckler. 116 rushing yards on only 4 carries in the first half. Got to imagine the Chargers are going to go back to him time and time again. And all of 3 of our touchdowns have come on the ground this one. One for Fournette, one for Austin Eckler, one for LaShawn Shady McCoy, one of the many great Pitt running backs. Dude, Pitt is one of those schools that always produces great pros and always tops out at 9-4 in a college football season. I have loved nothing more in my life than just sitting back and taking in the extreme disappointment of Pitt Panther football and the sadness that comes with having to play at Heinz Field, because you can't really have a student section, a strong student base when you got to take a bus down to your own home field. If you can't walk from campus to your home stadium, you're going to have a bad student section every time. You know this, Emerson. You went to one of the greatest football program schools in this country. How do you get down to Spectrum Stadium from UCF? Can you just walk there?
Yeah, so it was finally an on-campus stadium the year after I graduated. They were smart to do that. Before, we had to bus down to the Citrus Bowl there in downtown Orlando. But now it is on campus, so I don't know if you're brave enough to still live on campus, so you just walk there, or you Uber there now,
Dude, that's the funniest thing. UConn and UMass both, going up to D1, UConn Stadium, a 20-minute drive from their campus. UMass would play home games at Gillette Stadium, and it was like an hour and 40-minute drive.
I was going to say the same thing. I thought it was like hours away.
Yeah, just horrible management. But it gave me the last game I saw at Gillette was a UMass Vandy game. That shows you Vandy's spot in the world. They had to travel to play UMass at UMass, and the game was a little bit too close to for comfort. But my last game at Gillette Stadium, home then of the $10 beers. Now I got to imagine it's like 14 for a 16 ouncer. But it was a good time. It was a good game. Back in the James Franklin days, got to see a win. Not something you're guaranteed when you're rooting for Vanderbilt football. In fact, majority of the time, it's going to go the opposite way. Anyway, solid game. First turnovers.
Damn right, man. And folks, we're 15 away from 100. If there are 15 of you watching right now who are feeling generous, who are feeling in that giving mood and the giving spirit on another manic Monday here on the Dream Stream, feel free to do that thing we like. 17-7. The Bucs leading the Chargers here as the third quarter now is underway. So, if Breeze does decide to step away, is the answer Jameis Winston? Jameis, guys, by the way, I think the biggest surprise of the weekend is Jameis Winston threw a pass and it was not a pick six.
I mean, Jameis Winston is late stage Jim Thome. You're either getting a home run or a strikeout with nothing in between. This time, his trick play home run. So, we get a nice run from Fournette. They're probably coming back unless this is a face mask.
Nope, holding. You nailed it.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where I mean, the cap situation is so bad for these Saints that you don't know who they're going to go with. It's probably going to be Taysom Hill because he's under contract for next year. And if they do anything other than throw Taysom Hill in there, they have to let him go. He's got a dead cap hit of $11 million, which they absolutely cannot afford to eat. So I mean, Jameis is not under contract next season. I think he might have an option. I'm not certain, but I don't even think that's the
I think
case.
the Saints have said they want to bring him back. At least there are reports out there, which, of course, because right now you don't really know who's going to be under center for you. And, I mean, has Taysom Hill shown you enough? What has he shown you that you say, okay, I feel good with him taking over?
Yeah, I just don't think you know. I think you're just in such a bad situation. You kind of have to roll with him, and maybe you settle with Jameis if the same thing happens as happened in 2020. There's no real interest for him on the free market. You can sign him to a vet minimum contract with a whole bunch of incentives, and that might be the case. But they might be rolling with James Winston. They might be rolling with Cam Newton. I think the Saints quarterback room is going to be Taysom Hill. Whichever veteran quarterback languishes in free agency and they can sign to like a $2 million contract, and maybe someone they pick up in day 2, day 3 of the NFL draft, a cheap developmental quarterback, just because they are in such bad shape. They can't really afford anything else.
Oh, no. Did she really?
Oh.
Oh, Lord. One of her anal glands just exploded.
Oh, no, the butt.
Oh, God.
Oh, the smell.
One of her anal glands has exploded.
Oh, no.
I'd rather have poop everywhere than anal gland juice. I can't stand
Such
it.
a distinctive smell. Dude, we get it all, like, not all the time, but, like, once a month, there's just, like, a streak on the couch, and it's just the anal gland expression, and it's just such a... Oh.
All right, we're gonna focus here.
Just power through.
I am going to power through this. I am going to power through this. We're going to make this thing. I'm going to focus. I forgot what we were even talking about. I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Your quarantine masks.
I don't want to smell it. Get it? I cannot get that thing out of my face, bro. I don't know. I can't do it. I can't even want to look at it. It's too much juice.
Ugh.
Babe, please. Stop. Okay. All right. Hey, one thing I do want to talk about, if after Jameis Winston and his completion. Yep, and his completion. How about we were reminded, everybody, I am battling here. We were reminded, everybody, of the worst rule in sports over the weekend. In that Kansas City game against the Browns, the fumble into the end zone. Is that back in the end zone? No.
That was our first incompletion.
Yes.
Oof. So just like in yesterday's game, Godwin led a little bit too far. Can't come down with it inbounds. 3rd and 10 coming up.
So why is that still a rule? It's like one thing I was extremely curious about. Like, how has the rules committee, the competition committee, not considered changing that thing? And I guess it's because it just doesn't come into effect like often enough.
I mean, we see it like once a year. It'll impact and change a game.
But it's still terrible, Christian. Like, there's no reason to have it, because the touchback rule in a fumble is, for an offense, is weird when you think about it, like out loud especially. Like, if a fumble goes downfield and an offensive player like gets it, it comes back to where it was fumbled, right? The defense gets it, it's their ball where the ball is at. So if it's fumbled out of bounds, the offense keeps it, and it's a forward fumble, and the ball comes back to where it was fumbled. But if it's fumbled out of the back of the end zone, the defense is rewarded the ball for not getting it, and then it gets 20 yards, and you would think that it would just be treated like a fumble out of the back of the end zone, like a fumble out of bounds that went forward. You'd give the offense the ball back at the place it was fumbled. But that apparently makes too much sense, does it not?
Why change it up in the end zone? I agree with you on that one. And the reason why I knew I was right in my hatred of this rule is because, as everyone was like, this is the worst rule in football, Kenny Ducey was like, actually, it's the best rule in football. So
wait, did he actually say that, or are you saying he would say that? He would say that from his top bunk. That's what he would do. 3rd and 3, Tom Brady absolutely in fuego here. They get the first down, and McCoy on the reception. Yeah. I do not need him scoring anymore because you have him on in your lineup, but
I
on
do.
the 2-yard line here.
Yeah, I've been shrinking back down the leaderboard because all those passing yards have been going to Mike Evans and Scotty Miller rather than my guy, Chris Godwin, my captain, who's stuck at 80 receiving yards. But maybe he'll get the look here. He's at the bottom of the screen. Mike Evans to the top.
Yep. Come on, let's go. Somebody catch it.
Ow.
He's batted around a little bit. All of a sudden, look at this. Tom Brady, 3 incompletions. I don't know what the hell's going on with him, but something is definitely going on with him.
Yeah.
Ricky Bobby, we have found Kenny Ducey's burner account. He says it's a good rule.
Uh-huh.
How dare you, Ricky?
How is it? How? I just don't. How do you justify it? That's the only thing. And like once a year it comes through. And this was impactful. Bad. Too easy. It's your guy, OJ.
Oh, bro, Jay Howard. I love it. Fantasy Hawk. I think you were just calling for it too, and I was low-key rooting for it. I said, give it to me, guy.
Look at that.
And look at Big Daddy E climbing the standings.
2K in the flex. Only gave you 2 points in his last sim, but now it gives you a 7+ on that catch alone. The Bucks run away with this one. Bad news for Austin Eckler and his amazing 30 yards per carry. Excuse me, but should be good news for all of you out there who rostered the Chargers wideouts, because LA is going to have to throw the hell out of the ball if they want to stand a chance in this one. Ugh.
So just under 10% owned. Yes, just to put that in perspective here, we have Austin Eckler 72%, Brady 56%, Herbert 54%, Godwin 49%, and Evans 48%. Those are your top 5. We got just under 3 minutes to play here in the third quarter, everybody. Emerson Latzia with you. Christian DeAndrea on the horn. Producer Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Jared and Frangelico from the ops team. Good to see you. Carl, it's good to see you. Ooh, Evans B saying number 2 right now, Emerson. 4-way tie.
Boy, yeah, I'm not even close on this one. But
let's go. Kel's right now winning our contest.
We got a little breaking news from the world of college football that makes my schadenfreude crusted heart very happy. Not only has Tennessee fired head coach Jeremy Pruitt, but they've done so with cause tied to recruiting violations. So beautiful. They're going to be tied up in a legal battle over that, I'm sure, for the next few years. But it also means we not only get to see another Tennessee coaching search, which always goes horribly.
Oh my God! Wasn't it? Dude, Lane Kiffin. Was that the Lane Kiffin thing too? Did he?
I think they screwed around with Kiffin, and then they
there's Schiano too. Yeah.
Schiano came in, and then Clay Travis diarrheaed all over himself about it, and they decided not to go with Schiano, and they got Pruitt instead, and Pruitt a dumpster fire in his own right. So just the continuing destruction of the Tennessee Volunteers post T. Martin continues, and I am 1,000% here from it. Also, Phil Fulmer, Fat Phil, head coach of that national championship Tennessee Volunteers team, stepping aside as athletic director. Someone else is going to take over the coaching. So the capacity for shenanigans in Knoxville is so very, very high, and I am going to sift through the tweets and just pleasure scroll my way through every terrible thing Tennessee Vols for the next 2 months, and before they settle on Kevin Steele or someone's overlooked defensive coordinator. It's going to be wonderful, especially in a season where Vanderbilt made, by all accounts, a great hire by poaching alumni Clark Lee from Notre Dame. Very happy about all this, Emerson. My heart is full today. What a Monday.
I can tell the feelings that you are feeling are bringing you joy currently at this moment. Speaking of that, 666 people watching on YouTube right now. Everybody make a wish. Over on Twitch, good to see you. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. How goes it, fam? Retease, did you know? Sam, Corey, Richie, Tag. What's up, everybody? Saw Germ hanging with us earlier and Pete Fooligan. Buck's absolutely owning this sim right now. What are you giggling about over there, giggler?
Producer Drew, they should hire Adam Gase just for me. Oh my God. Injected into my veins.
Speaking of head coaches in the NFL, so 2 openings remain, right? It's the Eagles and it's the Texans. And apparently nobody wants the Texans job. Watch it be Adam Gase. Watch it be Adam Gase. My question is, so Josh McDaniels apparently interviewed all day yesterday. Was in Palm Beach reportedly with the owner of the Eagles and started the interview. Again, according to reports, I was not there, although I'd love to be a fly on the wall for what would be like a near 12-hour interview, like mid-morning, and it goes up till 9 o'clock at night. Like, obviously, it can't be. It's formal, but a little like informal too at the same time. Right? When it lasts almost that long,
picking your brain over steaks. Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, how many times, like, are you eating? Like, I would have to have like 4 meals during like it's like taking the SAT. They give you a break to have a granola bar.
It should be your warning sign when you hire Adam Gase, because you have him for 12 hours. He's gonna put down like 8 Red Bulls and like 2 full pepperoni pizzas.
Dude, just shotgunning Red Bulls.
Yeah, he's going to need at least a 45-minute bathroom break. At that moment, you should be like, this man does not have the judgment to run an NFL team. And yet, 2 different NFL teams were like, I want this guy, this caffeinated mess, this trash heap of a human being to call plays for my team. Twice it happened, Emerson. It might happen again. I don't know. I feel like if the Texans have really given up on Deshaun Watson, they will not go through with Eric Bieniemy interviews, because that seems to be the only way they can mend fences with their star quarterback. The fact Bieniemy is going to go through another offseason ostensibly without getting a head coaching job, wild to me. That guy generated a game plan in which he could win a home playoff game. Granted, they were in the lead already, but he got Chad Henne to close out a home playoff win. That's pretty important. That's pretty meaningful for the guy who made Patrick Mahomes in all caps. And yet he's barely sniffing job interviews. I think he'd be great in Houston. I think he'd be even better in Philadelphia, another team with cap shenanigans, but young, developing dual threat quarterback, big arm, a lot of questions coming out about what he did in college, but showing some potential in the pros. Pair up Bieniemy and pair him with Jalen Hurts. Write the check, Jeffrey Lurie. Get it done with. You're going to be in stasis for a while. The Eagles are pretty much as good as they'll be for the next couple of years. But 2-3 years from now, you got Eric Bieniemy. You have a fully formed Jalen Hurts. You're going to win the NFC East, depending on how badly Jerry Jones ruins the poor Cowboys.
Keenan Allen, 5 catches now, 53 yards. The animation says Badgley's coming out, but down 24-7. Okay, I guess they are going to go for the field goal here. I like it. It's going to be like 50 yards on the dot for Badgley. Not quite sure what his leg strength is in Madden, but I can tell you,
not very good.
It's not great after witnessing what I just witnessed.
I mean, that's a Lazio field goal with room to spare, and yet Michael Badgley barely made it to the net on a bounce. Ooh, Quad Chapo over on Twitch.
Oh my God.
Kellen Moore should be the guy, an offensive genius. Very interesting. We know Boise State was interested in bringing him back, and that leverage basically pushed Jerry Jones to open up the checkbook. So right now, Kellen Moore getting about $2 million per year to call plays for the Cowboys. He's locked down for the next 3 years. Would he jump at the opportunity to be an NFL head coach after all that? I'm not so certain. I think he's comfortable in Dallas. I think he knows he's insulated because any bad thing that happens is going to fall on Mike McCarthy, as well it should. And he knows he can basically build up his name with Dak Prescott, and in a couple of years, name his price, name his location. So I think Kellen Moore is playing the long game. He's waiting out his spot, and he's waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike while making $2 million a year. That guy's going to be just fine. Don't think it's going to be the Eagles this year, but I mean, who knows? They're weird up there. Lurie fired for Doug Peterson because
they're weird up there.
Doug Peterson was like, you know what? I can't
quote.
miss Carson Wentz, and Jeffrey Lurie was like, all right, get the hell out.
How about this? I just found this tweet from Carrington Harrison of 610 Sports in Kansas City. Says a source has told him Patrick being Patrick Mahomes, Patrick passed all of his tests last night. He didn't actually hit his head, which we all saw that. There was a nerve in his neck that got tweaked that made him out of it. He's getting testing done on his neck and nerve today, but did clear all tests last night.
I mean, that's good. It's glad to hear. Glad to hear it's not a cognitive issue, not a brain injury, because those are obviously can't take too many of those. Neck and nerve injury is also a little concerning because we saw
that's scary, dude. That's like uncomfortable. Have you ever?
Especially just and we saw what it did to Peyton Manning. So hopefully he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Makes a little bit more sense that it is a nerve thing based on what we saw. We heard the concussion reports at the game, but it wasn't really like he went down and hit his head all that hard. It looked like he maybe got down and kind of punched himself through the face mask the way he was tackled. But a neck injury, a nerve impingement makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I mean, they did the right thing in the end because the guy couldn't even walk off the field. So you have to be cautious about it.
Stumbled away that he was done. They were taking his helmet away from him, but hopefully he's okay. You got to imagine that if Mahomes even gets a 5% chance to play, he's going to push his way towards it. Dude's never shied away from contact or playing through pain. As we're going to get a cowardly punt here. We're up 17 with 4 minutes played. It doesn't matter, but we're going to get the punt from the 38 to the 24. A 14-yard punt from Bradley Pinion. That is exactly what you deserve, Bruce Arians.
Well, while this game likely out of reach for the Chargers, still reason to believe and watch and have your fingers crossed that any Chargers players you rostered can deliver some more points for that lineup of yours. I would have enjoyed a fake punt there, David L. I'm with you on that. But I have climbed up to 15th out of the 99 entry Brady Love Muffin contest. Eckler, as my captain, has north of 31 points. Where are you guys at? How you looking? You sitting pretty?
29th for me, as Brady, despite all these passing yards, fewer than 13 points in the flex. So he's going to have a great game, but an underwhelming one statistically, which is familiar. He kind of did the same thing last night as we get a little Joe Reed action here. Okay.
Yeah.
Spreading the ball out. Neither quarterback really having a great fantasy day. Both with turnovers and issues of their own. Eckler, of course, a starring role. LaShawn, you get O.J. Howard in there as well. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. The leading lineup's going to look something like that, and maybe even getting that Bucs defense in here. Although this garbage time drive could change things. Bucs defense showing up, creating turnovers, limiting the Chargers to one scoring drive, but garbage time could shift things a little bit.
So we were talking about some of the head coaching vacancies earlier, only 2 left. That's because one of them, another domino falling in the coaching carousel last night. It happened late last night that Ian Rappaport and others reporting that the Chargers are hiring Rams defensive coordinator Brandon Staley as their new head coach. So according to Ian, he's an impressive young candidate, which doesn't shock me because he's clearly getting a head coaching job in the NFL. He gets a prime job there in LA. I don't know anything about this guy. I thought for sure they'd want Dayball, someone who has
Yeah.
has shown that he can help bring a quarterback along, a young quarterback in the magic he's worked with Josh Allen. Not that Justin Herbert needs a lot of work. He just needs someone who's not going to crap himself on the sideline with play calling. But, I guess I'm just in such an offensive-minded guy and mode when it comes to head coaches now.
Sorry, Justin Herbert just did a horrible, terrible thing, but
Yeah.
I guess it's kind of part for this sim.
Maybe he could use a new head coach.
Staley was the genesis, the generator of a very good defense in LA, top 3 in terms of DVOA against the pass and against the run. But part of that too was because he just had great tools at his disposal. It's tough. It's easy to look smart when you have Aaron Donald up front, Jalen Ramsey, and John Johnson behind him. Obviously, his studs, his schemes were very vital to that. But I think it might be a little bit overvalued. We saw what happened to that Rams defense when Donald wasn't 100%. The Packers averaged 7 yards per play against them. If they had done that throughout the regular season, they would have been the most efficient offense in the league by a wide margin. So Staley getting a top coaching gig less than 24 hours after getting pieced apart by Aaron Rodgers and the Packers without too much use of that deep ball, really just kind of nickel and diming their way to a huge game. Kind of wild to see. I get the potential there. I get what he brings to the table. I think his success is going to hinge greatly on the guys he brings in as his coordinators, especially an offensive guy who can continue the development of Justin Herbert at quarterback. That said, this is a Chargers team with a lot of great pieces on defense as well. If they can get a healthy Derwin James, Casey Hayward, Joey, or one of the Bosa brothers up front. I always forget which one. I believe it is Joey. Melvin Ingram. They got an aging defense, but there are a lot of stars there. Staley can bring out the best in those guys. I don't hate the hire, but I think I would have preferred a guy like Daboll, who, is not going to come over for a lateral move out of Buffalo now. If they can get a rising star offensive coordinator, Staley is going to be just fine. He can lead this team to the playoffs. If not, he's going to be Anthony Lynn 2.0 with maybe some better decision making.
Yeah. So with only 2 spots, is Daboll going to get a job? Because if the Texans, all right. So if the Texans actually do care about keeping Watson, they're not going to hire Daboll, right? And then do the Eagles wait to talk to Daboll, because you can't announce a hiring, or you can't even interview, right? While they're with another team during the playoffs or the season's still going on. I don't know the rules exactly.
I mean, you definitely can't announce. I believe
I'm sure you have
but you need permission. Okay. This can be a pass.
I guarantee you, whether you can or can't, it's. Just like the NBA during when you're not supposed to be talking to players, it happens. He's probably having phone conversations, or his agent at least. But was that pass interference in the end zone, which gives him 1st and goal here at the 1. So Herbert then winding up, going to Keenan Allen. Allentown, welcome aboard.
Congrats to Keenan getting on the board, turning this otherwise forgettable sim for him into an okay day, maybe not as good as you'd hoped if you had ponied up for him. He's one of the more expensive guys out there, 8,200 in the flex, but showing up late in garbage time to not only give his Chargers some points, but also to strike at the Buccaneers defense, cost them a few points in the process. 36% owned, and 4.5% of you out there got 1.5 times the points because he put him in the captain spot. The good news for Daboll is, I think if he is still getting that kind of buzz, the 2 teams with openings would both be good fits for him. We've seen what he can do with a mobile quarterback and a decent receiving core with some good young players out there. Yeah. I guess we've seen what he can do with a decent young quarterback and a receiving core that gets big upgrades, because that was obviously instrumental to Josh Allen's rise this year. Not only bringing in John Brown and Cole Beasley the year before, but this year bringing on Stephon Diggs. They're going to have to do some similar work in either Philadelphia or Houston, bring on some supporting role kind of guys who can really elevate that passing game. But Daboll and Deshaun Watson sounds great. Daboll and Carson Wentz in a revitalization role sounds pretty good. Daboll and Jalen Hurts, yes, that works too. So I think he's still got room for growth there. I think it could work out pretty well.
First and 10 here as the Bucs hold a 10-point lead over the Chargers, who now are going to play the timeout game.
Yeah, cool.
You know, on Sunday, Brady will mark 3 separate decades now that he will be playing in a conference championship game. It's kind of incredible. And then there's just so many, like, as last night I met Nesson and we're waiting for like the sound to come in. And there's just a ridiculous amount of like stats that just show like what Tom Brady has done over the past couple of decades, just how impressive it is. Dude, I think he's going to play, and this is all up to his wife, but I think he's going to play till he's like 47. I really do. I think he's going to keep going for as long as possible. He'll definitely play till he's 45 now. 100%. Mark the tape.
Yeah, he's still got it. He's still looked good enough, and the deep ball passing came along towards the end there. But even those passes that didn't work out, they weren't like they were underthrown. They weren't noodle-armed like a Drew Brees throw downfield or Ben Roethlisberger late in the season throw downfield. They were on point. So playoff Tom Brady can make those deep throws. He looks good. We get another cowardly punt here that goes for 22 yards for Bradley Pinion. So his last 2 punts have averaged, Emerson, 18 yards per punt. Now,
that's incredible.
I know we say we could do this a lot, especially when it comes to special teams, but I have absolutely zero doubt that if you gave you and I 2 punts apiece, we could net more than 18 yards per punt.
Oh, you're damn right. I'd look like Andy Reid out there in that old video of him doing the pass punt and kick competition, where he's like this 30-year-old man standing with like a bunch of 10-year-old kids. Kind of sticks out. It's like, dude, can I see your birth certificate, please? Well, we'll see what the Chargers do. But yeah, Tom Brady can join Johnny Unitas as the only quarterbacks to start a conference championship game in 3 different decades. Damn, Unitas was around forever too. 50, 60, and 70. We're coming to the end of this one. 6 sims today. First one just about complete. You guys can talk a little more Dayball and what you expect between the Bills and the Chiefs. The Bills will win the Super Bowl. The Bills will knock off the Chiefs on Sunday in the AFC Championship game. Bills host the Falcons coming up. Rossi and Christian will be chilling with you. Rossi's going to hang out and be joined by Kenny for Titans at the Raiders at 4. Cowboys at the Broncos with Glash and Kenny at 6 o'clock. America's team, future home of Trevor Lawrence. The Jaguars at the Packers for Kaufman and Tom. That is picked off. Justin Herbert picked off by the Buccaneers defense. And that's going to do it.
Yeah. Sean Murphy Bunting, who had a great game last night, coming up big there. Yep. Getting those points back for the Tampa D. So if you rostered them, you're having a pretty good day despite the 14 points from this Chargers team. And yeah, just no chance on that one. Into triple coverage. You got to do what you got to do. I get it, Justin Herbert, but you are not having a great game. Multiple turnovers for him.
Madden after. Sorry, dude.
No, I'm just about, yeah, there it is.
What were you saying? What were you saying? Say it again.
Looking at the Chargers, burning that last time out, keeping us on the horn, making sure we can't just go into the
And Ravens at the Saints, Glash and Tom for Madden After Dark at 10 o'clock. Good day ahead. Good duos in the virtual broadcasting booth. And speaking of the broadcasting booth, how about Al Michaels completely jinxing Justin Tucker over the weekend on Saturday night? This guy barely misses, like hardly ever misses kicks.
Yeah, he threw
misses one. Then the second one.
Mitigating factor there. He's like he almost never misses, and then just immediately right there, and he's like, oh, I forget what he put, like what a Maloik or whatever he said afterwards. He's like, oh, awesome, Al, you did it, buddy.
Amir says OMG, I'm in first place. I don't know if that's Samir's brother, Amir.
Wow, good for him. I fell all the way to 64th.
Oh, you did? Yes. Dude, I mashed you, bro. I went 22nd.
Oh, man, I was doing so well. Chris Godwin was having such a nice game, 80 yards in the first half, and then 0 after that. My Gronk Hunter Henry stack only paid off for like 9.7 points. LaShawn McCoy and Austin Eckler were really the only things I got right here. As Tom Brady, despite his brilliance, fewer than 13 fantasy points today. I would love to make him the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner, but it's going to have to go to none other than Justin Herbert, who the last turnover, not his fault, but 54% owned, third most owned guy in this lineup, and yet barely scraped together any points. A real disappointing showing from him. As for the Krusty Cough player of the game, let's take a look at it's a tough one. A lot of viable candidates in this one. I think I'm gonna have to go Austin Eckler, the chalky play. Sure,
hit the bonus.
Yeah, give it to him. If the Chargers had just leaned on him a little bit more, they might have won this game, or at least not lost by double digits. So yeah, I guess I got to give it there. We had a couple good punt play touchdowns, OJ Howard, LaShawn McCoy, but other than that, I was excited to start this Monday with you, Emerson. We had a great game on the tap. Bucks, Chargers, and it turned out just be kind of a nothing, just kind of a soft fart in the wind. So
that's great, man.
Monday, I'm happy. I got to spend it with you, and we got talk a little NFL, a little coaching search. We got to crap on the Tennessee Volunteers, which nothing makes my heart soar more.
And speaking of crap, don't forget my dog's anus exploding. So that happened live on air, which was phenomenal. But it looks like a 3-way tie. If scores hold, as Jared and Frangelico add things up there from home. And then over in the free showdown, 13-way tie for first. So if that holds, each of you will be taking home $14.84.
Not bad.
Make it rain, baby. All right, I'm out of here. I'll see everyone tomorrow no, I'm not here tomorrow. Oh, that's right. I got a dentist appointment tomorrow, so I got to do that. So I'll see everyone on Wednesday, but you're hanging out. You're with Rossi. Falcons at the Bills coming up. DK Sit fam, much love. Thanks for being here today and starting your week with us. Seriously means a lot to me. I will see you guys later. Peace.
Oh, we're down to the final four. Not final four Sims, even though there's, four Sims after this, I guess, right? Because we're at the fifth. Anywho, that's not what I'm talking about. But that's the final four in the NFL. The season has been unreal in so many ways. We didn't think we'd get to this point, Christian, but we're there. We have the Packers, the Bucks, the Bills, and the Chiefs. Probably somewhatly predictable, potentially, but we'll talk all about that. We'll talk all about the NFL action, but let's kick it off here. We got one of the four, the Bills. We got the Falcons. Christian DeAndrea in the house. How the hell are you? And what do you think about this, Sim?
I'm doing great. I'm enjoying a slightly snowy afternoon here in lovely Madison, Wisconsin. And not only do we have one of the real world's best teams, but also one of the best sim teams out there in these Atlanta Falcons. Didn't make it to the Super Bowl this time, but at the beginning of the season they did. So we know they are more than capable of throwing up an upset. So I stacked up those Falcons skill players. I went Julio in my captain spot because he kind of got undervalued today. His salary went down a little bit, 8,800 in the flex, and he's a guy who has given you 16 plus in each of his last 4 games. Has the ceiling to give you a 40-point game. You want to make sure he's in that captain spot. But I also went out, got myself some Calvin Ridley, 7,800 for a guy who always comes up and comes through, 12 plus in each of his last 3 sims. And Todd Gurley. Todd Gurley being washed up has not made it in land. He is still a trusted contributor. So I got those 3 as my headliners. Saved up enough to throw Josh Allen in there as well. And, that took away basically all my –
I was going to say, where are we going now?
Last 2 guys got both the members of that Buffalo backfield in there. I think the run game's going to come through big. Wanted to get Stephon Diggs in there, but he's a little bit trick or treat here in Simland. Same with Cole Beasley. Same with with John Brown. So went with the running backs. Could pay dearly for that mistake, but I'm expecting a lot of points in this one, despite the Bills' great defense. Rossi, where are you at in this one?
Yeah, good stuff. As we lineups have locked, so you take Christian's advice as you can as we get down to it. So I have a similar thought process to you. Budget definitely got thrown off. And definitely DK SimFam and YouTube and Twitch, start dropping your lineups. Let us know your thoughts on this one. But I went captain spot, Todd Gurley. So I took what you did there. I saw the numbers. I was trying to play around. Gurley in the captain spot, he cost you 13.5, so you got to pay up for him. Josh Allen's in there. I went with the kicker because it's on brand. And
just one, though.
Just one. Couldn't stack them. It's, I know we're indoors. I know we're outdoors. We're actually in Buffalo. So I went with Bass as my kicker. I stacked tight ends because budgetarily I started getting thrown off. Josh Allen in there, Bass, Hayden Hurst, Lee Smith, and I did what you talked about. Julio Jones there at 8,400. It's too hard not to throw him in there. And I don't have any Matty Ice in there. Neither do you. So we're balancing some of these lineups, and we'll see how things play out. We have over 100 I believe it's like 120 people in the private contest in the DK Sim fan.
Oh, don't have it up right now, but yeah, it's
120 of us there.
More than we had for the early one, but that's because Emerson was busy farting around, having his dog meet TV's Jesse Cofield's dog, and then poor Winnie was so excited that she had an anal gland leak all over his apartment. So a lot of excitement in the early game, really. Not from the sim itself, which was mostly awful, but from Emerson attempting to call a sim while breathing solely through his mouth.
Yeah, that's what we see here. Jimmy B saying, I captained Julio at that price. He agreeing there. Dean Murray saying, hey, Rossi, Christian, and DK SimFam, hope everyone is doing well and having a great weekend of DK football. Listen, when DK football is here, we're all doing well. I want to just take a quick moment, to recognize the day we're having. It's Martin Luther King Day. Whether you're joining us at work, whether you're just enjoying the day off with family, with friends, however you're joining us, we appreciate it. But do reflect on what this day does mean. We won't have to get too deep into it. That's not why you're here. But just remember that this day was bound on change. So if there's changes you need in your life or things that you don't like that you see, be that change. Don't just tweet about it. That's
Yeah, and carry the lessons that we're reflecting on today throughout your entire life, because we are celebrating a great man who made great strides for our nation. And here we are in Simland. So
and look at that
contrast there.
That was the dream we all wanted. It was the dream stream, and that's what brings us all here today. Don Juan saying he captained Singletary, captain of Gage. Julio in the classics says Jordan Lindenbaum. Travis says Smith. Edge 95 says Jesus. No, he's not captaining him. He just says Jesus. What a duo here. I'm taking that as the highest of compliments.
Yeah.
El Paso #1 in the house. Don Juan saying Diggstown. Stephen T.D. Smith crushing Simland. Patrick Mahomes next John Elway. That seems like a question from Melk Savage. Stephen also in here. We got a good fan. We're growing by numbers, over 300 in here. What's going on, Chris B? So we have the Buffalo Bills in the AFC Championship game. There's Josh Allen scrambling to the right, throws to his left. It digs, but he's not going to get the first, Christian.
Yeah, could have run for that one pretty easily. I think real world Josh Allen tucks and runs with it and tries to bowl someone over along the way. Instead, he throws across his body, which is a 2020, not a 2020 Josh Allen move, but more of a 2018 Josh Allen move, and it goes nowhere. So this is not the MVP version of the Josh Allen experience we got used to this fall. This is more of the early season, early career guy that had his fair share of ups and downs as the Bills go 3-and-out to start this one.
Yeah, we have Josh Allen, by the way, his ownership at 78% in the free showdown, 20% captain, like even numbers. Stephon Diggs is owned in 54.8, so we'll round up to 55, as my third grade teacher taught me. He captained in 15%, Singletary owned in 34%, and captained in 4%. So we'll see the first look of this high-octane, quietly underrated offense here for the Atlanta Falcons. Todd Gurley in the backfield, Hayden Hurst in motion. The give is to Gurley. He's going to take it up the left side. He's got room to run. He's at the 30, to the 32, 33-yard line. 32 will wrap up a nice 17-yard run for Todd Gurley.
Yeah, Gurley was not great, let's say, in the regular season.
That's a nice way of padding that, Christian. Softly dropping an egg on a pillow right there.
I mean, it's one of those things where I think everyone wanted him to bounce back. He's only 26 years old. He was 25 when the season started. But he's so far removed from those back-to-back All-Pro seasons, that Offensive Player of the Year kind of form, that his yards per carry down to 3.5. A career low 678 rushing yards, despite playing in 15 games, and he was not really a factor in the passing game. Career low 164 passing yards. His yards per target way down under 5. So I think we were all rooting for the come up. Thought he could feast behind an offensive line that sure isn't great, but is loaded with former first-round picks. A passing game that was leaving him with few stacked boxes to deal with. And if Gurley couldn't jumpstart his career in Atlanta, it's questionable. He'll ever be more than a platoon guy from here on out. That is so sad to hear for a guy who scored 30 rushing touchdowns, 40 total touchdowns in 2 seasons.
Ryan looking to throw a touchdown here. It's caught for the touchdown. Go up and get some. Julio Jones, 55 yards, Christian. As we wax poetic about the history of Todd Gurley, the future is still Julio Jones. Sticks with the touchdown.
Yeah, bang, bang play there. Matt Ryan still throws a pretty deep ball, and Julio Jones, if you want one guy to go up and get it, that is your man right there. Julio looking lovely on that one. But, you say he's forever, but he might not be, because this Falcons team going into 2021 well over the salary cap, about $32 million over.
Isn't that the interesting point? Well, I want to talk about that in a second. Just very quickly, 5 straight touchdowns for Julio Jones, who's owned in 57% of game, captain in 18, including our guy Christian DeAndreas, 17% in the captain for Gurley. He is in 55% of lineups, 40% for Matty Ice, and captain just 4%. Julio Jones, like I said, 5 straight touchdowns. Lower price cost recently, still has that superstar X factor. You saw it all you needed right there, because that's our first score. 7-0 Atlanta over Buffalo with 3-and-out. Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndrea. We got the Drew stack.
Yeah.
Producer Drew, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Frangelico and Jared, the boys in the back with our ops team, who are absolutely outstanding. Love those dudes. Appreciate all they do. Smash that like. Frangelico may be the greatest name of all time. If I have a second son, if we go that route, I might have to just name it just because I want to say it. And actually, Frangelico, in the chat, what is like the nickname? Like, what's your name? Is it like Franny? Like, what would your nickname be? Because I feel like Jared, people would call you Jay, or because I always think about this now. When like you have a child, you always kind of like shorten it for whatever reason.
I'd be name's gonna be
yeah. Like I'd be Iko. What? Actually, It would be Iko. Is it Iko? Iko or Co? Well, I don't like it. No, sorry, Frangelico, you're out. Mute him. Oh, like
Ico. Ico.
Like Ico Pro?
The predecessor to Shadow of the Colossus. Ico.
Okay. I'm out on Frangelico. Can we mute him in the box there, Drew? Do you have power to do that? I'm just kidding. Ico Pro was the protein and fitness stuff from the WWE Vince McMahon in like 1994. Shout out to look, he's giving you shout outs because now he hates me too. It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah. Dude, Ico is a great game. A PlayStation 2 classic. What was the prequel to Shadow of the Colossus, which one of the greatest games of all time. It's just nothing but boss fights and tremendous, outstanding game. Big fan.
Listen, this is what you get when you do a game with Chris. You get great references, and if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the post route because I got my little email about the Green Bay Packers. I didn't finish reading because I got it a little bit before we went on. But you talk about it, Substack. Am I saying this right? It's been a while since we teamed up. The postroute.substack.com. Make sure you check it out.
Yeah, I went deep on how the Packers beat the Rams by doing exactly what Sean McVay didn't expect. Instead of playing into the Rams' strengths, they said, you know what, we're just going to run at Aaron Donald all day. We're going to keep things near the line of scrimmage. And then towards the end of the game, when that strategy would have made a lot more sense trying to burn clock, what the Packers do, they work the play action to perfection. Spring Alan Lazard, the top blocking wide receiver deep, and drop the Rams into their coffin with that late touchdown. So big post route today, not only breaking down why the Packers are so dangerous, but what every team that was eliminated this past weekend needs to do this offseason. Subscribe for free. Postroute.substack.com.
Please do. You get that knowledge dropped on you 3 times a week, and it's a really good read, and it's, as I like to say, a little different than what you used to from most of your NFL coverage. So again, check it out. It's our guy Christian, so come on, support him. While you're at it, smash that like button. Appreciate you being here. Josh Allen with the first down run after a roughing the passer call against Atlanta. So they're taking the ball now to the 33-yard line with 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. So let's start here. Let's talk about these Bills, because the Bills did what I think they were supposed to do, and that was handle business against the Ravens. I want to say, I don't know what the thought Christian, we live in a quarterback world, right? So if the quarterback doesn't win, he's kind of known as like, can't do it. Like Lamar Jackson until 9 days ago, couldn't win a playoff game. But he couldn't win, 2 years, 2 losses, tough start to the beginning of the playoffs against the Titans, then had that big run. Okay, maybe there is a playoff Lamar. Maybe we have something here. Then came this weekend, injury aside, wasn't playing well. Just was not playing well. True. He gets knocked out. RG Triple Sticks comes in, looks good.
RG3, it was Tyler Huntley. It was.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. I that's a good point. I always say that because I just wanted to say RG Triple Sticks. Everyone's correcting me. My bad, everybody. You know what's weird? I want to make this. How many quarterbacks have this Ravens team had? Like where you going? Like McSorley's hurt. Yeah. RG3 was hurt. But Tyler Huntley, who had a wide open Hollywood Brown, just missed that. Aside from that, played well. Like, played good, but...
He exceeded expectations, but, I mean, at the same time, there's always anytime you're replacing a quarterback like Lamar Jackson halfway through the game, no matter who you are, the defense is going to go from, we planned for this one-of-a-kind quarterback, now we have to shift things up. It's kind of like the... Taylor Heineke effect, only on a much different level, whereas Heineke could run the ball and Alex Smith is basically a one-legged statue. Lamar Jackson was a guy you couldn't really – you had to make sure you had the spy on for, so now what do you do? How do you change that up? So I liked what Huntley brought to the table. He looked better than I think we could have expected, even though he didn't even complete half his passes. But I don't know how much you can read into that,
No, I don't think we're at the point where, remember, like Heineke a week ago, like maybe this is a guy that gets a job next year. Maybe there's more teams. I don't think we're there, nor should we be, but I just thought it was, as somebody just pointed out in the chat, kind of took my words away from me. He said, Money saying they decided to open up the playbook for Tyler, unlike Lamar. And I 100% agree with that. Greg Roman kind of saying to himself, all right, like Lamar's not the guy where it's like, I need a big pass, so put the ball in his hands. He's more of a playmaker, where I think what they said here was, let's see what we can get out of this passing game.
Well, at the same time, they were down by 2 touchdowns at that point, so Rowan really had no choice but to no matter who was behind center. But yeah, it did seem like maybe they were dialing up a few more set passing plays that they wouldn't do with Lamar just because he is so dangerous. But I don't know. Huntley is another one of those interesting guys. To be fair, the Ravens have made RG3 look good. They made, what's his name, the kid
Trace McSorley?
Trace McSorley, former Vanderbilt commit at safety, who followed James Franklin to Happy Valley. So it might just be part of it. It might just be the system. We know Greg Roman is a very solid offensive coordinator, very good at playing to his quarterback strengths. Another guy who kind of surprising hasn't been given more looks as a head coach, although for a guy who kind of struggled with the OC game in Buffalo, or at least wasn't as successful, does have his share of warts. Speaking of, we got a little breaking-ish news. Jeremy Fowler on ESPN bringing it up. Eagles saying that Josh McDaniels prime candidate for the head coach job there. But Todd Bowles also has some internal support, so 2 very different options there. And Eric Bieniemy, no interview planned. Poor Eric Bieniemy is going through another coaching cycle without a head coaching offer, and that is baffling to me, Rossi.
Well, we'll see what happens with the Texans, right? I feel like it's like he's just going to default to if he wants a head coach job, go take on that mess. Even though I think that could potentially be something if Deshaun Watson likes what he sees out of Kansas City. Not that I give all the credit all the time to the OC. You do have Andy Reid there still, but I find that fascinating. His name was like the biggest name last year. This year it's like, who's going to take him? Because everybody wants him. And I guess his interview skills he probably shows up, I don't know, sweaty, maybe he smells bad. I don't know. Something's going on there, but not taking a chance yet as we see Todd Gurley going up the sideline to the 17 yards. So Todd Gurley, at the 44 yards so far on the ground. We're going to wrap up the first on that. We did have a Tyler Bass field goal in that last drive for Buffalo. So if you threw in the right kicker so far, like I did, you got yourself a little bit of points. But so Buffalo, we can pass around here. Just quickly on the coaching, I guess we should mention this. If Josh McDaniels goes to the Eagles, I don't know what to say anymore as a Patriots fan. I don't know. The sky's already falling, and there's going to be a touchdown pass.
Bang.
Down the middle is my guy, Hayden Hurst, baby. Get it in there. Number 81 scores in the final play of the first quarter.
And just like that, the Bills in some trouble here. Unable to stop that dynamic Atlanta offense. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns for the Falcons, 2 touchdowns for Matt Ryan, 1 to Hayden Hurst, 1 to Julio Jones. And just like that, Matt Ryan on pace for a 400-plus passing yard gain. Don't want to put the Maloik on him, but very good chance at hitting the 300-yard bonus today. Not good.
Seriously. Hayden Hurst, by the way, owned in 33% of this contest and 3% captain. So, listen, if you went with Matty Ice so far, you're smiling ear to ear as he's got 114, 2 scores. Again, it was a Tyler Bass field goal. We're talking a little bit about the coaching cycle that's happening right now. We'll get into more of the divisional round. We'll talk Final Four. It's Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndre, this handsome son of a gun right here. We got the Drew Stack, Frangelico, Jared. Smash the like, folks. So, yeah, this Josh McDaniels thing, though, it's again, I don't want to get – the Patriots are the least part of the biggest story aside from just like the sidebar of lulls with Tom Brady, memes everywhere I'm seeing. But if Josh McDaniels does become the head coach of the Eagles, it's the Kane – like I don't know all those – what were the what's called Russell Brand? No, Jared Butler, all those like Olympus Has Fallen and White House Down. I don't remember those movies, but I feel like it'll be New England Has Fallen because I don't know what's going on. Because I feel like there was a behind the scenes handshake. Josh, give me 5 years to get that winning. Stay here. Here's a bunch of money.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where obviously everything with the Patriots is pretty tight-lipped. You're not going to get anything out of them that Bill Belichick does not want out there. But, yeah, when he had the Colts job, and the Colts were so certain he was going to sign, they tweeted it out. Last minute, he pulls back. Yeah, exactly. He goes into the Patriot Place ready to pack up his stuff. Bill Belichick tracks him down. They have a conversation. And then an hour later, he decides, you know what, I'm going to stay here rather than be a head coach again. I'm cool with just being an OC, just hanging out. So, yeah, then the speculation started. Did he get a huge raise? Did he get the handshake? You're going to take over as head coach of the Patriots. I mean, really, who knows? And for a while there, it looked like he had simmered as a head coaching candidate. No one really wanted to touch him. They didn't know what the Patriots' agreement with him was, whether or not he was going to renege on another deal like that. But Eagles apparently not concerned and maybe making him a candidate, or maybe this is a smoke screen where he's out there. Who knows? Subterfuge, man. That's what happens in the coaching ranks. We thought a guy like Bieniemy was going to be at the top of the coaching list, and yet here we are. He's probably going to suffer another cycle. He might wind up coaching the Tennessee Volunteers. Things have gotten
wow. So yeah, it's getting wild. Obviously, just to put a bow on that, keep an eye on it. If there's any Eagles fans in the chat, Twitch and or YouTube, please drop, like, who do you want as a coach? Because I feel like the wrong call would be Josh McDaniels for this reason. I think he could be a fine coach. Second time around, all the story, good weapons there, good. But, like, I feel like that team is in such peril. Like, they don't trust. There's a lot of trust issues. I don't know if you want to bring in somebody that, I don't know, not to say it badly, I don't know what Josh McDaniels personally, but he doesn't seem like a rally around me type of guy that may be a Jim Caldwell. Not that you think he's a rah-rah, but, like, has that calming demeanor and brings in Super Bowl pedigree that might, I don't know, as we see Dan Campbell going to Detroit, which I actually like that hire. I like that kind of gritty. Yeah. I feel like they needed, since Salah, or whatever you want to call him, went to the Jets, I thought he'd be a perfect fit in Detroit. But I like some of these hires, but I'm very confused by some of the, like the Chargers, getting another JUCO junior college coach. It's wild, Christian. It's wild.
And I get why Staley was so intriguing based on what he did in the regular season. Just the timing on it. That's a tough sell right there. When you hire away a guy who got just pieced up by the Packers, and like part of Staley's resume is, okay, he got this done, but he got it done with a whole bunch of star players, and we saw what happens when the biggest star in this constellation couldn't move at full strength. Aaron Donald got handled by the Packers offensive line, thanks in part to that bad rib. He missed a whole bunch of plays, and the Packers just thrived. They filled the vacuum he left behind. Staley really struggled to adjust. I mean, he had one play where the Packers had been killing him on the ground all day. 3rd and 2 in the red zone comes up, and he doesn't even think about stopping the run.
No.
He puts 4 guys on the line, 6 in the box, and the Packers ran for the easiest 5 yards of the game. So I like Staley as a rising star. I don't like him as a head coach here in 2021 necessarily.
Yeah, real quick, I want to give credit to Anthony Coolmer. Says, diehard Eagles fan here, and Josh McDaniels would be a terrible hire. So there's our one feedback so far. But no, I agree with you. I think it's going to be interesting. And I also wonder if there's like an LA bias, like they got to see him a little more. I wonder if they because they share locker rooms. I know it's a weird time with the pandemic and separation and all these things, but I wonder if just ownership and him had some sort of underlying relationship and they just like him. Where I thought that would be the guy that that would go. The Chargers thought that they would go. Once you heard like the enemy kind of quieting down, like maybe the Chargers just sneak them out of Kansas City because they look at their offense. Yeah. But they use a guy that would just like love to see those tools. Josh Allen dancing around.
What's he doing?
Throws the ball. Nobody there.
Okay.
Looking good though, Josh. Way to escape the pocket.
Yeah, could have been worse.
Meager over on YouTube. Rossi, glad we don't have the same lineup today. I'm in first. Well, Meager, I'm sad we don't then, because congrats to you. I love Meager because, first of all, we've had the same lineup the other day. And second, their lineup right now, Julio Jones and the captain, Josh Allen, Matt Ryan, Hurst, Singletary, and Dawson Knox. So getting a goose egg. It's one player and still in there as we get the punt there. So here come the Falcons again, who have scored on both of their drives. Full punting today. That is true. Usually the punting game has been incredible, and so far, not so much. Producer Drew giving me the acknowledgement there. But yeah, so then let's get back over here. So Bills, whatever, they got the win. They're going to be heading to Kansas City after, I think, the best game of the weekend. Just wildest storylines, thoroughly entertained, and I actually watched the whole game. Was Browns, Chiefs. The Brown, like, I understand obviously the storyline is the injury, and we're hearing all sorts of different reports. Concussion, not so much. Stingers. He's in the concussion protocol, but maybe he's really not. It didn't get dinged in the head. But Patrick Mahomes gets knocked out in the third. Chad Henne, that's right. Didn't even know he was still in the NFL. When he went down, I thought it was who was their backup last year that won a couple games for him?
Matt Moore.
No, was it Matt Moore last year?
Matt Moore.
All right, Matt Moore, sorry. So Matt Moore comes in, and I'm like, oh, is he still the backup? That's what I'm expecting, just because it's Patrick Mahomes. You're never thinking about the backups of these guys. And he won a couple games last year, and there comes Chad Henne. And aside from the ridiculously overthrown pass in the end zone, held it down. Did what he had to do. That third and, 17 run to get 16 yards, talk about just guts. Then they go for it on the fourth. You saw the game, you know about it. I couldn't be more upset for Browns fans because you really had a chance. You were down 5. You had the ball with 6 to go, and you went 3 and out. And you kind of knew that was before the 17-yard run. And there's another big play. Julio sticks. That's going to put him in the bonus, I believe.
I think so. That's got to be basically 2 catches at 50 yards each right there. 168 now for our guy.
There he is. 3 grabs, 125. Put the bonus on him. Julio is just unbelievable. But just quickly back to that. So
just going up and getting.
Oh, yeah, just stiff arm, and if there wasn't for that linebacker coming back up, that would have been 6. But yeah, I was literally sad because for a second, imagine Browns-Bills for a moment. Could you imagine that being your AFC Championship game? Like, unreal, but
it would have been hilarious.
It really would have been.
The thing is, the Browns, that fumble out the back of the end zone turned out to be the difference between winning and losing for them. That was a 10-point swing in a game they lost by 5. Now, yes, of course, things would have played out differently in the second half, but
of course,
we are one fumble away from having to watch Chad Henne lead a fourth-quarter comeback. The Browns team. That's such a weird sentence, and yet that happened. That was an exact thing that happened in the year of our Lord, 2021. Amazing, stunning.
It was, and it was just an outstanding chess match game. I loved every second. I loved the grit that you saw out of both teams. Those are football games I'm into. I'm not in no offense to the later game, which I'm going to be honest, didn't watch, so I'm not going to overjudge. But it felt like a little less of that. It felt more chess game, but not like gritty. Like that Brown and Chiefs game was just reminded me of like football from 20 years ago, like running and just like every play felt so big, especially when a guy like Mahomes isn't out there who kind of seems like a cheat code at times. He could just snap his fingers and get a 30-yard pass to Kelsey or Hill, which did happen in moments. But yeah, I thought the Browns, they have a lot to be proud of with their teams, Stefanski, all of them, but Chiefs are moving on. More than likely, Patrick Mahomes will be fine. You got Bills, Chiefs. Now here's a question for you, Christian. I think it was 14.6 million, and we have a down cap next year is Odell Beckham's number. Yeah. Now the big story is everyone's going, I said going into it, I had a game with Tom Carroll on Saturday. I said, my theory is if the Browns lose this game by a score and a play that could have been made by Odell is the difference. They're going to bite the bullet, find a way to keep him there, to keep that offense as dynamic and as powerful as they can. Look at this game. 5-point loss and a play by a receiver fumbling at the end zone. I think he's back. I think they find a way because they're right there. They're right there in the thick of it. But what are your thoughts? What do you think? Odell's back? Do you think this Browns team was a flash this year? What are your thoughts on the Browns?
I do think Odell's probably coming back. If you just look at his contract, you only save about $3 million.
Oh, a fumble here.
Getting rid of him is on the turf, but fortunately his offensive line is there for it. 3rd and 27 coming up. Probably going to be Julio Jones time again, unless, of course, the Falcons just decide to run the ball here and get a little bit better field goal position. But no, I think we saw how valuable Jarvis Landry is for sure and how they can get it done without OBJ. But OBJ does have that big contract. The Browns are going to have the space to keep him on board. They're going to have about $24 million to spend next year, depending on how the salary cap plays out. Maybe even a little less. We'll see. But moving on from OBJ doesn't provide the amount of savings that they would need. You're basically talking about a $3 million difference, and OBJ is definitely capable of putting more.
Oh, there it is! You called it! Put on your thinking cap. Christian DeAndrea just turned into Nostradamus with his hair. Looking beautiful, by the way. There is Julio Jones with his second score of the game. Before the game, Christian said he's a guy you're looking at could have 40 points. Well, he's already there in the captain spot. He is just balling out. The price was cheap, making you earn every single penny of this money spent. It also knocks Meager out of the number one spot, so can't brag right now. Just kidding, Meager. But I don't know where I am, but I'm in 43rd, and right now, non-captain, that a score update, I'm not sure, but 26 points from Julio Jones. Incredible, and we're still in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a shot at 300 receiving yards today, the way he's going. So a pretty fun day for Julio. About 27% of you out there, or sorry, 17% of you out there got him in the captain spot, owned by 56%. So he has been just tremendous today, just an absolute beast out there, getting you more than 50 points in the captain spot, and we're not even out of the second quarter yet.
That's crazy. Wow. They could have one more drive here too, because there's 156 left. But so you think we both think that Odell will be back? You're right. We call him like the savings isn't really going to be worth it unless there's a trade, which whatever potential. But with that being said, what do you think? The Browns, is this the beginning of something good? Is it were they a flash this year? Was it a 2020 weirdness? What do you think about the future for the Browns? Because I think it's a big storyline in the NFL.
It is, but I think they can maintain it, sustain it. The biggest question mark was always going to be whether or not Baker Mayfield can be the guy he was towards the back half of his rookie campaign and not the guy he was the last 2 years. And I think we're seeing that Kevin Stefanski is really the perfect coach for him, because we've seen Stefanski really get the most out of questionable quarterbacks in the past. Kirk Cousins, Case Keenum, and what he's done in Cleveland is roll out Baker Mayfield, take advantage of his ability to throw on the run, take advantage of his ability to or mitigate the weakness that Baker Mayfield has in the pocket, where he gets, speaking of getting a crack.
Another sack there.
Josh Allen getting ruined on that one. But Mayfield has trouble in the pocket. He gets jittery. He runs into pressure instead of away from it. So Stefanski designed all these rollouts. He kind of maximized Mayfield's potential. That is sustainable. That's something you can keep doing. The offensive line is great, and those guys are locked in for a while. There's just a lot of talent on there. We are going to get
Diggs.
Big touchdown.
It's turning into a track meet here in Buffalo. Stephon Diggs with a 62-yard touchdown with under a minute to go. What an explosive play by Josh Allen.
Important to get that touchdown, not just because it gets you in the game. The Falcons avoid any risk of going up 28-3. Really helps them out and just avoids the meetings in this week.
Yeah, we talked about trying to fit these guys in. If you got Julio and Stephon Diggs in, kudos to you. We're still in the first half, and Diggs just went off. He's owned at 55% again, captain in that 15%. Scores are going to be updated for Angelico and Jared. Smash the like for them because they're working their tails off here. Usually 2-minute warning, you're like, okay, one drive, we'll see maybe a field goal, but not today. From 21-10, Atlanta over the Bills, yes. And we're talking a little bit about the Browns here as they were eliminated. They're going to be back. They have a chance here. That division, because we also could see a gigantic step back for that Steelers team, because I said this the other day, and I want to get into the rule because I think I want your take. Everyone's saying the touchback rule is the worst rule in the NFL, and I'm going to talk about it in 1 second, but what are your thoughts? I won't even Mike Tomlin. When I say that name as a coach, what are your thoughts on him?
I like him. I think he's able to produce a lot. He's a great developer. He plays to his guys' strength. That's a very, very Pittsburgh Steeler trait. I mean, not having to go out on free agency. The Steelers are kind of like the Packers in that they are able to really generate a lot of internal development, turn guys from day 2, day 3 picks into Pro Bowlers, into steady starters. So you can't downplay Tomlin's role in not only getting the guys who fit, who are maybe undervalued elsewhere, but developing them into stars.
Okay.
I think he's in a tough situation with Roethlisberger because we saw Roethlisberger's kind of got those Drew Brees tendencies right now. A lot of short passes.
Yeah.
He can't really make things work downfield. His timing isn't there. The arm strength has fallen off just enough that the windows he used to be able to chuck a football through are now closed to him. Roethlisberger's going to come back next year. It's going to be a struggle for Tomlin, but let's face it, Roethlisberger you can't really move on from him. He's got $22 million in dead cap, no matter what. So he's kind of that albatross. They can work around him. It's going to be a big, big deal for Mike Tomlin. But Tomlin still won 11 games with a washed quarterback, 12 games, I believe. So let's not undersell what he's done in Pittsburgh. He is a steady and very solid head coach. Yes, he does tend to fall apart in the postseason. Yes, he does seem unwilling to go to the extra mile the way a Bill Belichick does. You know, Tomlin's always going to be the victim of dirty tricks rather than the perpetrator of dirty tricks, which is a bit of a bummer. You'd like to see maybe be a little bit more ruthless, but I think he is going to be in Pittsburgh until he racks up like 3 straight non-playoff seasons, and I just don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah, the reason I'm bringing this one specifically up, the other day I went off. I think I said Tomlin needs to be tossed. It's a knee-jerk reaction, and that's what we do. I'm a sports fan. I'm not overanalyzing. If I'm in Pittsburgh, I want his head. They keep doing this coordinator shift like it's going to make any difference. The team has been a mess. We're 11-0 this year, completely fell apart after. Just abandoning a run game that they couldn't get started. Their star players have taken over the headlines, left the team. Not that they've done much since they've left, but left nonetheless. I just see this comment real quickly on Twitch. Ike Barks says, Rossi, if you think Tomlin should be fired, then you think Sean Payton should be fired. There's a little bit of a difference, but I put them both in the same category. And I have to remember this just like we all do. Only one team, right? Christian can win a championship every year. But yet we hold that championship like it's the only thing that's important. Like if you win a ton of games in the regular season, I guess it doesn't matter if you didn't win the big one or win enough. Like right now, Drew Brees has won Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. One Super Bowl. Like that's it. And he's talked about like he's the greatest because he has great regular season stats. He's retiring potentially with all those stats. But I think Sean Payton deserves a lot of discredit because how do you have one of the best of all time and not make 3-4 Super Bowls?
And Ryan's gonna
but
out of field range too.
Are they gonna call?
No, throw to the end zone. Good news is might be time for more Julio Jones. We saw that last time after he took a bad sack near the red zone. But sorry, I cut you off.
No, you never. Anytime we're talking action here. So here's the deal. This happened last with the 2 minutes left, and we saw him throw a big pass and a touchdown to Julio Jones. So will we see a repeat here? Oh, they're gonna try. Come on, baby, look at this.
Young
Koo for 50, potentially 56.
Yeah, I don't think Koo has stats in the sim world to get
Wait
it.
a minute.
Ooh.
Just shy. Little low on that one. So we're heading to the half here, Christian. 21-10. The numbers in this one. Julio's got the bonus. He's almost got 200 yards. He's getting close. He's got 2 touchdowns. The other touchdown to Hayden Hurst. All 3 from Matty Ice. Josh Allen to Stephon Diggs for 62. Those are your big numbers in the Tyler Bass field goal. So yeah, we're just talking coaching, but I read all these things, and obviously this is what you do at the post route. You talk about it, you write about it. I just think sometimes we overthink Super Bowls, in my opinion, especially for quarterbacks and coaches, because realistically, Aaron Rodgers is. Are we just going to say the Packers stink is the only one won? The Saints, Roethlisberger, I know he's bent a few, but Mike Tomlin, like these are like supposed to be headline guys and guys we're supposed to be talking about as the greats, but. What if like a guy like Doug Peterson 3 years ago, we were thinking he's going to become that next echelon. He's fired. He's out on the street right now. It's weird. Where are your thoughts on that? Like when you have a team like a Sean Payton and Mike Tomlin, like are they Hall of Fame coaches? Probably yes, but are they like? Do you think like are we overweighing the Super Bowl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at Andy Reid before he won his title last year. Everyone was like, oh, he can't win the big one. That's going to be a stain on him forever. Oh, you hired Andy Reid. Good luck with your clock management. Right, that was valid. But at the same time, you knew if you were getting Andy Reid, you were getting a playoff team. You're getting something you could build from. And the thing with the NFL is, with the exception of a few weird standouts, a few weird exceptions, you really need a franchise quarterback, something truly special to happen, to be the sun that the rest of your football solar system revolves around. Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger in some cases. And sometimes you get an Eli Manning, sure, whatever, it happens. But Yeah, there is just so much volatility, especially in a league with such a hard salary cap like the NFL, when parity reigns supreme. It is just stunning when you got a guy who can consistently bring you to the playoffs despite the warts on your team, build a roster, go from there. So yeah, I think we do overvalue Super Bowl wins. It's great, and if you can get one, sure, it's validating. But I think there's just as much value in a head coach that can bring you to the divisional round every year, get you to the NFC Championship game. Yeah, things might fall apart when you get there, but special players make special teams. It's just there's a lot to deal with, and I think we may overvalue the ability to win the big one. Give him a coach enough chances to get there, and he will eventually break through. That's the Andy Reid story. It's the Sean Payton story, the Mike Tomlin story. It's a crapshoot.
Okay, I agree. And Congo Cap has a good point. He says, Rossi, just to let you know how hard it is to get there and win it. I think that is really true. It's like, and obviously we being a New England fan, Tom Brady, like you have someone that's been to like more Super Bowls than half of like most teams combined. Like that is different because you had this one guy kind of overarching the Patriots kind of doing this thing, and Tom Brady going to his 14th conference championship. Like insanity. So that means your team, that's less chances for another team. Like there's hasn't been a ton of that parity. But with that being said, Fantasy Hawks is football. It takes an entire team. Brady had more top 10 defenses than not. And I agree. But I think that's the weird story here. Someone saying Aaron Rodgers only had one top 10 defense. That was the time they won the Super Bowl, which is a good point. It's just, I think it does take a lot more. And I think sometimes, like you said, like, oh, he can't win the big one. That's the legacy. But I think that's stinks. Like Andy Reid, I've said it before. I think that Eagles team in the early 2000s, that was a franchise. Now, they weren't winning it all, but you go to 4 straight conference championship, Buffalo in the 90s, like, don't give this overarching, they didn't win the big one compared to they got there more than any other team. That's why, like, the Brady-Montana thing bothers me so much at times. And I'm not trying to get there. It's just Brady's been to the Super Bowl 9 times. Montana went to 4. Yes, he won those 4, but Brady did 5 more times. And he still won 2 more than him. So it's just, like, crazy how those big games stand out so much more than other things, like when Montana was losing in the divisional round year after year.
And Marv Levy is still a Hall of Fame head coach, even if he didn't win the big one.
Yes.
Consistency counts. It matters. And being able to, because when you're a head coach, you're not just juggling star players, but you're also figuring out where guys fit on the back end. You're moving players in and out of the lineup. You need to concoct a scheme. So, just being able to do it year in, year out, I think I would rather have that than a guy who wins a Super Bowl and then disappears from the playoffs for a couple of years at a time.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going all over the place, obviously. We're having some fun. Christian DeAndrea.
While we're talking about terrible head coaches, Seahawks have spoken to former Jets head coach Adam Gase about their offensive coordinator opening. My God.
You know what that means?
Oh, my God. Russell Wilson turned to crap.
But you know what that means to me is, I thought when you brought up the Josh McDaniels thing, which I did see that report, is Adam Gase going to become the New England OC? Because, Belichick, they have this relationship, and he's a fine OC. He's a fine OC. I personally wouldn't want him.
That's correct. He's not. He built his OC bona fides in Denver behind a quarterback who changes 50% of his plays at the line of scrimmage anyway. Adam Gase was he stood close enough to Peyton Manning to get that rub, and the Dolphins weren't immediately terrible with him. It took him a while to really drag that franchise to hell with him. So he got overvalued. He's just terrible at everything. You can't look at his play calling and be like, no, he's a good offensive coordinator. No, he just hit a certain point where failure does not matter. He can only fail upward from here. He needs to go back down to the college ranks, prove himself as Todd Gurley. Big run, can't crash into the end zone, but might get the call here. First and goal coming up from the 3.
I love when that's genuine Christian anger. Now, Christian goes on beautiful, well thought out rants and does soliloquies about stuff, and I love it. Right there, you saw the anger that he had to segue to the Gurley run, because he literally, Adam Gates it must be your kryptonite.
Flames up the side of my face.
But we'll see. Obviously, with the Seahawks coming out with we should run it more. Yeah, I'm sure Russell Wilson, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, loves to hear that. Oh, we get the fake fullback dive, but loss of big time yards there by Gurley. He's sitting at, was that 82? My screen.
92 now. I think
92.
Nice.
Yeah,
he was in range of scoring, hitting the bonus with a touchdown. Still is, since he lost all those yards. But a big loss, 6-yard loss on the pitch, and just no chance of success there. Yeah. Kind of lucky the pitch wasn't turned into a pick six there. Jeez.
Yeah. Our guy, producer Drew says, let Russ cook. Gates will give him ramen and bread. Like a college, like a freshman in college. Here you go, kid. Enjoy.
Good Lord.
We'll see what happens there. Gurley gets another carry.
It's a good block.
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Trying.
Close. So there it is, 101 for him now after that run of about 8+ into the bonus, and might get the call here, might be able to cap this pretty good day by breaking into the end zone for 6 extra points. 3rd and goal from the 1. That's wow. Okay.
Matty Ice going under center.
Spread formation. They don't have numbers up front. Gurley's going to have to be special to punch this one in.
Oh, wow.
All right, got to go for it here if you are Dan Quinn. Of course, Dan Quinn in real life fired mid-season, but still our head coach here in Simland, and just call the run.
I don't know. I think they might kick the field goal just based on the numbers going up like 2 touchdowns, but we'll see. I wanted to go for it too. Get Gurley in that end zone. They are going to go for it. 3 tight end set. Julio at the top. Nope, Trayvon White's not on.
Julio with a quick slant might be the.
Oh.
Nah, all right.
Not Gurley.
Not an issue. Julio had single coverage to the left, would have been fine, but instead they play it safe. They give it to Gurley. Gurley breaks through to the end zone. That's 20+ points for him in the flex in this one. The man remains unavoidable here in Simland. Washed in real life, sure. Simland still an all-pro.
He sure is. As I climb my way to 39, or maybe the points haven't been added, have they? We'll see. And we got Frangelico and Jared. We got the Drew stack. Ooh. Christian DeAndre, Jason. Yeah, so Todd Gurley, there's those numbers. Look at that, flying up to 35.4. Come on, baby. Where's my... I'm still 39th? It's because I didn't... If I had Matt Ryan, forget it. Excuse me. So, yeah, we're talking all about the Final Four seed Packers. We talked a little Bills. We talked a little bit about the Chiefs. And then there's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I will be honest. Christian, I came on here on Saturday. I asked Tom Carroll to text me thumbs ups or thumbs downs because I could not watch any. I didn't explain to him what I wanted either. I had a real tough. I'm still having a tough time watching Tom Brady be great somewhere else and winning. I was really hoping he would lose in this round. Like, this is the perfect landing spot for him. He played really well. Stats look good. He's not a laughingstock. He's not dwindling. The twilight is not there. Like, he still probably has a couple years. But watching what happened yesterday, and I don't even think it was all Tom Brady. I think it was more Drew Brees' ineptitude. And if you're a Saints fan, you're waking up going, why didn't we give Jameis Winston maybe a couple of shots there? And I understand there's a whole lot of love between Sean Payton and Drew Brees, but that was that was Brett Favre-esque. Yeah. At the end there, it was tough to watch from one. Again, I watched a 10-minute YouTube video of highlights because literally could not handle watching the actual game. So. What are your thoughts on Drew Brees here? Is that had to be it, right? That's done.
No, I think you're right. I mean, the report serves before the game and maybe lent a little bit more weight to Sean Payton's decision not to replace Brees, even though it was very clear he could not make the kind of throws the Saints needed to mount a comeback in that game. It was painful to watch. He was letting linebackers get the jump on his passes, just no zip. And now he's a little bit unsure, and honestly, the best thing for him would be to retire, take that big cap hit off the Saints salary cap, because holy crap, they are just
well over.
So screwed. Negative $99 million cap this year. They need to, yeah.
That's like looking at your credit card bill, and I'm not asking how much anybody makes, but just whatever like double your salary is, seeing that in debt. It's like a mortgage. It's like literally looking at your mortgage, but you have to pay it off in 6 months. You're like, how am I going to do this? That team, I hope that the Saints watch the Patriots this year, because you're probably in for one of those years. Like, you're going to win some games, you're going to lose some games. It's going to be frustrating, but I think the Saints are – there's no way on January, 18th, 2021, MLK Day, I'm going to say it here and say that that's a team that's even close to a contender next year, what they're going to have to do to finesse that cap number.
Yeah, and it's going to be Taysom Hill's team going forward. He's the only meaningful quarterback who's under contract for next year, assuming Brees does retire. And they're probably going to add someone, make a Jameis Winston type move, figure out who's languishing in free agency, to see who they can get for maybe $2 million on an incentive.
I got a name. It's Cam Newton. Cam Newton heading to New Orleans.
Is it Cam Newton?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that's the only one.
That's what I was thinking of.
Who else is there?
We know the Saints like bringing over guys who have NFC South experience. They did it with Jameis. Cam could be the next man up there. And honestly, it might work out a lot better for Sean Payton, because think of how different his game plan had to be with Taysom Hill in the lineup versus Drew Brees. Hill and Cam Newton have very complementary skill sets. You don't have to change everything in your playbook to go from Taysom Hill to Cam Newton, or vice versa, the way you did when you're going from Drew Brees to Taysom Hill. So it would be a very interesting addition down there, and we know Newton is probably going to be inexpensive based on what we saw from him this season and his lack of interest in the free agent market in 2020. So something to look out for there. But Brady was fine. His deep passes were on target. He made good decisions. He looked great for a 43-year-old quarterback. He wasn't Patrick Mahomes. He wasn't even early or mid-2010s Tom Brady, but he was good enough. He scored his 7th rushing touchdown in the playoffs. As many rushing touchdowns in the postseason, Ross, as Roger Craig.
Nah.
He has more postseason rushing touchdowns than Marshall Faulk. Just, wow, mind-boggling.
It's one of those things, like numbers like that always make me laugh, and like tweets like that get me every time. But it's also, you have to realize this guy's played in more postseason games than I think I saw a crazy stat 2 years ago, than 82% of NFL players. Now, what that means is most NFL players think about this 53-man rosters. It used to even be more. That a lot of these guys don't play. A lot of these guys have never actually played more than 6 games. Because what's the average lifespan? I think NFL players is 2 seasons. Is the overarching number. So just think about that. But yeah, he got it done, is what Tom Brady did, right? When the plays needed to be made, he hit the receivers. He did what Tom Brady does. He's clutch in moments. And right, by the way, we're at the end of 3 here. 28 Falcons, Bills 10, getting absolutely hammered in this one. As Todd Gurley scored the lone touchdown, lone points here in this third quarter. We have bonuses across the board for Atlanta. Matt Ryan, Todd Gurley.
Oh.
Yeah, perfect. Just like we always knew. Yeah. When you think of Matt Ryan, you think of perfect. But yeah, honestly, you got all 3, the big 3 for Atlanta, all heading the bonus. And Julio Jones, if he gets even one more catch, could get in that 200-yard mark.
Yeah. Just a stellar day for Ryan. 303, 3 touchdowns for him. Josh Allen, been okay, but only 118 through the air. Not really adding anything on the ground either, which has been frustrating, especially when he's had all sorts of lanes. He could just run the ball and pick up big yardage, but no, 1 carry, 15 yards for him. Devin Singletary, 10 carries, 18 yards for him. Todd Gurley in the bonus. And yeah, Julio Jones, 5 for 158.
Woo, 2 scores. Unreal.
That's much here in the fourth quarter of a 3-possession game for the Falcons, but maybe they do. And we know they don't really learn from their mistakes we saw in the past. Hayden Hurst having a good one. Stephon Diggs, 4 for 95.
5 more.
The only you had to put in a token bill on your roster. Hopefully Diggs was the guy in the middle of your Falcon stack, because everyone else having a pretty good game.
Yeah, I'm really feeling bad about not putting Matt Ryan. Having that Josh Allen in the lineup right now has been the difference. Yeah. But now that's why I'm sitting, I believe, in 26th. First place in our little contest here. Todd Gurley, it is a player by the name of, I think it might be Germ. I can never tell. JH, I'll just say JME or whatever. Anyways, Todd Gurley is in the captain. Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, great job there. Stephon Diggs, Koo, and Tyler Bass. So we get a hashtag stack them kickers. I am rooting for you to win. That's what I want to see on a Monday. Right now? I'm bleeding from you.
Beaming, looking at that number 1 spot and going, that's me.
That makes me so happy. So I hope they win, if not me. As Todd Gurley gets the first carry here in the 4th, running and rumbling, getting the first down. A couple of random comments here about OBJ. Someone says OBJ to the Saints. I don't think that's a possibility. OBJ to Seattle. No. Well, that could happen, actually. But Stafford to the Saints wouldn't be bad. First of all, I've come on these YouTube internet waves, and I've said, as a Patriots fan, if they're not going to draft the future in that first round, which I don't even know if I want them to at this point because I feel like all the good ones would be gone, or the great ones. But
Mac Jones, how do you feel about Mac Jones at 15? That's where you're.
To be really honest, if they do it, it would tell me everything I need to know. Like, I'll get on board. But personally, would I rather, if you don't move up or if you don't make this Watson trade, which I feel like the Patriots somehow are going to do everything in their power to do, I think they would mortgage the future because they see the importance of the position and he's a generational talent. I want the Stafford trade. Go a couple second rounders. I don't think they're going to need a first, personally. I know they would want it, but I don't think it's because the money and everything you'll have to incur. I think for the Patriots, give me number 9 under center for the next 3-4 years, and then somewhere in their bridge, get that young quarterback or whatever, however you see it. But I never thought I'd be this Patriots fan where I'm like, when Cam Newton came, like, wait, we're going to be that organization that keeps struggling like all these other teams we've seen. But I think Stafford could hold it down. He's tough. He's gritty. He's got one of the best arms in football. I think put him around a great offensive line. He won't take the hits he's been taking, and the defense is definitely, I don't find to be as ferocious as he's gone against in the NFC North. So that's the way I look at it. That's what I want. But Stafford, if he is available, I know obviously Watson's number 1, but I think if you're a team and you're like that player, like the Saints, if they get Matthew Stafford, that gets pulled off, they're right. Everything I just said, giddy back up, aside from the fact he still has to strip down with like $100 million.
Yeah, the Lions are really in an interesting spot. You know, they're rebuilding, still kind of starting, well, not starting from scratch, but obviously new head coach. Patricia era was a nightmare. But I don't think the Lions are going to jettison Matthew Stafford just like that. I think they'll listen to offers, and if someone bowls them over, they'll consider it. But there's no guarantee they're going to pick up a quarterback in the future with that 7th overall pick. They would have to move up to really guarantee a spot in those top 3 guys. They're not going to get Trevor Lawrence, but maybe Zach Wilson, Justin Fields. Those guys could sneak in there. I don't think that's really what they have in mind. I think they're just going to stick with a guy who's been who flipped from overrated to underrated late in his career. He's still the guy. He can still sling it. Like you, I'm a big Matthew Stafford supporter. A stan, if you will. I think the guy does not get the credit he is due because he's been toiling away with a nightmare of a franchise for his entire career. I think he'd be a great fit in New England, but I don't think Bill Belichick will match the asking price for the Lions the way he would with his former director of player personnel, Nick Caserio, down in Houston.
Oh boy, I would love it. People saying Stafford to Denver. I've heard that little rumblings too, which, you know, that would be interesting now with Elway taking a new job, basically hiring his replacement. But you know, he's still going to have a big say in that quarterback position. As we get, you know, I tell you, the NFL never stops. We're getting to the AFC and NFC championship game this Sunday. It's going to be stacked. Just so you know, Dream Stream wise, all week, 6 games. Until Sunday, you'll have Leaderboard Live, but 6 games Monday through Saturday. It's been, I don't think we've done that since August. We even have that. You know, it's crazy. Only 3 games left, Christian, in the NFL season. It's bittersweet.
Yeah. This is normally the time where I am winding down my full time, you know, just kind of praying for the end of the season because I'm exhausted and tired. But this year, not full-time thing. It's been a little bit easier, a little bit more of a rebound. Not having to write any of the what time are the AFC Championship games articles out there just to steal clicks. As this has been just a banger of a drive from the Falcons, keeping the ball inbound, rushing the clock. Todd Gurley coming up huge in this one, up over about 180 total yards in this game, and can add another touchdown to really kind of take a shot at Julio Jones's iron grip on the Krusty Koff Player of the Game award. If Gurley can punch this one in, a tight comparison. It's not.
He got it! Wow! It's not. Look at this. We're getting Ito, like Frangelico. Now your new nickname, Ito. But you know what that calls for? The vulture call. Have you heard the vulture call before? You know what a vulture sounds like, Christian?
I've heard the vulture call.
It sounds a little something like this. Ready? It goes, caw, caw, I'm a vulture, caw, caw. And there it is.
Exactly what a vulture sounds like. I'm
Careful.
pretty sure I've heard it before. Ito Smith, by the way, first stat ever. He has a blank 0.0 fantasy points per game, and yet somehow he still cost 2,400 in the flex, and 1.38% of you threw him in there anyway, and have been handsomely rewarded as Ito Smith steals the Krusty Cough MVP award from Todd Gurley's grasp and hands it to Julio Jones as we are getting a frog stomping here.
I cannot believe that we just saw Ito Smith. It says possibly Gurley on the sideline after those runs and the catch. It says Andrew, yeah, that's got to be it because these players do get tired. He was literally the whole drive. Ito Smith, people just threw him in at 1.3% owned. Oh my. Woo. HJD saying, who drafted him? Congrats. The vulture, baby. We got one. I haven't had a good vulture call in about like a week. Good, but just in case you're wondering, in real life, if you hear that caw, I'm a vulture, that's what they say. And they're usually spinning over you as you're potentially laying down, maybe taking a sun bath. Make sure if you hear that call, you start moving so the vulture doesn't come and get you. Wow. Whew, that's incredible. Usually that's one of those ones you're throwing because of his price and paying off right now. Didn't move the top of the lineup there, but so we still have that hashtag stack them kickers, and the number one spot is Josh Allen taking off.
Hey.
40 over 42.
Finally getting some of those garbage points that we've been hoping for. Although even though I have Gurley and Jones in my lineup, I can't even crack the top 30 of the free roll. Hopefully Josh Allen can get me in there, get me into the top 25% because
where am I now? 16.
Plus points in this one, but nothing from my punt play, Zach Moss. Calvin Ridley only 7.2 points. Devin Singletary 4.5, so he is trending hard towards the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award of the day. So we get a little Lee Smith there.
Finally, off the snot. I was just about to say, me and Dean Murray have this almost the same lineup, but he has Beasley, I have Smith. We switch kickers, but Lee Smith finally getting involved here in the fourth quarter. That's my one hope. I'm in 16th place right now. If we can get Josh Allen to hook up at Lee Smith in the end zone, that would be great. We 5 yards away from a bonus for Stephon Diggs. Here is Josh Allen running around, going left, has room to run, takes off, going to get the first. Gets into the red zone there at the 20. 2 minutes, 14 seconds left. They're down 25. The game is out of hand, but shout out who you need. Maybe Christian can speak them into existence. We see you all here. CEH, good to see your get a logo of your own back. I mean, CEH had a bet. That's why I had a Patriots last week. Well, here we go. Brother Phil, just for perspective, my dear Rossi, every other team in the Pats division finished 13-3, 4-12, 6-10, almost every year of Brady's tenure. They basically got an automatic playoff bid every year. Don't let that discount the greatness, though. Don't pretend.
They still had to beat him. You know why those teams played that poorly? Because they had to face the Patriots twice a year. And you still had teams like the Dolphins going to the postseason, like the Jets going to the postseason.
And the Bills recently twice during the Brady. So, and one last thing, when people say that, you have to remember what a franchise, a team losing or gearing up for the Patriots and getting demolished, what that does to your team's psyche. Like, these are human beings. Like, I've said this numerous times. Like, when the Cowboys came to town in the 90s and you were the Philadelphia Eagles who were decent at best and they smoked you, that's, like, demoralizing. Saying, like, oh, how do we gear up for that next week against Detroit? Like, it changes things. So don't let that not play a factor here. There's Josh Allen connecting underneath 7-yard line. And also, look at all the great records of all those NFC West teams back when the 49ers were doing it. It's all relative. But I get it, Brother Phil. I do appreciate you. Are right. And if you want to be, stats always can help an argument, even if it's a bad argument. And I'm the king of bad arguments. Well, Kenny is, and I'll be with him next.
Let's not crown it's going to be our friend in New York.
Oh, I thought for a second there. Is that Lee Smith? Come on, find a way.
Smith. Instead, we've been getting a lot of Devin Singletary catches, so he heard me talking trash about him, put him in that Babysitter Billy award watch, and instead comes up with at least some garbage time points. Here's the Bills not eager to burn those timeouts. They might just run it here, even though time is winding down on them. They're not.
Throw Lee Smith wide open in the middle of the field. Yes! You got it! That was my fake excited voice because I was really about to scream. I actually got up. I haven't been that excited in a while. Let's see what that does for me. Josh Allen connected with Lee Smith. That was like a radio home call right there. Lee Smith owned in 15 or just about 16% captain in under 1%. That would be huge. As that gets me to 12th place, right behind CEH, Maine, and the top are still stacked on kickers lineups. You know, Captain Blood making a run for it. Meager, where you at? Meager, paging Meager. Don't see you. 11th. Oh, 7th. I'm in 7th. Ops crushing it for Angelico Jared. We got the Drew stack. It's been not a close game at all, Christian, but it has been a fun game.
Yeah, and you know what? Josh Allen's got himself up the board a little bit now, just shy of 20 points. We'll see if maybe we get a very rare onside kick recovery, although I can't imagine we are. We'll just get well, maybe the Bills will burn those timeouts now that they're only down by 18 instead of the full 25. But this one should be pretty much over. Can't imagine. Yeah, they're just going to kick it away. They're like, you know what? Don't even want to deal with it. We lost this game. Good work, Falcons.
Oh, got another piece of news here and another scary thing here. The Bucs have designated Vita V, that's what I say, as to be returned. Could be eligible to play this Sunday against the Packers.
Yeah, and that would be a huge addition. V, just such a monster, a mountain up front, and a solid pass rusher, able to crumple those zones from the inside. And not only do we get the intrigue of Ndamukong Suh versus Aaron Rodgers round like 20 or whatever, those two do not like each other. But V being able to eat up blockers and create some space for that pass rush would be enormous. We saw what a diminished D-line does. The Rams without Aaron Donald couldn't generate a lot of pressure. V getting back in there could be a difference maker. One of my favorite guys. Loved him back when he was playing with Washington. Just an enormous, like a hotel-sized human being.
And the Monopoly board, you just boom.
Yeah, exactly. He's a big athlete. He's fast. He's quick. He can create some problems, especially for a Packers team that did a great job establishing the run, going for about 6 yards per carry among its running backs against the Rams. Not going to be nearly as successful as V is even at if he's even at 80, 85%, they're going to have a lot more trouble running with Aaron Jones.
Sure will. It's going to be very interesting there. But this game, interesting for different reasons. Josh Allen actually made a manageable game. He only hit 150 yards. We got the 2 scores. Got done on the ground. We'll tell you they're fine in lineups here. But the 3 bonuses. We never saw Julio again. He's on the milk cart, and so is Stephon Diggs. But, Christian, you had 3 guys in the bonus. Gurley, Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, 5 yards away from Stephon Diggs, and we had a freaking Ito Smith, I'm a vulture touchdown today. So when you look at this, who is your? I renamed them now. This will be who is your Andrews on the 1s and 2s? Always positive, very smiley, soft-spoken player of the game.
You know what? We got to give it to Julio Jones. Didn't need him at the end because they were winning by so much. But the fact that he's able to put up 150, he put up 53 spots in the captain's spot, 53 points in the captain's spot, rather, in 1 half alone. It doesn't matter. And only Gurley could have touched him there. So, yeah, he is clearly going to be the Andrew on the 1s and 2s MVP of this game. And as far as the babysitter Billy, not my...
No. We're going to rename that. We're going to retract that, edit that in post. It is going to be the producer Drew teaming up with Frangelico or Eco, whatever that is, and Jared, not my ops team, but I am fantastic at producing award.
I think it's going to have to go to Devin Singletary. Came on kind of strong towards the end there, but he's still going to get it. He's going to get it over Calvin Ridley. It was a little bit disappointing. 3 for 42 from him, but Devin Singletary just generated no offense whatsoever against a very bad defense. So you hate to see it there. A guy who's overperformed in Simland, really getting shut down today. So Devin Singletary in a losing effort. Not my kid.
Not ours. We don't own him. Yeah. For Jared, for Angelico, awesome on the ops team today. Give it up for him. Smash that like on your way out. It's fantastic job by those guys. Andrew on the ones and twos, just making the game move so smooth. He's the man, doing an incredible job. Yeah, a little golf class for him. And producer Drew. Good job, producer Drew. And this handsome-looking son of a gun is Christian D'Andrea. Christian, you're done for the day, right?
I am, but I'll be back tomorrow. Actually, you and I tomorrow.
I know, back.
6 p.m., and then I'll be back for the Madden After Dark after that. So,
ooh,
2 days. Who? Someone out there likes me.
It's all of us like you, Christian. You can be followed at Train Island. Give the man a follow, dropping some funny ha-has on the football Sunday and throughout the week. Make sure you subscribe at thepostroute.substack.com. Again, support Christian. He's here. We're all find our huddle here in DraftKings, but he does great things outside of it. I could be followed at Jason D. Ross. I got a little pop culture pile driver podcast. We're going to be doing a season 5 review of The Office. Last week we talked about just our favorite wrestlers, more of an open discussion. If you're into that stuff, or movies, TV shows, video games, check it out. But the rest of the way on your dream stream, Christian, at 10 o'clock, you got Glash and Tom. They got Ravens, Saints. Cough and Tom will get you at 8 with Jaguars, Packers. Glash and 8 at 6 o'clock with Cowboys, Broncos. I'm going to be joined by the loudmouth from New York City, Mr. Takes, Kenny Ducey at 4 o'clock. Titans, Raiders. I finished 7th in this contest. I'm going for that number 1 spot, but give a big round of applause to our winner. Hashtag Stack Them Kickers. They got it. Yes. What a lineup. Captain Gurley, Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Stephon Diggs, Koo, and Bass. I'm screenshotting this. Going to print it, put it on my son's bedroom wall so we look at it every day, and the proudness that I have today for my children. Hashtag Stacking the Kickers. That's all I got.
All right.
That's it. Let's get the hell out of here. All right, we'll be back. I'll be back with Kenny in just about 50 minutes. Christian, have a great rest of the day. You're awesome, man. Appreciate you again at Train Island. We'll catch you all soon. Stay hydrated. Be friendly. Be good on Twitter. Be a good person. We'll see you soon. Welcome into your 4 o'clock dream stream. My beautiful face is Jason Rossi. Well, that's my name, not my face. But you can call me whatever you want behind my back. Just say nice things to me. I'm very fragile. And with me today is the man, the loudmouth out of NYC, one of the more brilliant minds that people don't give him credit for because sometimes he says ridiculous things, but that's why we love him. At Kenny Ducey, his name in his face is Kenny Ducey. Kenny, what's up?
Yeah, the man that you will say not nice things to my face, and it's okay in the chat. So, yeah. Rossi, I'm really excited about this game because there's umpteen ways that you could make your lineup. But for me, I think I want to go a little bit cheaper at the captain spot. I'm going to stack up here on Tennessee Titans against what is one of the worst defenses in football, in real life, and in Madden. I'm going to go with A.J. Brown at the captain spot. He's coming off a big game. I don't expect 2 touchdowns again, but if you go with A.J. Brown in the captain spot, not only do you give yourself some upside here with the Titans, it allows you to fit in Derrick Henry, Ryan Tannehill, my favorite play, Adam Humphries at $4,800 in the flex. And then you can get some good options for the Raiders. I definitely don't want Derek Carr here, but you could go through and find a Darren Waller to fit in your lineup. You could go down to Hunter Renfrow at $2,600. I think the flexibility here is going to be the key because you want to get Henry, Tannehill in your lineup as well as probably Brown. And you don't want to sacrifice too much on the Raiders side because it's not like the Tennessee Titans defense is fantastic. No. So I think Waller and then Renfrow is a guy who always seems to be involved for the Raiders. I think he's a good option as well.
It's funny you say that. I was having a tough time with this one because, like you said, there's so many ways and directions you can go. Lineups are about to lock. You can drop who you're going with or who you're fading. I'm assuming. Let me see if I'm right. Up there it is. Fantasy Hawk fading Henry like usual. Fades the studs, but in this one it is tough. I saw AJ Brown. I think it was 11-7 in the captain spot, price wise, something around there. I went with Corey Davis. It's just a little bit cheaper, a little bit tougher. We'll see how it plays out. Nelson Aguilar threw him in there just because I don't know. It was 1,800. I was like, let me get somebody. Put Derek Carr in the lineup. Got Derrick Henry. Got Ryan Tannehill, and went with Jalen Richard as well.
Richard.
We'll see. It's trying to. These are teams that you look at. Obviously, you think Derrick Henry. Maybe think of the Titans. You think of that offense. The Raiders are this weird team where you kind of like, where do you go? I like what you did with your lineup. Waller is a beast. It just was too expensive for my blood. So we'll see how this one pans out. So that's his lineup.
Waller's not always the best guy to go to in the Madden sims just because he's kind of hit and miss. So I do agree with you. Like, you don't have to go to Waller. I mean, Tyrell Williams is also a great option. He's just a little more expensive. But it's also very enticing to always go with Henry Ruggs III because of that speed that he possesses. But yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, Waller for me, rolling the dice a little bit here. I know that he's kind of a boomer bust guy. He could definitely have a bad game. Yeah,
we'll see. We both went with Titans wide receivers in our captain spot. So we'll see. Obviously, teaming him up with Tannehill. Obviously, got to get the big man, Derrick Henry. You don't want to miss out on the party. But yeah, drop in your lineups as we get here. We're going to virtual Las Vegas, the site of the draft again this year. Unlikely to have fans.
What do we call it?
Sim Vegas.
Sim City.
Oh, jeez. Come on. I didn't get my pre-show notes. I'm sorry. I let us all down.
Sim City.
That might be your best one.
It's the best one.
It is. And it's very much there, and I very much dropped the ball.
Maybe Make Believe Land is, to me, Make Believe Land is better, but I like, Sim City is a definite must say when you're talking about virtual Las Vegas.
Vegas. Got to get back to Vegas sooner or later. The city misses us all. In this contest, Kenny, Derrick Henry, 87.4% owned. Behind him in the top 5, Darren Waller, 52, Derek Carr, 45. Ruggs, I was actually surprised by this one, 42. Tannehill, 42. Tyrell at 41. And then Jonnu Smith, 38. I'll just mention Corey Davis, A.J. Brown right below that, both 34 and 33%. Respectively, as we will see. That Raiders team come on out with Derek Carr. It's Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey. We got the Drew stack in our production side. Frangelico and Jared on our ops team. Smash a like on your way in. Hope you all do well. If only we could. Oh!
Right up! It's Rossi!
You got a first play of the game, a fumble, a cause picked up. Here come the Titans. Who was that fumbled? Get the number.
I'll have to see. It might have been Renfrow or Waller. I'm not sure which one.
I'm gonna watch back here.
I didn't think I saw. I can look back on. I'm gonna look back. Okay. right here. I'm looking back on YouTube while you call this play.
And it's going to be Derrick Henry rushing up the middle, up to the right side.
Yeah, it was Tyrell Williams, number 16.
Ooh. Yeah, Williams.
So Tyrell Williams already negative points.
Tough start for Tyrell, but here come the Titans. They're rushing on their first play. 7-yard gain by Derrick Henry. Jimmy B says it's going to be one of them Sims.
This could be a tough one for people who didn't stack the Titans here.
Here comes Stanhill going the wrong way, gets the ball off, has a receiver there. It's caught at the 3-yard line. Ryan Tannehill connecting with A.J. Brown.
What a throw by Tannehill. I don't know. That was like a Sam Darnold Madden 21 throw, right? We saw, last time I was on the sim, I saw Sam Darnold make that throw. What a ridiculous throw there by Tannehill. And across his body, works out. Now, you got to think here, Derrick Henry just pounds it into the end zone, right, Rossi?
That's the play when you're in that 5-yard line. Usually like 80% chance he's going to get every carry. But we'll see. They got the bench set, the 2 tight ends. You got Humphreys in the slot at the top. No, they're going to throw it. It's Humphreys there, I believe, or is that Jonnu Smith? And it's dropped. What the heck just happened?
What happened there?
I thought he caught that. Ball must hit the ground.
I'm going to have to look at the replay again on YouTube. I'm so confused. Who was the target there and what happened?
We have ourselves an interesting start to this one. So here, fullback in there. Could we get a vulture? They are swarming. Here, Derrick Henry in the backfield. Going to have another pass. Wide open receiver across the middle. Goes to the outside. And ugly pass by Tannehill. And a bad choice there. So we got a 3rd and goal here, Kenny, from the 3. Yet to give a carry to Derrick Henry in the past 2 plays, 2 passing plays.
By the way, it looked like it was A.J. Brown who had that drop. I'm trying to... Yep, it was definitely A.J. Brown. It was right into A.J. Brown's hands.
Wow. That's very interesting. He's got a good catch radius, good stats here in Madden. But here's the give finally. Derrick Henry gets stopped at the 1.
Oh, he didn't get it. You got to go for it here. Now, first of all, as someone who captained A.J. Brown, I'm heartbroken about that Brown drop. I'm not sure how that happened, but I want to see A.J. Brown make up for it right here. Let's get him. Let's get a 4th and 1.
Yeah,
Titans, come on. It's early. You're on the goal line. You got to go for it. Come on.
Yeah, nobody wants Steven Gostkowski right now. I'm all about the kickers, but not right now. This is not the time. So we gotta see the animation. Don't get fooled either way.
Yeah,
they are gonna kick it. I don't like it. Don't like it at all, Kenny. You got the fumble recovery. It's gonna really set the tone for the game. We're not even 2 minutes in. This game's all over the place.
I hate it, Rossi. I hate it.
You go for it. You roll it. Listen, you gotta have. Everyone needs a coach like Andy Reid. Toss the big old, toss the big old sack right in a 2-wheeler. Let's get it out there. 4th and 1, season on the line. The Browns is the Browns. They could have turned it into something big. And
that's right. If we learned one thing this weekend, it is that the Browns is the Browns.
And I said that's a compliment now. I think that should be their badge of honor. It should be their, like, when Notre Dame.
A compliment.
I think it is now. I think Browns is the Browns.
It is also just a statement of fact. The Browns is indeed the Browns.
It's true. Kenny is Kenny.
Don't fault Juju Smith-Schuster for being correct about the Browns being the Browns. That's all I'll say about that.
He was accurate about the team he was playing, so that is true.
Also, the Browns almost blew that lead.
Well, yeah, they did. That's that story was really nice, 28-0, but then when you see the final score, 48-37, there's a lot of
they cut it to a 1-possession game, did they not? Or they almost did.
They did. No, they did at one point. It was when they were in the 30s. I can't remember.
It looks like the Browns are about to blow it.
They didn't. Unfortunately, they didn't get it done yesterday either. Was that? Can you stack them this way? Let's do a quick ranking from your perspective. You watch all the games or most of the games?
Yeah, I did. Of course, I watched all the games. Yeah.
I know you did some leaderboard live. But what would you say from your takeaway? Which games did you like the most, the least? So, like, least liked to most liked out of the 4 games this weekend.
Well, least liked to most liked. Least liked definitely the Bills game, and I'm gonna. Here's the thing. Okay, you can remember. I have bias against the Bills. Whatever. Like you take all that out of the equation. I'm being dead serious here to the chat. I'm not playing around with this. I'm being serious. Like the Browns or the Bills. Sorry, the Bills had 220 yards of total offense. The fact that the Ravens didn't win that game is criminal. The fact that the Ravens didn't even make it a game is criminal. Okay, the Buffalo Bills had the 20th ranked defense, and you have the top running offense in football in the Ravens. So it was upsetting, and it was kind of annoying to watch as a football fan because it was a boring game, right? There were only 20 points scored, 22 points scored, and it was never like the Ravens never had a chance after the second quarter. I mean, everyone was sort of in agreement that like Saturday sucked in terms of games, right?
Yeah.
But Bills-Ravens was by far the worst game. Anytime you have a team with 220 yards of offense winning in the playoffs, especially the second week of the playoffs, that's not a good game. So I would have to say that was my worst game, and I think everyone would agree with you. Even if you're rooting for the Bills, that was an ugly game. Fantasy Hawk agrees. It was an ugly game. The fact that the fact that Lamar Jackson didn't put up a touchdown in that game was just absolutely preposterous. What a terrible performance by the Raiders. That was a fumble, clearly, by Derek Carr. And I think it's safe we call into question the Ravens. I mean, the whole team, Lamar Jackson especially. I mean, the whole narrative about him coming into the postseason was, hey, he hasn't won a playoff game. Can he do it? And then, okay, he beat up on, he beat up on the Titans, which, like, the Titans didn't have a good defense this year, but whatever. And then right back to playoff Lamar. Now 1-3 in his playoff career, and really no great games. No great games to show for. So
one great highlight in the first half that sparked the team to play well the rest of the way. That's
well, and also something to consider. No one talks about John Harbaugh when we criticize the Ravens. I think John Harbaugh did a great job drafting Lamar Jackson or pushing to draft Lamar Jackson. And it's not because Lamar Jackson's good and won the MVP last year. It's because he completely absolves him from all blame. John Harbaugh has had no blame whatsoever with all the struggles the Ravens have had this season and in the playoffs. No one has talked about, hey, maybe John Harbaugh's not a great coach, which John Harbaugh was on the hot seat last year or 2 years ago, if you remember. It wasn't necessarily a done deal that he was going to stay.
Kenny, obviously, we both get marred by some of our takes, but it just shows our strong personalities and will and good looks. But I've been saying this about Mike Tomlin recently. See, I mean, not every coach should be fired just because the team doesn't win and where they quote unquote should. But I kind of see where you're going here now. I think John Harbaugh next year, I think it's a very important year for him. Like, I think the Ravens, I think he's a good enough coach that will last. Like, you can't just keep turning it over to turn it over. But we saw what happened with Mike McCarthy. Like, Mike McCarthy was in the same position, guys, like, I know they had losing seasons, but like Harbaugh, like Tomlin, like, great quarterback. You have a team that should be winning. You're not getting it done. We need to move on, and we need to move on now. And I wonder if that may happen. Maybe they just try to find something new there with either one of those teams. But as you were saying about the Ravens, I can't disagree. I think he's one of the better, like, big game coaches in a way. Obviously, these past playoffs, not as, like, huge games. Like, I feel like put Harbaugh in there against, like, a team that, like, you need a win. I like his style. He's usually, like, brash, big plays, doesn't care, but he's just not getting the job done right now. And he has a quarterback that can go one of two ways, Kenny. I feel like, obviously, the injury aside, like, wasn't playing well. Like, he's not a team. It's not like they're going to be down 20 and Lamar's going to bring you back. It's just not that style. They need to be out early and they need their defense to be the focal point. And that just wasn't what we saw this year.
Yeah, totally agree with you. And Fantasy Hawk saying Lamar refuses to adapt. I mean, both guys really. I mean, Harbaugh hasn't evolved and adapted, and neither really has Lamar. He hasn't gotten better throwing the football. I think that this year Lamar Jackson made a concerted effort, and he said, "I want to be a pocket passer. I want to be Patrick Mahomes," and it just didn't work out, right? So I think he is along the right, like, he's on the right track, right? He wants to really start to lean on his arm because he knows that he has the ability with his arm, but it's not there yet, and he has to do a lot of work. And you look at a guy like Josh Allen. I'm about to praise Josh Allen, so everyone write this down. He's a guy that He's a guy that had. Well, yes, both of Fantasy Hawks saying Harbaugh needs to adapt. I said both guys, and I agree that both guys do, but Harbaugh absolutely is still stuck in, the 2000 when he wasn't obviously the head coach of the Ravens back then, but, the sort of defensive-minded, grinded out type of game. Joe Flacco, like, you don't have Joe Flacco as quarterback anymore. You have to change up your game plan. But I still think with Lamar, there's a lot of work to be done with his arm, and Josh Allen showed it. Like, his deep balls were terrible last year. He had terrible accuracy, and he got way better. And so I think Lamar just needs some time to grow as a passer. But anyway, back to your rankings thing. I think that's the worst game. The second worst game, probably had to be the Rams game. You know, I think these are pretty consensus rankings here, but the Rams game, just because I was someone who was rooting for the Rams. The Packers should have won that game by 35, okay? And
honestly, great point. I was just going to say, how the Packers didn't win this game by like 20 points is borderline insanity.
Yeah.
Just by the way, watching the game.
Absolutely, it was insane. And, like, that's what made it a bad game, because I think that, like, the Packers, Aaron Rodgers had a couple moments of brilliance, but the Packers ultimately, like, did not play a good game and still came out like heroes. And that's not going to work next week against Tampa Bay, especially what we saw with that defense. So I certainly think that was like, it shouldn't have been close. So I think that's my second worst one. I'm going to rank the second. Oh,
wait a minute, fake!
It's
Gostkowski!
Oh!
Looking like Hundley on that overthrow, wide open. Steven Gostkowski trying to pull an Adam Vinatieri from back in the day, throw a touchdown. Love the play call. I was about to say we're going to get 2 field goals, a little bit of a stinker there, but I love the attempt.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. Fantasy talking about Cam Akers, definitely he's going to be one of the. I mean, he already is one of the best backs in the league. But yeah, I mean, I think that the Rams played really well, but that's a great defense. But ultimately, it was not a good showing for the Packers offense. I mean, Aaron Rodgers missed some throws. They should have put their foot down, and they didn't in that game. Also, the defense, played well, but still, let Jared Goff kind of go down the field at will. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, the other thing that I really thought was funny was I saw all over Twitter. The first half, everyone was saying, "Oh, Devontae Adams is cooking Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey is so mad." Everyone's talking about this game. Jalen Ramsey is, great. Like, everyone's talking about this matchup, and Devontae Adams is winning it. Devontae Adams had, 60 yards in this game, first of all. Second of all, the Rams played zone. But when Devontae Adams was guarded by Jalen Ramsey, except for that goal line play, which wasn't even his fault, he didn't really perform. I mean, Devontae Adams was pretty much a non-factor in this game, aside from, I guess, making a big play to score a touchdown using his speed. But that's a situation where, I don't know. I just feel like the Packers could have gotten so much more out of that game. I'm not blaming Devontae Adams for getting shut down by Jalen Ramsey. He's the best corner in the league, arguably. But anyway, it left a bad taste in my mouth. I wanted to see more out of the Packers offense. But yeah, I think the second best was the Chiefs game.
Oh,
I know that everyone would
really?
say it's the best because of the ending, but
Yeah.
I definitely. Look, here again, it's another game where the Chiefs dominated, and it was fun because it was close at the end, but it was another example of the Chiefs' second half defense being awful, second half offense being awful, like the Chiefs all season long. Their one problem has been they don't put away teams. And then, of course, Mahomes gets hurt. It should have been a much, much more lopsided game. The Browns never should have a chance in that game. So, I mean, I thought it was just a poorly played second half by the Chiefs and a poor decision to run Mahomes out and get him in, risk injury when he was already hurt. But at any rate, I mean, yeah, it was a great ending. It was amazing. I was so happy for Chad Henne. Great play call by Andy Reid at the end. It was thrilling. I won't argue with that. And then I think the best one to me was definitely Bucks Saints, because you think about all the lead changes. There were 4 lead changes in that game. You had the storyline going in of is this going to be Breeze's last game? The Buccaneers led that game, or excuse me, the Saints led that game by a touchdown and had the ball, right? And that's when the peanut punch came in from Winfield. Jared Cook fumbles, that whole game turns on its head. The 10-point finish, right? The last 5 minutes of the game, I think people definitely didn't match the excitement level, right, of the Chiefs game. But when you think about the whole game, the whole game, the Chiefs-Browns game was just the Chiefs running it up on the Browns until Mahomes got hurt. I think that you want to look at the entirety of the game. Absolutely was a great performance by both by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A clinical performance on defense. They were able to flip that game around. And again, it was a game where I thought, as someone who had picked the Bucks, I thought I was dead in the water when the Saints had the ball up 7 at home, in the second half. And great play by the defense. And then also they had two of my favorite plays on probably my favorite drive of the weekend. It was sorry I'm talking so much. It was a field goal drive, right? And this came in the fourth quarter. It was a tie game at 20. Tom Brady on 3rd and long, he throws that ball to Tyler Johnson, his only target of the game, makes the catch of the postseason, maybe the catch of the year.
Incredible catch, yeah.
For a first down conversion. They were on their own 20. And then later in the drive, he finds Scotty Miller for 30 yards. And again, they only get a field goal out of that, but they do take a late lead. And to me, that was like the quintessential Tom Brady drive where he found like two guys that no quarterbacks in crunch time would ever have enough faith in to throw him the football. And it was his undoing in New England. Like he had too much faith in these rookies and these undrafted guys. But here in Tampa Bay, like they have some special guys that are 5-6 on the depth chart at tight end. Even Cameron Brate had 4 catches. Like Tom Brady just did such a good job getting everyone involved. He was going to take whatever the defense gave him. And he had some masterful drives, and the defense did as well, man. That Tampa Bay defense showed up. Levante David and White are just a tremendous linebacker duo. It was fun to watch. So I think that in totality, that was the best game. I thought it had the most suspense the whole time.
Well, here, let me give you mine. I'll tell you why. My least exciting game was that Saints-Bucks. You know why, Kenny? Because I didn't watch
Why?
I didn't put the
You didn't
game.
watch?
Didn't even bother. Can't do it. Couldn't do it. Tom Brady winning another organization. No thanks. Not for me. I didn't want to see him play bad, and I didn't want to see him play good. Saw the highlights. I said this earlier. I watched a 10-minute YouTube video of all the highlights. Knew what happened. To me, I agree with a lot of things you say, but I also think Drew Brees just didn't look good. I think the Saints coaching was really off. Obviously, the very great trickeration there with Jameis Winston. The storyline's going to be all offseason. More than likely a retirement from Drew Brees is, should they have made the change? Now, obviously, I get Jameis Winston looked good in one play, basically for the whole season. Nice little revenge against the old team, but it was just weird and kind of uncomfortable when you see these, like I said, I referred to Brees looking like Brett Favre at the end, just kind of like throwing passes they really had no business throwing with. Like you said, up 7 with the ball, run the ball, take as much clock. Don't ever give Tom Brady a chance. I thought that was foolish, but that's the only reason why that went for, because I literally was watching anything but and getting text messages from friends and group chats, and I was very uncomfortable the whole time. I will be an adult this weekend and watch the Bucs versus Packers. I've decided that I need to stop. Just watch the game. If Brady goes off and does Brady things, enjoy it, because he made a lot of sense. Sunday's happy for me. I will say I will agree with you with Bills. Ravens was a stinker. Honestly, it just wasn't. I didn't have any element that I like in a game. It wasn't really a defensive struggle. It was more just execution that was bad. It was the spark there with Huntley was cool, but really nothing exciting really in that game. I agree. I would put Packers-Rams then after that. I like the game a little bit more. I agree. I thought the Packers should have easily done what the Chiefs have done. Like, yeah, you let teams hang around, but when the time is right, you step on them. They did a couple times. The Lazard touchdown was electric, but outside of that, it was not really an overly exciting game. Getting Staley, the new coach of the Chargers, after that performance, interesting. Going to happen anyways. And then I actually like the Browns-Chiefs. I understand what you're saying about the Chiefs maybe shouldn't have let them hang around, but I think there was just, as I said it reminded me of a game from 20 years ago. It was so gritty. It was so dirty. The outdoors, the real, like a little bit of a lot amount of fans. I just loved everything. The visual. I loved the drama towards the end. Chad Henne coming in. Couldn't believe my eyes. I thought Chad Henne had retired. I was like, oh, Matt Moore? No, he's not there anymore? What's going on here? But I thought... No
one did, man. No one thought that Matt Moore was not the backup. Everyone assumed it was.
Yeah,
I mean, until week 17, of course, but...
Yes.
I didn't watch that game, so I didn't know.
Nobody did. And it was just a bizarre, fun, exciting game, and the Browns should have won that game, in my opinion. You get the ball back down 5, regardless, we can talk about the fumble, which obviously is a huge part of that game. But you down by 5, you stop the Chiefs, you get the interception, everything is going in your way. You have 6 minutes left. You need to score on that drive. They go 3-and-out, Kenny. They go 3-and-out, and that's where, if you want to put the Browns as the bad thing, that was as Browns as you get. You need to find that way to make that drive convert.
You can't run it there. You can't run it on that drive.
No, it was so hard to watch from that perspective of like, this is a team that isn't getting over the hump because of things like this in those clutch moments. But outstanding game. The weekend overall, obviously, great weekend for football just because you're in the thick of it. I think you still have the 4 best quarterbacks option for this year for what the playoff structure was. I know Russell Westbrook's a better quarterback than others, but you have 4 of the best in the game right now, and maybe 4 that had the best seasons. I don't think I'm missing anybody here. I think these literally are the best 4 quarterbacks. right? Like this year in 2020 to 2021.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Tom. Yeah, let me look real quick to make
Tom
sure
Brady had 40 touchdowns. Like obviously Russell Westbrook was great, but I feel like he completely faded out of the picture.
You mean Russell Wilson? Yeah.
No, Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook for the Wizards. He was really good quarterback for OKC back in the day. No, yeah, Russell Wilson faded out. Kyler Murray. I'm trying to think of guys who even had that. Like,
I think that Deshaun Watson, despite the fact that they lost so many games, is still a top 5 quarterback, top 4 quarterback in the league.
Sure.
So I would say that you're right. It's very close. Like I would put Deshaun Watson, right with Allen, maybe even ahead of him, and PFF would actually agree with me. But yeah, it's a close one for sure. I think that 4 of the 5 best quarterbacks have made it here for sure.
Yeah, so either one, but that's like you have the best options here. I think that's what's going to be super exciting. You have the NFC, the duel of the old guys, the old guard. On the AFC, you have the duel of these young guys, the current best in the game, and then also you have Josh Allen, who people are, is he going to emerge to be the next Patrick Mahomes? Is he going to be that next guy? I think Sunday's going to be just at least excitement going into it. Like there's not more excitement for this championship weekend I can think of in a little while, because sometimes you always have this kind of random team or random quarterback that's in there. The Bucs are a quote-unquote random team, but not when Tom Brady joined last year.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic championship Sunday for sure. I mean, it's all you could ask for is these 4 teams. I think that I was watching Good Morning Football this morning, and Kyle Brandt said something interesting where he was like, we're either going to get the the Bills finally winning a Super Bowl. We're going to get Tom Brady winning another Super Bowl, right? Which would be kind of ridiculous. His first year with Tampa Bay, like he goes to his 10th Super Bowl and wins it, 6 rings, right? That's or what would it be? 7 rings?
7 rings, yeah. He's already got 6.
That would be incredible. So he might go 7-3 in the Super Bowls, right? You have the Chiefs starting a dynasty with Patrick Mahomes winning his 2nd straight Super Bowl, or Aaron Rodgers, like maybe going out on a high note. He's probably not going to retire after this year, right? But he only has the 1 Super Bowl ring, and he's the guy that everyone sort of feels like should have more than one. There's Rocket Richard. There's your man.
Richard getting in the end zone, but continue, and he would surpass Favre. Like that argument's still happening in Green Bay. I don't know where Bob M's been. I haven't seen him in the chat in a while. I feel like maybe he's just like, maybe that's his good luck with the Packers, is staying out of the chat. But I'm dying to see his perspective. But that's the thing. That's the storyline I think with Rodgers. Like he is surpassed in so many ways. The game has changed, of course, but he gets that second piece of hardware to go to Green Bay. He's is he go down as the greatest Packer? Did he surpass Bart Starr even though I know it's a weird comparison, but people always look back fondly on the old days.
2 rings, he definitely might.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at any rate, those are our 4 remaining scenarios. And, I think that all of them are exciting. I know that no one wants to see Tom Brady win again, but frankly, I kind of do, given the fact that it's a new team.
Weird.
Right, but it could...
It's weird to hear a Jets fan say, I want to see Brady win. I'm over here as a Patriots fan, like, I want to see Brady lose. I'm off that now, but it's unreal.
I love Fantasy Hawk, by the way. Fantasy Hawk canceled Michael Thomas. He said Michael Thomas is over.
Cancel.
He's just like Marcus Colston. Great comparison, Hawks legend Marcus Colston. I think that personally, Marcus Colston might even be better. I'm just kidding. Michael Thomas absolutely disappeared in that last. I mean, where was he last night? Nowhere.
Let's be honest. This whole
he
year.
didn't play all year, but yeah, I mean, you now have Michael Thomas two out of the last 3 years, right? In an elimination game in the playoffs, it's just gone absolutely missing. The NFC Championship game against the Rams 2 years ago.
Yes.
Now this year against the Buccaneers. I get it, good defenses, but you're supposed to be can't guard Mike. If you're going to tout yourself as an unguardable wide receiver, you can't be getting guarded by good defenses. You have to be I'm matchup proof, right? He's not. By the way, Robert saying in the chat that I said the Browns were a fake team in Week 14. Well, yeah, they are. They got to face one of the coldest teams in football, and then they really should have lost yesterday by 25 or 30 points to the best team in football.
No, they still no. You can't. The Browns.
Are they still playing football? No, they're not.
Yeah, but 28 or 26 other teams aren't playing football either. That doesn't make them fake.
The Browns couldn't even beat the Jets a few weeks ago.
Don't play that. Do not do that. They showed up with no receivers.
Doing that.
And
the Browns had how many quality wins this year? How many quality wins did the Browns have this year?
How many?
How many quality wins? No, I care. I care. How many quality wins?
You can't out-yell me. You can't out-talk me. Trust me. But I will say this: that is that. Oh, any day. You can maybe your pitch might be higher, but I am. There we go. Exactly. I can't speak now. No, I disagree with you on that. Yeah, but that jet stake, you can say I don't care about quality wins at the end of the day. Wins are wins. This is. Do you know why I don't talk about quality?
No, here's why. Not.
Here's why. People for years have discounted with the Patriots because of teams like your Jets, the Bills, and the Dolphins all stink. And I heard earlier in the chat, they stink. It's like automatically getting a pass. You have to win games. I don't care if it's a good team or if it's a bad team. I don't care about quality wins. W's count at the end of the day. That's it. Like the Chiefs. How many quality wins have the Chiefs had?
I am asking you, where are the wins that I'm supposed to be impressed about this year for the Cleveland Browns?
Steelers last week. I don't know.
The Steelers have lost like 4 games in a row, and they only beat them by 2. They almost lost to Mason
11
Rudolph.
points.
That was 2 weeks ago. They had the miracle. They needed a miracle to get into the playoffs, beating Mason Rudolph.
And they got it.
They needed to beat the Jets to clinch. They couldn't, and then they hardly got in by 2 points over Mason Rudolph. And then they opened up a 28-point lead last week, only to lose it. They almost lost the game to the Steelers. Like, I'm just saying, they deserve to be in the playoffs, right? But they're not this great team that everyone was talking about. There's nothing telling me that this team's good. They run the ball at the end of the game. Like, that's all they do is just run. Baker Mayfield was not even sniffing 200 yards a game, and now all of a sudden we're putting him in a conversation with Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers. Like, get out of here, man. I am so happy they're out of the playoffs. This team is not good. People have wanted this team to be good for 2 years, and there's a big difference between them actually being good and us wanting them to be good. And they still have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of talent, and they should be much better considering the talent they have. Again, they really did not impress me all season long, and their running attack, sure, impressed me last week, but again, what happened to the defense there? They should have won that game easily, and they let the Steelers back in. Ben Roethlisberger can't even throw a football anymore.
Okay, first of all, that was 10 different arguments. I can't comment on everyone. The point is, you said the Browns are a fake team. They're not good. They're not. They were good. They won 10 games. Regardless
over the
of
Texans,
don't
the
care.
Bengals.
So did everybody else.
They lost to the Raiders. The Eagles.
That's great, but so what? You have to play the schedule you have. That is such a ridiculous argument. You win 10 games, you're a good team. Sorry.
Yeah,
the Dolphins won 10 games
too. They lost by 32 to the Ravens. They lost by 31 to the Steelers.
In the first week with a new coach, right, without having a preseason or with all the protocols. Whoopity-doo. Then they came back. And they won. They lost again to the Ravens in a barn burner, right? They hung in there with this team that you also think stinks. So, there's only a few good teams in your eyes.
I think everyone stinks except for 5 teams. And that is actually what it comes down to. There's not a lot of quality in the NFL right now, and it was evidenced by the fact that the Steelers were undefeated.
Let me ask you this,
and everyone went from this team might go undefeated to this is the worst team that ever went 11-0 either, or at any point in time.
That's what people
and that's
do.
That's because the quality of play significantly dropped off in the NFL, and it was because defense has gone away. So there's not a lot of great teams out there. There just aren't. The Packers are a great team. The Chiefs are a great team, and I mean. Other than that, there weren't a ton of teams that were very solid this year. I think that their parity is usually synonymous with everyone's good, but in this case, parity was synonymous with the quality significantly dropped this year.
Let me ask you this. Take a breath. Let me ask you this. What if you don't get the fumble by Higgins? They score there. I know the whole game's different. What if the Browns won yesterday? Are you coming on here and just going to say, it was because of Chad Henne, they didn't have Mahomes? Are you just going to keep, this is where it gets difficult with these arguments because you're just going to keep using whatever you want as they're not a good team, but they're here. They made it to the second round of the playoffs for the first time since 1995.
Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls too. What are you trying to say?
That he played big in big games. He got the job done for his team, and it's a team. It's not just Eli Manning. And trust me, you bring up Eli Manning,
you're trying to boil. The Browns were a nice story, but when they ran into good teams, they did not play well, and I think that there's a lot of holes they need to expose.
Okay, but that's different. That is a whole different conversation. You're over here just saying that Baker Mayfield's not in the category of this miraculous. Whoever said he was like Josh Allen, and Aaron Rodgers. I don't know who those people are, but I don't think people were realistic about that. He's in the nice little category. He's a good quarterback. That offense is going to develop. Let's see what happens next year. I think we can both agree. I think the Browns will bring back Odell. I said this earlier that like losing to go to the AFC Championship, losing by 5. And Odell Beckham is the difference. Maybe that fumble doesn't happen with the ball in Jarvis Landry or Odell Beckham's hands. So we're taking it to the half here very quickly.
It was Rashad Higgins. But, I mean, Baker Mayfield says he loves Rashad Higgins.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that's the point. If that ball is in the hands of Jarvis Landry as a number 2 when Odell's a number 1, that may not happen.
Odell did have a 53% catch rate this year, so I actually think they're a better team without Beckham. As soon as he got hurt, you saw that team turn the corner.
That's completely wrong.
And that's not a hot take.
No, it is.
He was not good this year.
The point is, though, the team offense finally got to they have a new coach. It took a little while to get there. I don't think Odell was the reason.
Matt LaFleur was a new coach last year. The Packers probably should have gone to the Super Bowl. Like, they were fantastic. I'm not giving it. The COVID thing, they lost players down the stretch, whatever. Like, that makes sense to me, but, like, come on, new coach, new system. Give me a break.
But it takes time. You don't just snap your fingers and everyone's like, oh, we're all synced in on this playbook.
Yeah, but you got to score a touchdown. I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. Even with Adam Gase's first game in New York, which was last year against the Buffalo Bills, they were led at halftime, and that was a new system, and it was the worst system ever.
You had a preseason. You had to hold it. We're talking again. You're over there eating apples. I'm over here sucking on delicious oranges, which are really good. You should try a bite. It took 6 weeks for that Browns offense to start to figure out. Chubb started going off. Kareem Hunt started.
What happened was Odell Beckham got hurt, and then they started playing better because they were trying to get Odell Beckham going, and he wasn't catching the football. That's a huge problem on offense. When you're force-feeding a guy like 10 targets a game and he's catching half of them, that's a problem. Yeah, and that hurt Baker Mayfield.
I'm not going to disagree with the overall point. When it happened, I said the same thing. I was like, this is going to be better. But then when you actually know football, like I know you do, that takes time. They started to sink into the game plan. There was a lot more 2 running backs out. They were having 3rd running backs, people that I don't even remember the guy's name, Ernest something over there. He was running all over the place. Yeah, him too. He's a good friend of mine.
Played yesterday.
Yeah, he sure did. But I just think that's where that game came from. But listen, we're having some fun here. This is the conversation you want to have, these overreaction Mondays. But Kenny, so you're off and running here, and I love it because you're staying on. I think you're with Glash next, right?
Of course.
You got 2. So with championship weekend this weekend, and with you going off here, done with the Browns. They're out. We'll see you. I think the Browns will be back. Wins. I think they'll be back. I think they'll be better. I don't know about record, but I think Steelers take that step down. I think there's going to be a lot of changes there. Ravens, who the heck knows? They always just win games. But I think the Browns, maybe Kenny will change his tune. And I like that Kenny doesn't like the Browns because, like Josh Allen, maybe this is their time.
The Browns are a good story. I don't dislike the Browns. I just show me something, man. Like that's all I'm saying. This was the they were right in the middle of the NFL in points per game. Okay, their defense was 22nd in football in scoring defense. And we're talking about this team like they're one of the 5 best teams in the league. Like that's the whole Josh Allen thing to me. Like again, it was only coming into the year, right? But I have a big problem when people overrate teams or players. That's when I start to have a bone to pick.
So now
we have to call the Browns what they are. They are the Browns. They are just right. You look at their rankings, look at their statistics. They were middle of the league this year, and they were afforded one of the best schedules in football. They got to play the Las Vegas Raiders. We talked about this at the top of the broadcast because we're watching a Raiders sim right now. Everyone agrees that the Raiders were probably the worst secondary in football. Like if they're not 32, they're 31. The Browns scored 6 points against the Raiders. Like they faced all these garbage secondaries. And it was just a very up and down year from the Browns. Like that's all I was trying to say. When they faced really good competition, they crumbled, and they even failed to beat up on bad teams. It was just very inconsistent. And I think that's the story of really Baker Mayfield's season as well and his career. Like we've seen highs, we've seen super highs, we've seen this guy zip the football into the tight windows. We've seen him win games. We've seen him be tremendous, right? We've seen him be a great quarterback. And then we've seen this team. Like, we saw this team score 6 points or 7 points, like, on three different occasions this year. This offense under Kevin Stefanski, it's supposed to be so great. It's like, I just think we should call a spade here. And they're definitely, they're a team that has top 5 team potential because they have all that talent. but like they were so wildly erratic this year. They were off the charts erratic. So if I'm gonna call a team like a Super Bowl favorite or a team that I really like to win the division, I'm gonna want to see a lot more consistency than this. And it was just hard to read them all season long. But that's why I just have trust issues with the Browns. Like I can't.
It's a bad relationship. You have a bad relationship with the Browns. I don't trust you. Where are you? Show me your phone. Who are you texting? It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. We got the Drew Stack in production. We have the ops team of Frangelico and Jared. We have the Raiders Titans here. Raiders are up 10-3. It was a Jalen Todd touchdown. This guy needs to get going. Derrick Henry is owned in 87% of the contest. Ducey over here just going buck wild on the Browns. But now look at it. Let's look ahead. Obviously, I think we're teaming up as the week goes on. So these are just your Monday overreaction takes. Who do you see going to the Super Bowl? Don't forget, Super Bowl in Tampa. We'll see what Kenny thinks. I'll give you my take as well. We could see Tampa be the first team to ever be in their home stadium for the Super Bowl. That's your 3:05 Packers. Yep. Well, Tampa going to Lambeau. And then you have the 6:30 start of the Bills traveling to Kansas City, two of the more iconic stadiums getting hosting duties this weekend. Let's start with the NFC.
Well, we got so close a few years ago, right? Remember with Minnesota after the Minneapolis Miracle?
I know,
and they didn't do it.
Talk about the Saints very quickly. I want to get the answer, but I just thought about, I was looking through their last few years in the playoffs. Talk about just heartbreaking losses, 2 to the Vikings, but just talk about a team that just never was getting it done in an era. I think Drew Brees, he's going to have all those great stats. Talk about a wasted, last decade. Great numbers, but man. But anyways, Packers, Bucks, Kenny, what are we thinking there? Does Brady and the boys get it done?
I think that they do. I know that it's sort of like a curse that you can't play in your own stadium for the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure that everyone, 3 years ago, was in agreement that the Vikings, after that wild win, were going to go to the Super Bowl. They looked like the best team in the NFC. And they didn't. And it's metaphysical, and it has nothing to do with the actual X's and O's and the on paper matchup of the game. But that kind of does scare me. I feel like it's almost destined not to happen. But that said, I broke down this matchup this morning. Actually, I had to write about it. And for me, I definitely think that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win this game. I love both. I love and respect both quarterbacks, and I frankly don't care who wins. I mean, I'm going to be happy either way to see one of the GOATs in the Super Bowl. I kind of frankly want Aaron Rodgers to win this game because I would love to see Aaron Rodgers finish his career with more than one ring. He deserves more than one ring. He's Aaron freaking Rodgers, right? But all that said, I think that the Buccaneers win this game. Their defense was way too imposing yesterday, and I know that Drew Brees is old, and there's some inflammation in both numbers, right?
Sure.
The Rams defense is good, so that's why the Packers offense didn't put up the points that you're used to. And Drew Brees is bad, which is why the Buccaneers turned the ball over 4 times, right? But look, to me, it's hard to fade this Buccaneers defense right now. And when it comes down to it, it's a battle. This is such an offensive league now, but to me, this game is a battle of the defenses. We saw the impact that the Packers defense was able to make this weekend against the Rams. So to me, it comes down to which defense is better, because I think that these passing offenses are pretty similar. You have 2 similarly gifted quarterbacks. You have 2 similarly informed quarterbacks. Both of them are playing really well right now. Both of them have great targets to throw to. Tanyan has emerged as a fantastic option for Rodgers this season. And of course you have Lazard. He still has Lazard and MVS still have problems with drops. But those guys have emerged as big targets for Aaron Rodgers as well. I rate these passing offenses pretty similarly. So to me, it comes down to the defenses. And to me, looking at the way that White was able to play, Levante David, you look at the last time these two teams played, the Packers got their butts whooped. They were they were road favorites against the Rams by 3 points. They lost by 20. And it was because the Packers lost.
No, but to the Bucks. You're talking about the
Yes, in Tampa Bay. Right.
Rams. I know what you mean.
And it was because Aaron Rodgers threw 2 picks, got sacked 4 times. And the same guys that were able to get to Rodgers and through this line are going to be there again. It's going to be David. It's going to be JPP and Shaq Lawson and Ndamukong Suh, who all rate very highly according to Pro Football Focus. They're all elite front
Vita
7 guys.
They said earlier, Vita
Vea,
is open.
yeah.
Vita Vea, sorry. He is open to the window to return. More than likely will be there Sunday. Even at let's say he's at 40%, just to have that in the middle of your line with those guys you mentioned, JPP, Sue, like just bottle up, Aaron Jones, if they get Jamal Williams, the new quad father back there, like that's going to be, I think that is a fascinating point to this game.
Oh yeah, and that was to me one of the biggest things. And you can talk all you want about the Tampa Bay secondary; they're very good. But like the biggest thing that happened on Sunday with the Packers was not Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was brilliant, right? He was brilliant in his reads of the defenses. He made a lot of great calls. But what ended up winning that game for the Packers was the rushing attack. Like Jamal Williams just absolutely gashed, right, that Rams rushing defense. And everyone knew that the Rams rushing defense was a liability. Tampa Bay ranks number 1 against the run all across the board. In yards per rush, rushes per game, rushing yards per game, rushing touchdowns per game. This team stops the freaking run. And they get to the quarterback. And that is a scary sight if I'm a Packers fan. I do not want to play this team. And so to me, in a game which quite, the Green Bay Packers might not score a lot, despite them being at home and them being so great at home, 8-1 at home this year now, including last weekend. I think that I have to give the edge to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. At the very least, like I like them to keep this game very, very close. They'll probably lose by less than 3, wink, if they don't end up winning this game. But yeah, I really, really like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this weekend. It's a hard one to call, and again, I actually have no bias here because I really want to see Aaron Rodgers win this game, but it is impossible right now to discount what the Tampa Bay defense has done. And Tom Brady, like I said at the top, like, he's just finding everybody. Like every single person's getting involved. You cannot contain this passing attack right now. And also another thing, Leonard Fournette, where the hell did that come from? Leonard Fournette ran so well against one of the top 5 rushing defenses in the league this weekend. Like if Leonard Fournette shows up, I think it's game over for Green Bay, man.
It's fresh legs. It's funny how this is why, like, you've seen teams do this in the past. This Buccaneers team is loaded in so many ways. You saw Scotty Miller get involved. You talked about Tyler Johnson, the incredible catch. I would say, I meant to say this earlier, it was the second best catch of the weekend. I'm still giving Austin Hooper on that 4th down, fully extending to keep the drive alive, to keep the Browns' chance alive. That is the best catch, I think, in the playoffs so far. But you mentioned these guys are making plays, and the rosters are getting deeper. Alan Lazard with the huge play for the Packers. The Packers are the weirdest offense from this perspective. You mentioned Rob Tonyan, the guy who's got snubbed from the Pro Bowl. If Devontae Adams moves the ball, he's the guy. Aaron Jones, those are the playmakers that push the Packers up and down the field. But then there's guys like Rob Tonyan. As soon as Devontae Adams doesn't look good, he goes to Tonyan. But you have MVS and Alan Lazard, who are not your prototypical 2-3s that are getting 6-7 targets a game. They're getting fewer targets, but their impact is huge, usually on a week-to-week basis. MVS has made his drops. I don't know if you're going to see that. I just think there's so much interest and intrigue. It's really a chess match. If you watch the Queen's Gambit, or if you listen to any of these guys talk, the game is slowed down for these two players like nobody probably in the history in a matchup. Drew Brees, with all due respect, maybe the game has slowed down for him, but unfortunately his body has also slowed down with him. Got to remember and give respect to Drew for this. A few weeks ago, we didn't think he probably shouldn't have returned this year. Like, his body is nowhere near the condition that to play quarterback with the ribs. Right. And so I think these two are both, from everything I've seen, haven't taken major hits, haven't gotten hurt. Obviously dings and dents at this time of the year, but you probably have two of the guys that are really just going to slow this game down, and that's where I think who's going to make the mistake. Like, Drew Brees made several mistakes, and they still were within 10. I think if you see that repeat performance, if, say, Brady makes 2-3 mistakes against the Packers, and it doesn't have to be an interception, it could be a wide open miss, it could be a third down, and, where she had a guy opening, went the other way, or went to Mike Evans, try to force the ball somewhere. I think that's where this game's going to be won. I think this is a close one, and I am stoked that this is the early game, because there's something, I don't know, there's something nice about those earlier kind of big showdowns. And then I'm not really, like, I'm going to kind of lean Packers, but I don't know, the Bucs are just, oh boy, yeah, they seem to be hitting them. Yeah, like you said, with Leonard Fournette, Ronald Jones still running like a beast, even though he got dinged up. But, like, Leonard Fournette being this guy that you just, like, we want to make jokes from, like, a fantasy and a DFS perspective. Where It's like, he stinks now. You don't see him, but snap of a finger, he could be bell cow. And just like that, just like Le'Veon Bell, by the way, who also had a disappearing act again for the Chiefs. Like, if they want to get him involved, he can be a playmaker and a difference. And that's kind of where I see things potentially going the other way. But I think, again, we're going to have great games. But now think about it. Bills, Chiefs, we get a end of the quarter on, I thought was a fumble, but incompletion. Score's not changing much there. We got another field goal by Steven Gostkowski. He didn't try to throw a pass that time, Kenny. It's 10-6 Raiders in the lead here. Numbers in this one, nothing spectacular. You have Ryan Tannehill, who has thrown for, I think it was like 134 yards. Derek Carr, 142. He has the touchdown again to Jalen Richard. Nothing much going there. Derrick Henry was owned by everybody and their parents. He has not gotten off to the first three-quarter start that you probably want or like. The contest is all over the place. I'll check in on that in a minute. But as we dip in here, Derrick Henry, 48 yards, Kenny, through three quarters.
Not good.
We don't have the sunglasses today because you don't need them yet. Because
right. It's
there's
like
nobody.
That Sports Center commercial with Jimmy Rollins when he's like, "Is that bad? It's not good. It's not good, man. Not at all." So it's been an ugly sim so far for both of these offenses. Shout out to the Raiders defense, man. Did not expect the Raiders defense to show up like this, but Derrick Henry has only carried the ball 11 times, so they Sim Mike Vrabel has to start getting the football to Derrick Henry a little bit more.
Yeah, Darren, the leading lineup is our guy Jerem over on Twitch. Has the guy who has the most catches in the game, Darren Waller in the captain spot, Derrick Henry, Jonnu Smith, Derek Carr, Jalen Richard, and the Raiders D, who you just gave a shout out to. So that right now is your winning lineup, under 68 points. So we'll see what this fourth quarter can produce. We'll see if somebody could jump off. The tight ends have been the story, both with 6 and 5 grabs respectively. The touchdown again, Richard with just 22 yards receiving. Are we going to see a step up performance from Derrick Henry? He's got 3 grabs for 27, so at least he's giving you a puncher's chance here in the fourth.
Humphrey has no catches, man. That's a big story here.
Yeah, the hump. No, he's got 1 catch. Oh no, you're right. No, he's got 1 catch. But he's got no yards. It's one of those games, Kenny, we're getting here in your 4 o'clock. Hope everyone is enjoying their MLK Day, whether you're joining us from work or wrapping up work on the East Coast, or you have the day off spending time with the family. Appreciate you. You have a lot of options in the world to be doing whatever it is you want. And the fact that you're slicing out time of your life to be here with us means the world. And again, take a moment to reflect on what this day means. We're having a lot of fun here. We rant, we go crazy, we escape. This is our little outlet to, get all juiced up about sports and stuff, and hopefully it is for you as well. But do remember, what this day does mean, and, take a moment when you get a chance, or maybe pop on the news for a second. Or if you don't, I don't blame you. Stay here. Stay in this world. This is where I like to live, as we'll get here to the fourth quarter. It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. We got the Drew Stack, Frangelico, Jared, in ops. This guy's not having as difficult of a time right now. We're kind of keep it easy on him. We'll see if the fourth quarter changes that, Kenny.
Yeah, let's see what
12. No, not going to start that way. I think Jalen Richard with the catch there. Going to be a 4th and 8, and they go out of bounds. Thanks for keeping the clock stopped, you jerks, and that will get us a punt here. So now we talked about the. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'd like to address Robert in the chat because he thinks that I think that I can't be wrong. Now, that is true, but I also am very willing to admit when I am wrong. And all I want is for someone to actually prove me wrong. And like when I use stuff like the Browns' offensive and defensive rankings, that to me is like proof that I'm right? No,
see, that's where 10 wins still would prove that you're not right.
But you look at the performance of this team. Anyway, we're not going to get back into this conversation.
But I'm just saying.
But my point is, I don't sound very open-minded, but look, the biggest claims that I made, right? First of all, I think I said the Browns wouldn't make the playoffs. So for that, we got a safety. Wow. For that,
there it is. There's
wrong.
a Raiders D coming up big with the safety.
Right?
Get the dance out.
I still don't think that, I still think they were overachievers, but yes, I mean, they proved me something. I also said before the Washington football team game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I said the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have not shown me that they can beat a good defense. They were 0-5 against good defenses. They lost to the Saints twice. And I mean, ultimately I thought that the Washington football team would lose by 1 possession, wink, wink, and I was right. But look, here I am now saying the Buccaneers are going to go to the Super Bowl. I didn't expect to say that. I was on the Buccaneers are overrated train all season long, and here I am saying the Buccaneers are going to the Super Bowl. Like, I believe in this team now. They proved me wrong. The same thing goes for Josh Allen, right? I had to see enough out of him this year, and I did, and I was wrong. He's a good quarterback, right? So I'm definitely willing to concede. I am going to die on every hill, but I'm also not going to be blind. I'm going to see when I'm wrong. So because of all these times I was wrong, yes, there is belief that I definitely could be wrong about things that I'm saying.
Well, if you talk long enough, anybody can be wrong, right? Like, we're all going to have those things. We're all going to, like, that's what you do for a living here. You write for various sites, including DraftKings. That's going to be an interception. What a turn of events. So we got the great punch from the Raiders to start the quarter. This is going to be the longest quarter ever, I can already tell. And then you have the safety on the first play from Derrick Henry. Then you get the ball right back to the Raiders. Derek Carr throws the interception. Here come the Titans again at the 46-yard line. Derrick Henry wide open across the middle. He's going to go to the outside. There's the Humpty dance. Get him involved, getting some yards. There you go. But yeah, listen, here's what I always say. You said a very interesting line. I said, I admit when I'm wrong, even though I'll give you reasons that I'm not. That's a kind of a skewed way of saying that. Like, you can be wrong, but my numbers can't be. But I would just say this. Stay strong in your takes. Don't back down. But I like it. Listen, you were wrong about Josh Allen. You said it. It took you a long time, but you finally said it. And that's okay. I was literally wrong about every call I made this year in 2020. I said, all the things I said, I don't have to run through it because it's embarrassing for myself, my family, my lineage, my name, and all those involved. But it was a bad year of calls, but you have to have a take to go there. And that's what I like about Kenny. Kenny will have a take.
And I love Jim Rome, haveatake.com, man. That's his website. You gotta have a take. I don't like when people, I can respect when people have takes. And when people don't have takes and they sit on a fence, that's what I don't like. I think that, look, it's fine. Like, I've sat on plenty of fences in my life this year, and
I'm talking about Clash.
You don't, but like, I respect when someone comes with something strong. Like, I respect the strong leader, and yeah, I mean, I think that, like, if we're gonna get paid to talk about sports and write about sports, like, you can't just bring the same old crap that everyone else brings. Like, oh yeah, this guy's great, this guy stinks. Like, I think that you should try to bring something new and fresh to the table. So I try to do that. You do that. I like that. I like working with you. I work with a lot of people here at DK. I did like this comment by Sean. He said, Ducey took my advice, 4 1-hour energies before the game starts.
He's drinking tea. I will say I am as well.
I am drinking green tea. But the funny thing is there's no such thing as a 1-hour energy. There's also no such thing as a 4-hour energy. So I don't know, man.
Well, what if you have 4 1-hour energies? Does that count?
What's a 1-hour energy?
4 hour. I guess that's true. So maybe. Well, what if you have a 4-hour energy and you only drink a quarter of it? Would that be a 1-hour energy?
If you drank a fifth of a 1-hour energy, then that would be a 1-hour energy. A 5-hour.
5-hour energy. I don't even know the name of the brand anymore. I literally don't drink any of that. I don't really drink caffeine.
I've had 2 in my life. 5-hour energies.
How did they make you feel? Do you get the jitters?
Let's see. No, I don't think I felt anything, to be honest.
Okay, there you go. That's how. Well, we'll save my jokes for after. There's the pass to Derrick Henry getting it to the 2. Will they try here to finally punch it in with Derrick Henry? Get him the ball. Once this drive is over, we'll talk a little bit about the AFC Championship. Again, this is Monday. We can say whatever we want Monday and change it by Thursday because so much information comes across. I just think we're in line for a really interesting game here for sure. Games as we have Tannehill in the gun, the give to Derrick Henry. He's going to get bottled up in the backfield. This Raiders defense has been unreal.
You got to throw, man. You got to throw to A.J. Brown there. Where's the throw?
I disagree. I think you run just not out of the shotgun formation there. Derrick Henry, you kind of live and die by. We'll see what they're going to do here. Down by 6. Field goal gets them obviously then within a field goal. But the way this game is gone, they haven't really, maybe second guessing that Steven Gostkowski attempt earlier. We'll see what they do.
Look at this. They're going to go for it here. I'm calling it right now. They're definitely, they're going
Look
for
at
it.
you.
They have to.
You get A.J. Brown top. You get closest to us.
Humphreys in there as well.
Across the middle, Jonnu Smith trying to get open. Bottled up defense. Got a man. Did he stay in bounds?
No,
he did this. Corey Davis. Come on. That would have been huge.
Did not get in.
Did not stay so.
He had Adam Humphreys too. He didn't get it to him. Do love that mustache, Mike Vrabel.
Does look good. There's not a coach that I'd take over him in a fight. I'll tell you that.
I'll take Robert Saleh.
Okay. Well,
Robert Saleh could beat up any head coach in the NFL. I really think that. Maybe Vrabel could beat up Robert Saleh, but it's very close. Absolutely. Those are the two toughest guys, right?
Maybe Vrabel. Vrabel still does linebacker drills. Here comes Jacobs from the 4, going to take it all the way out to the 34. 30 yards on the ground. A quiet day, no more. 64 yards on 6 carries for Josh Jacobs.
I want to hear in the chat who you got, who your top 3
fighting
right
coaches.
now NFL head coaches that you would want in a fight.
Okay.
I think Saleh and Vrabel are
Vrabel's
2 of the top 2. I think those are the clear top 2.
Hold on, let me think about this because there's old man strength in some of these guys.
I would concede that Vrabel might beat Robert Saleh in a fight. Andrew Conlon says Mike Zimmer.
I don't know about him. Dan Campbell now, thank you. I was looking for something. I think Dan Campbell's in that fight range. I almost want to say like Vic Fangio for some reason, just because I feel like where he's saying with Mike Zimmer, somebody's got old man strength that's just going to like destroy you. He is a loose cannon.
I could see Dan Campbell. Yeah, I think Dan Campbell probably. Dan Campbell is number 2. I was going to say Andy Reid. Someone else said Andy Reid.
Andy Reid? No way. What kind of fighter?
Andy Reid's a unit, man.
Yeah, he's not a unit. No, he's not a unit. He's like a rocket. He's just a big body. He's not a fighter. He's soft. There's got to be somebody. You know who might be? Maybe a guy like Flores. He could fight. He's young.
What about
shape.
What about
Anthony
Sean
Lynn's
McVay?
Not a coach. No.
I feel like Sean McVay seems crazy to me. I feel like he just go absolutely nuts on somebody.
He's definitely in the conversation. I don't know if I would take him over, because I feel like Flores just looks like he has that look in his eye. Like Anthony Lynn's no longer a coach. I feel like he has a little bit of that crazy. Harbaugh, no. I've already seen Harbaugh kind of back down to Vrabel, so he's out.
I agree on Flores.
Oh, Mike Tomlin. Someone said Mike Tomlin.
Oh yeah, Mike Tomlin's got to be my top 5. I think he's a scary guy. He looks like if someone said he's staring into the ground.
You know who would stare into the ground?
He means business.
No, you know who would be the guy staring into the ground? Matt Nagy. He looks like he's unhinged. There's a guy who's got a couple screws loose. Nagy. Yeah, watch him. He's
Can Club Belichick would bring a weapon. I'm not going to say what weapon he said.
No, just a weapon.
Say that.
No, don't.
Funny.
Good call. Just
I think that. What the hell? Was it illegal touching?
It's
wow. It was.
Okay.
I know all the referee signals. I learned them from like NFLforkids.com or whatever when I was like in 3rd grade. If you wonder the way I am. I would actually like to for March. I think that what we should do here at DraftKings for March Madness is we should make a bracket of head coaches fighting each other.
You know what? You go. It's literally tournament style. You got the 4 divisions. I think DraftKings would be a poor decision to really do this, but at least behind the scenes we should do it. You think about it. So the AFC would have what? Belichick.
Right. I think you have one division. I think you should make the bracket just like the NFL playoff bracket. I think that you have seeds based on division winners. So like, I would give Salva the AFC East. Like I think that maybe you give Vrabel the North. And then, like, you mix in your wild cards, and then you have a bracket. I think that's how we do it. I think that's how we should do it.
I think you involve every coach. You have 30 right there. You can make your bracket, like, all the way. You can go all the way down.
Ditka would kick all these coaches' butts. I agree.
Oh.
Ditka would be a solid number. Ditka would be number 3 still to Campbell and Vrabel, but very solid number 3. What?
I like Irwin dropping in Ron Rivera would be my dark horse. There's a guy.
I don't know.
He survived a lot recently. He's kicking.
What about Kyle Shanahan? Do you think he'd like be a schemer? Do you think he'd like trip you something?
Weak little guy. Yeah, no. One punch done. One punch down. Same thing with Cliff Kingsbury. Don't feel like he's a fighter, and that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying I'm a fighter. I'll probably take one punch and go down.
He's a pretty boy.
Yeah, you don't want the. That's what I think about Sean McVay. Very, very good shape, but I don't know if he
Sean
can.
McVay seems like he'd kick somebody's butt.
I don't know.
And our producer Drew saying the NFC West is probably the hardest division to pick out.
So
who would be your guy? Because you got McVay, you got Pete Carroll, Kyle Shanahan, and and
that's a
Cliff
bad
Kingsbury.
One.
Who's coming out of that division?
I'll give you McVay. I'll give it to you there. Because
I'm gonna give you Pete, man. I think Pete Carroll in his old age can still do it.
Frail little guy.
You talk about old man strength.
Yeah, I do, but he might have the strength, but I don't think he can outduel. Like he's just very little. Like his body's very lean. He's probably gonna live for another 20 years. Gruden, a lot of people say it's funny. Gruden would bite your ear off.
Well,
Man,
Gruden, to that point, Gruden coaches the most undisciplined
Oh, no!
defense.
Speaking of
in
which,
football.
catch the ball, take it to the house. Minute 53 left here. We'll see what the Titans can put a score in. We're talking about coaches just fighting.
I think that I would go. I think Gruden might be a wild card just because he runs the most undisciplined defense in the NFL. Like his players play super dirty, they're super penalized.
Yeah, not as much dirty as they used to be. Old Gruden was dirty,
So,
now they're just penalized.
We're all in agreement here that the Titans are winning, right?
The whole thing that you mean Vrabel?
This game right here.
Oh, no, I don't think they are. I think the Raiders are going to find a way. Yeah, the Raiders are going to make a stop here.
Oh, good one that we didn't think about here. But Matt Rule.
See, I don't know enough about him. He seems kind of puffy, like out of shape guy as well.
He's better than Arians. He's better than Sean Payton. And then you got who else do you got in that division? Oh, and you like Dan Quinn, but he's out now. Or no, he's out.
No, I don't even. Is there a
Arthur
coach?
Smith. Oh yeah, Arthur Smith. He's got his face punched in.
Arthur Smith's out, but Arthur Smith has been kind of he's in there with Vrabel in the past. I don't know.
Yeah, but Vrabel's not teaching him how to fight.
You don't know that. Are you kidding me? With this team, he's out there doing linebacker drills. This guy's unhinged. He's tapped.
Arthur Smith?
No. Mike Vrabel. I'm just saying he's not.
Arthur
he's not
Smith
right.
Arthur Smith takes a fist to the face and loses that fight to Matt Rule. Matt Rule, I think, is my NFC South guy.
All right, that's interesting. There's Corey Davis getting back involved with the catch. 34-yard line now, minute and 6 left. 2 timeouts. Need a touchdown. Who do you need in this game? Who do you need to? Do you need to throw a punch right now to help your lineup win? As we know, body slamming folks. That's so funny.
I love this one. Right below that, someone mentioned Mike Singletary. Yeah, Singletary would be my choice for most dangerous coach in the league.
Go to the end zone. No, a little short. That's a nice catch there, though. Humphreys, the Humpty dance. 40 seconds remaining. 7-yard line.
Yeah, I might have been wrong. There might be too much time left for the Raiders to score here.
No, they're going to make a stop. The red zone defense by the Raiders in this game has been the best that we've ever seen. They've made 4 stops down here. 2 were field goals. And they also had the, Steven Gostkowski trying to throw a touchdown.
I'm not making a comeback here. I'm just saying.
We'll see. Corey Davis, people shouting out Humphreys.
If I can get an A.J. Brown touchdown here, I'm back in business.
Let's see if they're going to try run with Henry. They've done it from this point. They won't here. Scrambling around, has a receiver there, and it's dropped again. That is the second time we've seen just a plain old drop. And was that A.J. Brown again? It looked like it was.
Again.
What is going on with A.J. Brown in the end zone? Is he allergic? Maybe he needs a little nasal spray or something.
I'm gonna try to watch this play again to see if it was maybe just broken up.
It might have been.
I think it was a pass breakup. Yeah. That might have been a tough one.
So here's Tannehill again at the 7. 25 seconds remaining. Gets it to Henry. Henry can't break the tackle. He's going to lose 2 yards. Last timeout taken by the Titans. They're going to have 2 shots to the end zone. Again, let us know who you need here. Kenny needs a little A.J. Brown. I could use Corey Davis. I'm currently...
I also wouldn't mind Humphreys. I got Humphreys.
You got the Humpty dance.
Look,
50 seconds.
I'm not winning this contest, right? But I could finish well if A.J. Brown catches a touchdown.
All right, so here we go. 3rd down, 20 seconds remain, 9-yard line. Tannehill has the snap, has Jonnu Smith open. He's going to go to him. He's going to be to the sideline. He goes out of bounds at the 6.
Here it is. Here's the game.
Ball game on the line. 16 seconds remaining, 6-yard line.
You got to throw to the end zone now if you're Tannehill. You can't throw those out routes to Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, especially the ones that just fade out of bounds. So here we go. 3 wide, Jonnu Smith, double tight end set. Derrick Henry in the backfield. The snap to Tannehill. Jonnu Smith staying short of the end zone. Too much time here. 10 seconds remain. Needs to make a play. Throws the ball short of the end zone, and it's broken up by the Raiders. The defense wins out. That'll be it. I don't know why they're not taking a knee here. It's going to be a run formation. This is good for Jacobs owners. He's going to take off with it. Makes a move. Gets the first down. Well, still running, actually. Still up. Eventually, he goes down. That was just like a 13-second play.
But ended up being a gain of 6, and it could have been a game of 10. A gain of 10. I don't know what just happened.
Wild. That is your ball game there, Kenny. We'll wrap it up here. We'll get your player of the game, your fade of the game, and you're going to be back with Glash in about 50. I'm going to go eat dinner and share loves and hugs. We're going to team up again later in the week. I'm looking forward to that. This was a lot of fun, though, man. We got energized. You went on, I don't even know what happened. I think I blacked out for a few minutes earlier. It was good stuff. But, Kenny, who will be your Krusty Koff player of the game? Tough one.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to...
Raiders
I'm
gonna
end up giving it to, I think, Jalen Richard, to be honest. He was not very popular.
No, 38%.
36% owned in our contest. Yeah, 38% owned in the showdown. And 13.2 points. I mean, again, $5,400. You get a pretty great game out of Jalen Richard, and that was what won some folks some contests here. I mean, look, there weren't that many players that had good games. I mean, 13 points doesn't sound like a lot, but in this sim it was a lot. So I'm gonna have to give it to. It wasn't the most points that anyone scored. Henry ended up with 14.7, but I'm gonna have to give it for sure to Jalen Richard.
What about your Not My Kid award? Who you not owning today?
Definitely Derrick Henry. He was 89% owned. He was super captain. The guy had 41 receiving yards, 46 rushing yards, 6 catches too, right? So the stat line looks even worse considering he had 14 points and 6 points from catches. And look, he wasn't running with any conviction, as someone said in the chat. The other thing, the Titans got in the red zone how many times, Rossi? Like 4 times?
Five times. 5 times.
5 times in the red zone. Derrick Henry couldn't score once. That is absolutely pathetic for a guy that has been a sim monster for us in the past. 11.2K. And now no touchdowns in the last 2 games for Derrick Henry. It's time to be a little concerned about him in Simland, man.
Yeah, it's getting brutal there for Derrick Henry. Just 22.05 in the captain. Thank you for Angelico and Jared and Ops crushing it. But yeah, tough game for him. But Kenny, you're going to be back with Glash. Your evening slate, if you will, as Cowboys, Broncos, Glash and Kenny come back for 6. Jaguars, Packers, Koff and Tom. And then Glash comes back with Tom for 10 p.m. Ravens at Saints. Kenny, tons of fun, my dude. People can follow you over at Kenny Ducey if you want to yell at him, smile at him, send him well wishes, smash his like button and his follow button. Please do so. You can follow him over there. I can be found at Jason D. Ross. You can do all the same or not. Whatever you're up to, folks, we appreciate you so much. On behalf of Andrew, our technical advisor, Drew, our producer, I mentioned him for Angelico, Jared. They were awesome. Kenny's going to be back with you in just about 50 minutes. Go set those lineups. Enjoy the rest of your day. Kenny, always a pleasure. Stay hydrated, be well, send some positive vibes to people, and we'll see you next time, DK Sim fam. Peace.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have a sim to do right now. 6 o'clock on the dot. Brendan Glasheen and Kenny Ducey, Cowboys and Broncos. Hope you're all having a fantastic holiday. Happy MLK Day. And also, hope you enjoyed the football yesterday. Ducey, how are you?
Great. How are you? Great. I have some green tea in front of me. Looking forward to drinking it.
I don't have green tea. I got a green headband on, though.
Were you going to say you have some gray hair?
I do have gray hair, right on the side.
You know what? I do too, right here. I think it's from all the yelling and the stress that I induce upon myself.
Yeah, it's all right, man. This is what we're here for. Here to take it easy.
The people at home don't realize that's like I don't turn it off. Like I just keep going my whole life. I just go. Whether it's dying on a hill about Josh Allen or, just never stops for me, Glash. That's why I'm going gray at 27.
We've got the Cowboys and the Denver Broncos. The Broncos are home. How do you feel about the matchup? What do you like?
Love a Cowboy stack here. I am in love with it. I am in your contest. The slate is locked, so I can give you the lineup, correct?
You sure can.
Well, my lineup, pulling it up here, I went with Zeke in the captain's spot because Denver's defense in this game not too great. Zeke has been probably the most consistent performer out of anyone, and this is the opposite of sort of what I thought last sim, where there's enough value on this slate that you can definitely, hey, that's you. You can definitely roster Zeke in the captain's spot and still find enough there. So you get, I like Dak Prescott in my lineup as well. Amari Cooper, I took a little bit of a shot there. He hasn't been great on the Sims. Blake Jarwin, CeeDee Lamb, and then my favorite play. You ready for my favorite play?
Who?
KJ Hamler.
How can he not, right?
$2,600, wide receiver 3 theory. Guy's going to get targets, man. $2,600. Incredible price on KJ Hamler. You want to get him in your lineup. He's also super fast in this game, so and that a bonus.
I kind of like where your head's at here, man. I've got Dak and the captain, squeezed in Zeke, the Jarwin, then Melvin Gordon, Cortland Sutton, and the Hamler as well. So that's the deal. Love these uniforms. Is this your first sim today or your second sim?
Oh, what's my second sim?
Your second sim. Okay. Anything that you need to still hit on today? I'm sure you talked a lot of playoff football from yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Got the chat all riled up earlier, so I'm gonna have to get back into that.
What did you do?
We were just talking about how good the Browns actually are.
That's not an awful take. They played all right yesterday.
No, I was saying that I don't think they're that good.
Huh. I give Baker credit. They played better. Granted, Chad Henne was in the game.
What do you give Baker credit for?
I thought he managed the game pretty well.
How many yards did he have?
I don't know. He managed the game well. It doesn't matter how many yards he had.
Chad Henne managed the game well, too.
What was that?
So Chad Henne managed the game well, too. We were talking about this guy in the same vein as Josh Allen.
Care about that? I've never done that. But Chad Henne threw a ball right to a safety yesterday.
This guy had 204 yards yesterday.
Okay. He's got 2 great running backs.
1 touchdown. Yeah, great running backs. Yeah.
It's hard to do, too, when you only have 3 possessions in the first half. Got to give the other team there with the $500 million quarterback some credit. Right?
Yeah, it just didn't feel like a very close game to me. I think it was a lot closer on the scoreline than it actually was.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, Chad Henne going into the game gives you life, but I mean, it was. I'm not getting super excited about the Cleveland Browns losing by only 5 points here. Like, to me, this was a. I mean, they are a top 10 team in the AFC, but they're not like one of the 5 best teams. And even with how bad the Steelers played, I still would put the Steelers above them. Although I don't know actually what they're pretty bad, but they overachieved this year for me. Anyway, we don't have to get into it, but I'm not the biggest. I don't
think anyone would disagree with that.
Rossi did. Rossi said that they won 10 games, so that means that they're good. And I was like, well, what about the teams they beat and how they played against good teams? And then I was like, what about the fact that they're 22nd in scoring defense, they're 13th in scoring offense? Like, these are not like very great numbers, you know. They're just kind of there. So
Okay.
I'm trying. CH told me to stop mumbling. I don't want to go off on this tangent again. I'm just explaining to you what ended up happening. Is we got Cooper on the board early. Bobby Charles saying Hamler is a sellout. Flash, how did you enjoy the weekend? And we need to talk about this Josh Allen problem we got going on here.
Josh Allen problem?
Yeah, in the AFC East.
Yeah, he's really good.
You are so blind, it is not even funny. As a Patriots fan?
I'm out. I've said 5 words since 6 o'clock.
No,
hear me out.
Hear me out.
No, I'm not going to hear you out. I haven't even talked yet.
Hear me out.
Ducey, you can't say I'm blind.
I'm trying to bring up a problem that we have here.
All right, you know what, Ducey? You let me know when I can talk, okay? I'm going to hit...
Unmute yourself, Flash. That's in order. Where are you? Come on, unmute yourself.
Go ahead. I'm hearing you out, man. Go ahead.
Okay. So Josh Allen is going to control, and the Bills, frankly, unless someone does something here, are going to control the AFC East for like 10, 12 years. And as a Patriots fan, right, you've had so much success over the last decade, you don't care right now. You're still on cloud 9. Tom Brady won you 6 rings. You're like, oh, this is cute. This is a cute story. Go Buffalo. I saw your tweet. You said, oh, happy for you, Buffalo. Good for you. Good for you. You know what? You know who was saying that 10, 12 years ago? That was Jets fans. That was Dolphins fans, Bills fans. Oh, what a great underdog story this Tom Brady guy is. What a great story. He is the coolest guy ever. He no one wanted him in the draft. 6 quarterbacks ahead of him. Look at him now. Oh, and then
you had to root for Mark Sanchez later, when you were 10. I'm sorry for you.
15 years later, everyone's like, get this guy the hell out of my division, okay? I'm just trying to pinpoint there is a problem brewing here that we cannot let the Buffalo Bills take over the AFC East. And you are still you're so ignorant to the problem as a Patriots fan because you've had all your wins, you don't care right now. But I'm telling you, in 5 years, you're going to care and you're going to hate Josh Allen in 5 years because the Patriots all of a sudden are not going to look so great when the Bills are winning the AFC East year in and year out. So I'm just saying, I'm hoping that the Jets can bring a little competition to this division if they use those 19 draft picks well and Robert Saleh turns out to be a good head coach. But how about you? What are you guys doing in New England? I mean, you guys are lost right now. You got no quarterback, right? You got no prospects here. You can't draft. I'm just saying the Patriots better bring something to the table here to stop the Buffalo Bills from dominating this division for the next 15 years, okay? Let's all be part of the solution here. I'm rooting for the Dolphins and the Patriots to do something, okay? I'm coming together. I'm reaching my hand out. And I think that you are blind to the fact that the Bills are taking over the division because you're a Patriots fan.
So, in one breath, you say that you want folks to come together and see the light. However, you're claiming that I am blind to the success of another team in the AFC East. I'm not sure I follow. Now, I may have...
You don't care.
Ducey, you got to let me talk. We can't have a conversation if you're just going to keep going. Let's have a conversation. You talk, I talk. You talk,
I just throw little words in while you don't care. Show me you care.
Care about what?
About the Bills taking over the AFC East.
Yeah, they're a good team. They're going to be a problem. And I don't love how the Patriots handled the position. I don't. Okay. I was hoping it would work out with Cam Newton. Sure did. Didn't go great. Right now, Tom is winning and Bill is not. And I have never said that the Bills were going to be not a problem. I am not blind to that.
So why are you so happy for them?
Because they're fun to watch. See, Ducey, as we get older in our sport lives, See, I have the luxury of being a spoiled, rotten Boston fan. They've won double-digit championships since I was in diapers, okay? I have that luxury, so I can separate my fandom to watching a good product on the field.
I live in just as bad a climate as you do. I gotta walk outside in 15-degree wind chills, 10-degree wind chills. I gotta watch my team be ass every single year, and they're terrible. You at least you've had to sit back and in front of your fireplace. You've gotten to watch the Patriots win Super Bowl after Super Bowl. My point is, you don't care that you've had so many championships. You're just like, whatever, man. Like, you're like Drew Brees yesterday. Like, I'll throw 3 picks. I don't care anymore. I got my day in the sun.
Ducey, I can separate the two. You, unfortunately, cannot. And that is a you issue. That is what you are blind to. You let your fandom get in the way of your commentary. And that's okay. I am lucky. I have been very, very blessed with watching the greatest quarterback of all time for 20 years in my market. I'm happy for him. And I can be happy for the Bills. Now, if Josh Allen does anything, like a quarter of what Tom Brady did for 20 years, you're probably right. I'll grow to not like them. But I can think it's a good story. I think they're a good story. Everyone counted this guy out last year, Josh Allen. He's got a great arm, kid from Wyoming. Look at him in the playoffs last year. A year ago now, he was flopping around against the Houston Texans. There was no hope to be had. And then he got coached up, got another year in the league. I think Josh Allen's been fantastic. He should be getting more recognition as an MVP candidate with Mahomes and Rodgers.
Sure, it's been great.
Don't you come on to this sim. You're all warmed up. You've got your green tea. You're onto your second sim of the day. Don't you come on here and tell me I'm blind to the success of the Buffalo Bills.
No,
don't do that.
You need to be upset about this.
No, I don't need to be.
That's what I'm getting at. Is that KJ Hamler? I think that's KJ Hamler.
That's Deshaun Hamilton.
Hamilton. I thought I saw the ham. By the way, I'd like to address a comment in the chat. Earl Sparks says, no sympathy for Jets fans. It's just a foolish endeavor. Do you think that I want to be a Jets fan? Do you think that I'm happy right now being a Jets fan? It's a disease, Earl. It's a disease. This is my life. I can't choose to be a Jets fan. I've tried to root for other teams, man. At the end of the day, I'm emotionally invested in the Jets. This is who I've been my whole life. I can't just stop liking this team. Of course, if I could go back to being 3 again, I wouldn't start liking the New York Jets. They're probably nothing but pain and misery. Oh, no sympathy, man. These guys should just decide to like another team. That's what they should do.
First and goal from the 3. What a start to the late slate.
You're not a real fan if you can decide to just drop your team and start liking another one. You know? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Kinda. I can root for a quarterback that was here for a long time. By the way, that was Melvin Gordon on the carry. Hamilton had that big pickup, as we found out moments ago. It's great to be here. Haven't said hi to all of you yet. You can't tell, it's Kenny Ducey and Brendan Glasheen. First quarter with less than 40 seconds to go.
Now that we've got that out of the way, how are you? How's your day?
I'm all right. You know, I got to tell you, it was pretty relaxing until the last 15 minutes.
Well, I gotta set the table here. We gotta get the people going in the comment section. I don't even.
Go ahead.
I don't even do this on, I just come up with these, on the spot. I don't even try to start drama, but I remembered what you tweeted, and I was like, you know what? We're all in a relationship. You need to be upset about this too.
Why do I have to be upset about it? Cowboys are on it.
Because when you're 50, and the Patriots still haven't won another Super Bowl.
Okay, but I'm not 50. I'm 28. They've been bad for 1 year. If they suck for 3 or 4 in a row, then you might have a point.
3 or 4? Dude, you're going to be lucky if they're back on top in 3 or 4 years.
I don't disagree with you.
It must be nice, man. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, exactly. It must be nice. And I have that luxury, and you don't.
Oh, look, at least you own it. At least you own that you're not worried about Josh Allen, and you don't need
I
to be.
am. I didn't say I wasn't. There goes Zeke Elliott.
That's right. You did say that you thought that he could be a problem, but you don't care. You recognize it, but you're not like riled up about it.
No.
Like I am.
At some point, the Patriots weren't going to win the AFC East. And when they let the best quarterback walk out the door. And he kind of wanted to leave too, but that's partly Bill and the Kraft family's fault.
Do you think that if the Patriots drafted better, they'd still have Tom Brady?
It's possible. I mean,
I kind of think it is.
They drafted N'Keal Harry, but is that more of a Brady not wanting to work with Harry? I find that kind of gibberish because this dude, Tyler Johnson, yesterday caught one of the best passes of the game.
Right.
He's a 5th-round pick from, I forget what school, but he just
that was what I was thinking watching that game yesterday. You see Brady throwing to all these, Scotty Miller at a Bowling Green, right? This is who he's been his whole career, and you know this better than anybody. He throws to anybody. He trusts his guys to make plays, and he's through the years, the Deion Branches and the Jabbar Gaffneys of the world. He's made everybody into a good receiver, and so I almost feel like the Patriots just drafted so poorly at receiver and maybe even elsewhere that it wouldn't work for him because he was trying to get N'Keal Harry to be a good receiver, and N'Keal Harry just stinks.
Yeah, N'Keal Harry, they've got him in tight end formations. The Patriots had him in those situations at the end of this past year. How are you doing in the free roll?
Let's see. And then look. I mean, Zeke's having a great start, so I'm assuming I'm doing pretty well.
Our buddy Asher from Ops is in 6th place through 1 quarter.
I'm in 41st. All right, that's not
Good boy.
I do have the right captain so far, though. Still waiting on Hamler or Lamb to make the catch. Coop got 2 catches so far. Who am I missing? Cowboys D. Yeah.
Now, did you have anything you want to say about Brady and Breeze embracing each other after the game? Because I know you really like to follow the handshakes after games and overblow that. And did you clip that one up, or did you hold off this week? No, nothing there. Interesting how that works. Did your clippers not work this weekend?
I did remark to my girlfriend when we were watching.
Yeah.
I did think it was hilarious that he goes, yeah, yeah, you're awesome. Yeah, okay, see ya. You could tell that they like each other, but the most disingenuous thing you could ever say to someone is, yeah, you're awesome. Yeah.
That was really great, huh? Brady threw a touchdown pass to Breeze's kid.
Oh, that was nice. That was nice.
Could have used him in New England. Younger Breeze. 2nd and 6. Zerline has a field goal.
Up to 29th now. Keeping you guys updated. Oh! See, this is the slate where you can pay up for Zeke to me. Because you had your Deshaun Hamilton who's having a great start. 4,800. You don't need Amari Cooper, right? You have, the defenses here, I think, the Cowboys defense has a decent shot at being good. And then, CeeDee Lamb, right? Great option. And he's super cheap too, right? Isn't CeeDee Lamb, he's 58, 5,800. Deshaun Hamilton also 5,800. It's a pretty, it's Judy 6,000. It's a pretty solid. I think it's a pretty great matchup, to be honest. Melvin Gordon people liked too at 5,200, but I don't see it against this. Denver's a passing team in Madden.
The guy, Drew Lock, he was big one week. I know we were doing Leaderboard Live mid-season. He won someone in the Millie. That was pretty cool. Made you look good. Yeah. Is he their quarterback next year?
I don't know. I think that they. Here's again. You know my stance on quarterbacks, right?
I do.
It's not a
Is Drew Lock a problem, or that just?
It is a position, right? It's a position where one man can make it a bit like you get Deshaun Watson, right? Your team is like on another level. But to me, like it's not. It's like the Broncos could win with Drew Lock. I really think. Like if the Broncos had, like if you put Drew Lock on like the. Actually, I don't know. I don't know about that anymore. You got to give it a couple of years for him to develop. But like I was gonna say something crazy, so I'm gonna not say it. But because I would just be erroneous to be wrong. I don't know. I think that he has the potential to win with the Broncos for sure. They just have. He's had enough good games where give him some time, give him another weapon or two. It's going to be on the line now. So we'll see if they can get him some time to throw.
Touchdown, Amari Cooper.
Cooper Loop.
45% in the $500 free, 11% captain Amari Cooper.
Well. Okay, Cooper Loop. Third catch.
Daniel on the ones and twos tonight says, imagine how Glash would be feeling when Belichick trades for Deshaun Watson. It's not happening. And the Patriots are back at the top of the AFC East. They don't have enough. They don't have enough to get him.
Here's the thing. It doesn't necessarily matter. And that's the scary thing for a Dolphins fan out there, a Jets fan, is it doesn't matter if you have the best package. It matters where Deshaun Watson wants to go play because he ultimately holds the chips. He has the no trade clause. So like the Dolphins, the Jets can offer what, 4 first-round picks if they want the next 2 years. Dolphins can offer 10. They can offer Tua. They can offer so many top 50 picks this year. That's great. But Deshaun Watson still has to waive his no trade clause. And Bill Belichick could come in with a first, 2 firsts, and a second. And Deshaun Watson could just simply say, I'm going to waive my no trade clause to go to Pittsburgh, New England, the Saints. Those are the 3 teams. And then what are you going to do at that point? It doesn't matter if you have the best package. It doesn't matter if you have the worst package. That is what's crazy about this specific storyline is that he holds all the cards right now. And I think it's kind of cool because he's clearly unhappy and he wants to go to a good organization. But as a Jets fan and even as a Dolphins fan, I would sympathize with those as well. That it's not a fun place to be because in theory, right, your favorite team has what it takes to get Deshaun, but Deshaun needs to want you too.
Yeah, it's fair. It's very NBA-like what's going on with Deshaun Watson, and who knows, maybe it starts a new trend in the NFL. And
the Patriots could absolutely get Deshaun Watson. I mean, they would need. They're in a pretty terrible spot with their salary cap, right? So
yeah, they don't have any assets. Stephon Gilmore is their best asset.
No, it doesn't. Assets don't. They just trade picks. Who cares? You trade all your picks.
Yeah, but the Jets could offer something better. The Dolphins could offer something better.
My point is, that doesn't matter. The Texans, at the end of the day, out of all the teams that Deshaun wants to go to, are going to take the best offer. I mean, especially if Deshaun Watson would pull something like, hey, I'm sitting out until I'm getting traded, like James Harden, right? Like the Texans would be forced to trade him at that point. Gilmore is actually their biggest salary liability. So that's the interesting thing about this. Like, let's see where they are against the cap. Trying to figure that out now.
If you guys missed it, Amari Cooper scored a touchdown. It's good to have you guys here. Thanks for tuning in to what has been a train wreck of the first half in terms of takes and just, really just letting it all out in the first 25 minutes since 6 o'clock.
The Patriots have some cap space.
Yeah, they've plenty. They're going to have like $100 million in cap space.
Yeah.
Silly.
Yeah. So why can't the Patriots get him?
Because I think, while I understand what you mean about Deshaun holding the cards and deciding where he would like to go, the team, meaning the Texans, could still also take a better offer elsewhere. I still think Deshaun Watson would rather play in Miami than New England.
Patriots have 2nd and 3rd round pick this year that they traded for.
If you're Deshaun Watson and you look at what New England has from a weapons standpoint, there's nothing there.
That's true. I mean, they do have Bill Belichick.
It's appealing.
Right? But yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
What's appealing there? Miami? I mean,
It's
I don't know.
just Bill Belichick, and even then, if you're a 25-year-old quarterback, is Bill Belichick going to be there for 10 years? Do you want to just stake yourself in a franchise?
Yep. I think San Francisco should be in the discussion. I didn't mention
Well,
Pittsburgh,
them
the
too,
Saints.
yeah.
I haven't heard the Saints. That is interesting.
The Saints could do it, but they would have to get rid of several key. I mean, same thing with the Steelers, but they'd have to get rid of several key players. The Saints, you're probably not going to be able to re-sign Alvin Kamara if you get Deshaun Watson, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. And the Steelers would have to get rid of all of their front seven, like Bud Dupree. They would have to get rid of so many guys to make room for Watson. So, in theory, it could happen. They could just decide, hey, we need a new quarterback. Let's just go all out and then figure out the rest later. To me, the Saints. I mean, I hate the Saints. I would not want to see them go to the Saints, but it makes sense just because, Kamara, you saw Kamara this year, right? You saw what his value is. This guy is one of the 3 best running backs in the NFL, but is he really necessary to have? It's like the Saquon Barkley situation in New York. Do you need Alvin Kamara? No. Would you? This is a question I'm gonna pose to the chat. Would you rather Luka Doncic fantasy? I like Luka Doncic. Great matchup. 70 fantasy points and 70 DKFP in 4 of the last 6. It's the second out of back-to-back, so obviously grain of salt, but he has a fantastic matchup tonight. Luka Doncic. I'm just going to put that out there right now before we talk. Against the Raptors, there, I think 28th DKFP against point guards. They point guards are almost over 8 assists per game for point guards. I wrote about Luka Doncic in my snake draft article that I said. But I'd like to ask the chat, who would you rather have? If you had to make a decision, and you could get Deshaun Watson, but it would mean that you couldn't have Alvin Kamara, would you do it? I think 100%. What do you think, Zach?
So he's the only untouchable.
No, I'm just saying, the Saints, right? They can't fit Kamara and Watson under their salary cap. So if you get Deshaun, right?
Yep.
You're gonna have to say goodbye to Kamara. So would that be a decision that you would make? Would you say I'd rather have Alvin Kamara?
Yes. You take Watson.
Right, exactly. And so that's, to me.
No disrespect to Alvin Kamara. Running backs are easily replaceable. It's just a fact.
No disrespect. But I mean, and that's a decision you're going to have to make because Kamara has not gotten paid yet, to my knowledge, and he's going to be owed a lot of money eventually. Let's see if he got paid. Oh, maybe he has a contract. He did sign already. Oh, actually, wow. Yeah, you got. What a great contract. 22 million. It's a. They don't call it in football, but it's essentially a poison pill. It's backloaded. 25 million in 2025, but. I mean, I guess, that's fine then. Who else are they going to have to pay?
Michael Thomas.
No, you don't pay Michael Thomas. You let Michael Thomas go.
Oh, does he have an opt-out? Does he have an out?
No, but he's signed through 2024 as well.
Okay.
What about Cam Jordan? All these guys.
What about Cam Jordan?
Cam Jordan is owed $18 million, and I believe that's a little more of a tough deal. Through 2023, and then he's got I think an option for 2024, but it's only he's an early restricted free agent.
CeeDee Lamb made the catch there a moment ago. We're up to the 34 of Denver. Dallas has 1 timeout. 40 seconds left in the half.
Yeah, they could do it, actually. I mean, they have. So the thing is, they have so much money tied up. I'm just trying to figure out where it's going. I mean, you'd have to get rid of Michael Thomas. But even then, you have a huge dead cap hit on him. It would be difficult to make it work. Andrews Pete makes a lot of money. Yeah. Maybe Cam Jordan you get rid of him. Boy, it is. Yeah, this actually would be very difficult for the Saints to pull off salary-wise. I mean, you'd have to get rid of some.
Yeah.
You have to maybe look at
getting. They can figure it out.
You have to maybe look at getting rid of Demario Davis, Marshawn Lattimore. Well, he's an unrestricted free agent in 2022. But anyway,
if you're the Texans,
makes so much money.
If you're the Texans too, you want to take in, you want to have some, outside of J.J. Watt, you want to have some players that are established in the league to come in and establish a culture while you are going to be rebuilding. So I would like to think they would take an established player in a trade with picks.
I would not, because, I mean, unless they don't want to tie themselves up in salary cap hell. I think that's the whole thing. Is like,
yeah, no, I know.
They can't do anything right now because they pay J.J. Watt and Deshaun Watson so much money. Their hands are tied every year. So that's the first thing, is especially trying to hire a head coach or getting a head coach excited about your position. It's like, you know, you have to have some sort of flexibility here to go out and sign players. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. You'd want some guys, but like, I don't want any of these contracts, frankly. Like, I just want assets. So clear all that money out. Here we go.
Oh boy, Drew Lock.
Here it is.
Can he do it? 63 yards, tipped, incomplete. That's the half.
4 completions for Drew Lock and a half. Yeah, look, I don't know. The Saints probably not, right? But it'll be interesting to see where he goes. Like I said, though, it doesn't really matter. He ultimately holds the cards. So, and it's also not like he cares about the Texans getting a great deal, right? He already hates the organization. So it's not like he's gonna be like, oh, well, I'll do right by you guys too. He's gonna go wherever. But hey, man, I mean, if the Texans came to Deshaun and said, hey, we got a really great offer from the New York Jets, like, would he say no to playing in New York? I don't think so.
He loves Larry David. He'll go play for the Jets.
He's in New York right now. His agent lives here.
Something tells me Deshaun Watson would love the challenge of bringing a team that has to be in a position, you know, good draft position. There's got to be some positives going on, but for a franchise that needs a lift, he would be in that. I think he could be that kind of person. Something tells me he would like that challenge and not just take over for a Breeze or a Roethlisberger.
And I know that you take everything I say with a grain of salt about the Jets, not you specifically, the people at home listening, but I really do think that, I mean, there's a reason why Robert Saleh really wanted to coach the Jets. Like, he was excited about this role, and it's because the Jets, like, they have 19 first-round picks. You look at a guy like, and Joe Douglas said this when Jamal Adams was traded, but he brought up, like, you know, DeForest Buckner, right, was a guy that the Colts went out and acquired for the 7th pick in the draft from the Niners, and they ended up just moving down in the draft for DeForest Buckner. Like, that's the type of situation, too, where the Jets have 4 first-round picks. Obviously, you're going to trade some for Deshaun, but, like, 19 picks in 2 years, a ton of salary cap space. You already have Mekhi Becton. You have some pieces on that defense, right? Quinn Williams is very good. You get Deshaun. You still have a first-round pick to take a lineman. You go out and sign Allen Robinson, right? You have a tremendous offensive line coach now in Benton, and you have Michael Floor. You could go out and sign another, wide receiver as well if you wanted. Like, you have Mims. There are reasons to get excited about that spot. And again, so many picks over the next 2 years, they could either use to trade for more talent or just draft more talent. I think for Deshaun Watson, I'd be very excited to play for the Jets in a huge market. I mean, the Dolphins similarly too. I mean, the Dolphins are a good spot, but I would. I mean, if I were the quarterback, I'd love to play for one of those 2 teams.
That's Kenny Ducey's windup and the pitch to Deshaun Watson. You should now. This is something you should clip up and then post at Deshaun Watson.
I already tweeted him today.
No, you didn't.
I did.
This. Come on. What are you doing? Let's see. Is it a DM or is it publicized?
Oh, I tweeted it.
What time? This morning?
I forget.
Okay. Let's see. Smash that like button, everybody. Let's try to get to 250 by the end of this sim. We have about 460 of you watching. Thanks for being here. Twitch fam as well. Looking at the free roll leaderboard, Rack 100 is first in the $500 free contest. Asher is in 9th. Asher from Ops in 9th place in the free roll. Lord Silverman is first in our DK Sim Fam Friends free roll. I'm not seeing anything here, Ducey. Not seeing anything.
You got to go to tweets and replies.
Oh, I see. So you kept it private.
Twitter 101. No, I just tweeted at him. I told you what I did.
Not seeing it. You've been tweeting all day. Damn.
I'm drinking green tea all day. You ever seen Hot Rod?
I have, yeah. It was good. Pretty good.
Hawk is tweeting about, or talking about, I just said come to New York, fam. That's all I said. Hawk's talking about his lineup tonight for the NBA. I don't love Durant tonight. It's going to be a tough matchup. Durant or Harden, frankly. I think that we are putting a lot of stock into the Nets' first game together when it was against the second worst defense in the league. Not to say that, both guys won't get 50 points, right? But, like, you're talking about sheer upside. Like, no one possesses the upside that Doncic has tonight, I think. And also, I love Drew Holiday. I think Drew Holiday going up against James Harden tonight is a fantastic matchup. James Harden still does not play defense. He had a 109 defensive rating in his first game with the Nets. Better than the Rockets, right? He's been better, but not good still. So he still can't defend. Durant's going to be going against Giannis. And, like, the Buccaneers, not the Buccaneers, the Bucks play great defense on the perimeter. And I don't think that, like, Harden and Durant are going to, like, have incredible games. And also, like, I just think that situation is going to take months to figure out. Like, how are they going to share the basketball? I know, like, they won on this weekend, but that was their first game. That was against the worst defense, the second worst defense in basketball. So I'm taking that with a grain of salt. I'm selling high in that. I'm selling high in this situation, getting off of them in GPPs.
They're playing the Bucks tonight.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. The Bucks defend well, and obviously, like, these guys are matchup proof, right? They're incredible offensive players, but it would not be especially for the salary, like, it's not my first choice on Harden and Durant. Silver Chambers, I'll be right back. I need to go bet on Durant and Harden immediately.
Steve Davis says, you East Coast guys forget about the West Coast teams. Watson would prefer San Fran over Miami. Steve must have sources. I think San Fran's a great spot. I think Deshaun would be silly to not consider San Francisco.
Well, there's a reason why the Nets are the underdogs tonight. Silver Chambers.
Hey, so Bill O'Brien is joining Nick Saban's staff, right? Is that right? Am I making that up? As the offensive coordinator?
I think you're right.
So get this, 33 minutes ago, Cole Kublik, he works for SEC Network and ESPN. Doug Marrone has emerged as a serious candidate as the next offensive line coach at Alabama. Nick Saban is just plucking fired head coaches. Interesting. I'm not making that up, right? I'm pretty sure Bill O'Brien's going to the Alabama. Someone in the chat, confirm. I can look it up also. Or producer Michael, if you don't mind. I'll look it up quick. Hey, how about this run? Phillip Lindsay, touchdown. Yes, Bill O'Brien is going to Alabama.
You know what I love today? And we had the same discussion about Adam Gase. Adam Gase was rumored to go to Alabama as well. How about the report today that the Seahawks are interested in Adam Gase as their offensive coordinator? How about that, man? We want to talk about something just absolutely incredible. If Adam Gase was the offensive coordinator on the same team that Jamal Adams plays on, I would need a camera crew in that locker room every day. I would need full access. I would buy NFL Game Pass. I would watch replays of every game. I would look at the sidelines. I'd be following every Seahawks beat writer. I would pay $300 annually, I said on Twitter, for that to happen. Like, you could bill me every year. The Seahawks could, $300. I'd pay $300 for the rest of my life, a year, to see that happen.
Well, I hope you're saving your money. Clan on YouTube. We play, these games are in exhibition event type for the simulations. Our buddy Joseph Odom, who is hard at work, he works the second shift. He wants some stats. Well, Scotty Too Hottie, Joseph, is in first. He's in the chat saying what's up. He's first in our free roll. Zeke has 76 rushing yards. Amari Cooper has 3 receptions, 36 yards, and a touchdown. Dak has just 5 rushing yards. That's in the game center from what I'm reading. And 101 passing yards. The touchdown, of course, to Amari Cooper. And then Phillip Lindsay has a touchdown and 24 yards rushing. Frankie, appreciate your help in the chat there. Thank you, Frankie.
Lindsay, the one that was hard to call. Around 30% owned, $7,600. We'll see if he winds up being a factor. Just 8 points so far in Glass. Not like he's been a monster, you know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
I ended up picking Melvin Gordon over Lindsay, so I regret that.
When is Dak gonna run?
Yeah, no kidding. 5 rushing yards. That's it. In Madden 20, he was always running. Always.
He was running all the time. Read option. Dak Prescott. He was a running machine. What's happened?
Kyle in the chat says, later on, I'm back from Madden After Dark. I'll be with Tommy Freeze Pops. So I have a question on the subject of Dak. What's the temperature on the red hot Ducey thermometer in terms of what kind of year we should expect out of Dak Prescott? Cowboys are going to be forgotten.
Big year. I love Dak. Yeah.
All right.
I think Dak's going to be great. I really do.
You think Dallas wins the division next year, or is it your Washington football team?
No, I think Dak wins the division. I do.
Really? Okay. Right.
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
He is such a good quarterback, and I feel like we've all just forgotten because we haven't seen him play in that long. And, remember he came back from, 2 touchdowns down and, 5 minutes earlier this season? That seems like so long ago, right?
Yeah. And, Nathan points out, Dallas almost made the playoffs with Andy Dalton, so. But, come on. That division was just a wreck altogether.
Yeah, but, that offense still has all those pieces. They still can ball. They got incredible receivers. Still a pretty good line. Towards the end there, it was pretty beaten up. But I like them, man. I do.
Okay, so of course, as everyone knows at this point, the Bucs are playing at the Packers next Sunday in the NFC Championship game, and then the Bills will be at the Kansas City Chiefs. What is your feeling on Buffalo? Because you're so high on the problem, Josh Allen. Are they going to beat Kansas City? Have you developed a take there?
No, I'm not. I'm not taking yet until I know whether or not Mahomes plays.
He's going to play. Come on, he's playing. All right, say he's playing.
If Mahomes plays,
yep,
then the Chiefs win. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Bucs win against the Packers too. I talked about that last sim. Bucs win.
Now, how will the handshake go after Tom wins on Sunday? You think the Bucs are going to beat the Packers? I'm surprised to hear that from you.
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
Hard to fade that defense right now. Also, look at, I know history doesn't matter. Steve Buchanan will tell you who cares about history. I know that the beatdown that the Buccaneers laid on the Packers earlier this season, it's not an indicator of what's going to happen this weekend. I know. But Aaron Rodgers really, really struggled against that defense. And while I don't think that the Buccaneers are going to have the same success against the Packers defense that they did back then, I do think that the same problems are posed towards Green Bay with that defense, with White, with Levante David, with the secondary, like JPP, Sue, Vita Vea might actually be back as well. an elite edge rusher in Shaq Lawson. All those guys tormented Aaron Rodgers. And, Rodgers didn't, he made a few plays, right, in that Rams game, but the story really was Jamal Williams just gashing one of the best run defenses in the league. Buccaneers have the number one rushing defense all across the board. If they can stop Jamal Williams, and I think that they will slow him considerably in that ground attack, it's going to be all on Rodgers, and I'm not sure Rodgers is going to be all that comfortable in the pocket because he's going to have guys coming at him every single down. And so I don't know. That's to me what it comes down to. I think it's going to be a very close game, and I could be wrong. But
yeah. I worry about the Buccaneers' weapons and how they'll adjust to playing in a potentially snowy Green Bay. Like Mike Evans, I don't know if he's a gamer for this kind of atmosphere. I have to see it to believe it. I know Brady's done it plenty of times, but
you don't think Mike Evans is a gamer?
Not
Guy's
really.
been playing through injuries.
He kind of whines. He whines after everything.
He whines?
Yeah.
He might be the most...
Godwin, another drop this past weekend.
Mike Evans might be the biggest gamer on the Buccaneers. I don't know what you're talking about. Bigger than Brady, bigger than Gronk.
Okay,
Mike Evans is a freaking gamer.
Back it up. Back it up. We're not putting Mike Evans over Brady in terms of competing and gamer status. No.
He's a tough guy. He battles, man. That guy, you want a guy to go to battle for you? Mike Evans, every day of the week. 100%.
I'm good.
How about this?
Mike Evans is great in the red zone. He's been awesome in the red zone all year. When he's getting his touchdowns, he's happy.
Trying to find Mike Evans playing.
I think I read
Mike Evans. I'm trying to find Mike Evans numbers in different stadiums, and it's not showing up on the splits right now.
I think Evans, Godwin, Gronk, AB, the four of them combined for 7 of Brady's completions, which is insane. So the Scotty Millers of the world were great.
JJ Fott says Evans is banged up every week, every year. That guy just is an absolute grinder. He is a grindhouse. That guy just every week gives you everything he has, man. Riley Young, Mike Evans competes. That's what I'm talking about. He does. You can't deny this guy just is always out there for his team. I'm trying.
No, I know.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
You might. I'm trying to find his splits. Okay, that's 2020. So ESPN has a under 40-degree weather split game. He has a touchdown, 5 catches, and 55 yards. I guess the only time he played in cold weather. I'm trying to find what I want to know, his splits for his career, and I guess I can't do that. Last season, he never played in cold weather. So let's keep looking down the list.
The good news is with Gronk and Brait was fantastic. There's 8 guys they can throw to. If everyone, I don't mean to get all Belichickian on you guys, but if everyone just does their part, if Mike Evans is the red zone dude, he doesn't have to do everything. And that's what happens when you have Jameis at quarterback in previous years, where he's just hucking it up there, ill-advised passes. So then you're asking Mike Evans, as folks have pointed out, he's banged up, and maybe I'm not giving him enough credit for playing hurt. I just don't know if I trust him completely in this spot, cold weather, banged up. That's all. And I think the Packers have played well defensively.
They have, but they're not nearly on the level of the
Bucs?
Buccaneers.
Okay.
Yeah.
This Bucs team, man, though, they've played so well. They've been hot the last 6 weeks. Their schedule was soft at the end of the year. Pretty much after their loss to New Orleans when they got blown out at home. Or maybe it was the Kansas City game. I can't remember which week it was. Since their loss to Kansas City, or it was New Orleans. I can't remember which one. They had kind of a soft landing in terms of the schedule. They played Atlanta twice. They played Detroit.
Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look, I was with you all the way. I was saying, I think we were on Sims together. I was talking about that. I was saying, when are the Bucs need to prove to me that they can beat a good defense, because they've just had the cushiest schedule. They've been killing bad secondaries. I'm not impressed. And that game against the football team, to me, really convinced me that this team is good.
Which game?
I think that this is legit. Last week against the football team. A good defense. Tristan Wirfs shut down Chase Young. Shut him down. And that offensive line got incredible push. And Brady had so much time to throw, and his receivers went out and made plays against a good secondary. Kendall Fuller is back in that secondary, man. Ronald Darby. These are professionals. These are good cornerbacks. Look at, someone mentioned in the chat earlier, but Evans against Lattimore. Gardner Johnson. You have Malcolm Jenkins, a two-time Super Bowl champion in that secondary. And then everyone got in on it. Scotty Miller cooked some dude. I forget who it was on a double move. I forget which corner it was. Maybe it was Williams. Cooked him on a double move, gets a 29-yard gain. Like Tyler Johnson, incredible cat. Like everything is working for this Buccaneers passing offense. It doesn't matter what you throw at them. So I think the Saints defense is better than the Packers defense. The 49 and the Washington football team defense is better than the Saints defense to me. At the very least, they're right on in the same tier.
Yeah.
So the Packers are a tier below those two teams. And again, I thought the Buccaneers were not going to get it done against good defense in the playoffs, and they have. So what's stopping them from getting it done against the Packers defense? Jair Alexander, he's a great cornerback. But the Tom Brady's got about 5 other guys he can throw the football to, the guys that aren't being covered by Jair Alexander. And I think that ultimately makes the decision, man, or makes the game.
Just want to answer runner Travis here on YouTube. So injuries in the exhibition event type, all Madden difficulty, can happen. It's very rare. We have not witnessed them happen during a sim, just to answer your question. I think New Orleans has the best talent and the best roster in the league. So that win over Tampa, the win against New Orleans for Tampa was very, very good. At the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that Tampa, A, they didn't turn the ball over, and B, like you mentioned with sacks, if you include the Washington football team game and yesterday, Brady's been sacked only 4 times in the 2 playoff games and once yesterday. And I believe the sack yesterday was on the first or second drive of the game. So it's going to be a great game. It's going to be an excellent game. Green Bay, Tampa, I think is going to be an excellent game. It's going to be fantastic. And the good news is, I know I went on a little bit about Mike Evans. There's 8 or 9 guys that Brady has thrown the ball to. If everyone just does their thing, speaking of doing your thing, that is a touchdown for Michael Gallup and the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
He escapes the pressure. Yeah.
Sarah,
I will go grill after this sim. Okay. Me and my takes. We'll go grill ourselves. The grill will be my problem.
Outdoors?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
You have like a yard?
It's at my apartment complex. We've got 2 grills. Got to take advantage. It hasn't snowed, you know?
Wow. I'm so jealous. I want a grill. I actually have a gas grill that I use for tailgating. Haven't gotten to break it out yet.
Ducey, next fall, if this COVID clears up, when the Bills play the Patriots, I'll wear all my Bills attire that I'll buy because I'm gonna, join the Bills bandwagon. I'll invite you over, and you can wear all of your Jets. You can wear a Jets scarf and a Jets hat, and I'll be rooting for the Bills. And we'll have a little cookout. Your lady, yourself, and Sarah and I will have a good old time.
All right, sounds good. I'll take you up on that.
All right.
You better be careful saying that, because I'll take you up on it.
What was I thinking?
I actually don't own any Jets stuff, so you're in the clear there. I own like a few shirts.
Okay,
that's Chad Pennington jersey, but that's it.
Oh God. That is revealing. Yeah, Pennington jersey.
I don't wear it. I already made it clear I don't wear jerseys. I'm an adult.
Oh, right. The adult
If you're going to a game,
here we go.
You can wear a jersey.
Here we go.
You're going to a game. You're going anywhere. You're going to a party. You're going anywhere else.
So do you allow adults?
You know what? I would say basketball jersey on the beach up until age 30. Then you're a little too old for that. But I think I'll give you leeway on that. So like a baseball jersey, a football, I don't know. I think that's a childish thing to wear.
So, Ducey, do you allow folks to go to NFL games and bring a football to tailgate and throw a football around? Is that all right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, what if they tailgate right outside the stadium and they're wearing a jersey?
Yeah, that's
stadium,
you're
right?
wearing a jersey to a game, yeah.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, not a barbarian. Don't wear your glove to the game, though.
They can't wear a jersey on game day? Like if they're watching their team in front of the TV on a couch, they can't put a jersey on?
I mean, in the privacy of your own home, you can wear whatever you want. I just, like, don't go out in public. Don't go grocery shopping in your jersey.
Why not? It's game day.
Because there's other things you can buy to support your team. There's things called T-shirts, jackets, sweatshirts, hats.
You just claimed you have 3 T-shirts and a Pennington jersey. Why would someone waste their money on a Pennington jersey?
I didn't. It was a gift to me when I was like 10. Still have it.
You're there. Now that comes out. Oh, it was a gift. Interesting.
You think I just bought it?
Wouldn't put it past you. Oh, I like this from Mike Amen. If you come to my pool patio area and grill, you need to bring your baseball glove, and we're going to play catch.
Sure.
In fact, we'll pitch to each other.
As long as we're not going to a baseball game.
No. No plans of going to Fenway Park, though. 3rd and 10, that's incomplete. Denver, you should go for it. I hope they do. I really hope when the times are somewhat normal again, that when you're at a ballpark or if you're in the grocery store, you actually say these things to people's faces.
Oh, I do, all the time.
No, you don't.
I absolutely do. This is who I am.
So if you're going up aisle 12...
What was that? Look at that throw! Oh my goodness! Did you see that, Clash?
No affront!
Off his back foot! Are you serious?
That's your quarterback right there.
Look at this! Off his back foot! 70 yards!
Wow.
Oh, on 4th down! On 4th down, Glass!
Touchdown! Reward the man! No offense. Wow.
On 4th down off his back foot! That is just dumb!
So, I'm not letting you get away with this. So if you're in aisle 12, you're picking up a frozen pizza for later on in the day. Some gentleman or lady is walking up the aisle and they have a Mark Sanchez jersey on. It's Jets game day. Do you stop them and say, why are you wearing that?
No, but I do say go Jets to random strangers who are wearing Jets gear.
Oh, so you're faking it. You're acknowledging that wearing the jersey is cool in that sense.
I didn't say it was cool. Just
why don't you tell them?
Showing them that I also have experienced the pain and misery that they have.
Well, why don't you just tell them how you really feel and how they shouldn't be wearing jerseys as adults in the grocery store?
I want to tell my friends that.
Yeah, but your friends are your age, right? Come on.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
CEH, Kenny, please stop. Glash is baiting me. I know you're baiting me. I'm a little hungry.
Yeah, can't wait to go to the grill between Sims.
I had to cut up some kielbasa and potato before I came on here.
Yeah, very nice. Is that for dinner?
Yep, with a little squash and zucchini.
Ducey, I'm going to mail you a jersey, and you're going to wear it the next sim we do together. You're going to wear it here, because we're at a game. Technically, we're at a game. We're at a sim game. You're going to wear the jersey.
If you want to mail me a jersey, go right
Yep,
ahead.
and I'm going to wear one, too. You can't show logos, though, on the air, so maybe we'll wear them inside out.
You also did say that you were going to
mail you a shirt. That's right.
Yep, you never did.
The next time you come on here and start a sim telling me I'm blind to the fact Josh Allen is good, you're not getting a shirt. What shirt do you want? I'll have to show you the ones I have.
Well, what you have, the Dream Stream one, right?
This one I'm wearing right now. Got a baseball one. Got an engineering one. It's kind of random. Found that in the old office.
One. What's the baseball one?
Fantasy Baseball World Championship.
Wow.
That was back in September.
Who sent you the Dream Stream one? I gotta get one of those.
I'll tell you off the air.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Yeah, you can get one of these, no problem. Pretty sure we're going to be in the office in a couple weeks for Super Bowl coverage. So.
Nice. Yeah, what are we doing for that?
I don't know yet. I just know there's a chance I could be going into the studios in Boston.
Wow. How far away from the studios do you live? And you don't have to tell me like exact time.
20 minutes.
Far or okay. So that's like a normal New England time.
20-minute drive, or I can take the T. But
you're in New England. You're either like a half hour away or 15 minutes to me. That was my experience growing up. Is everything? Because I grew up in Connecticut. I had to drive everywhere. Everything was either 15 minutes or a half hour. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. Oh, there goes Zeke. Bam!
Daniel saying, I live in Connecticut, and that's very true. It is. It's weird, but, like, technically, like, I would drive and, like, the movie theater, like, all these other towns, like, they were probably technically, like, 35 minutes away, but, like, it was always 30. Like, oh, that exit, that's 30 away. Like, this area is 15 away, like, the high school, 15 away. Like, it was always 15 30.
Oh, a little stutter step on Elliott.
Oh, baby.
What a run.
Yeah, I-95, Daniel. That's exactly what I'm talking about. See, I'm from Ridgefield. I'd pop on I-95, and I would go, like when I would go to the movies, and like, I think technically it was not Danbury. It was I don't know, I forget all the times. Well, it wasn't though. It was like Brookfield, really, that it was. So it was like a half hour. But it was always, because I-95 was involved, it wasn't like it was ever that much further.
Victory formation for Dallas, up by 3, 90 seconds left at the Denver 27. Those Zeke runs were huge. He did hit the bonus rushing, 146 for Zeke. 49er Quest is in first place in our free roll, so good stuff. We'll see if he holds on. 7-way tie for first and the $500 free. Zeke and the captain, Cooper, Gallup, Lindsey, Fant, and Greg the Leg Zerline. Zeke's got to be the player of the game, right?
Has to be.
Or is it the Fant catch after the Drew Lock throw?
He lost like 3 yards there, didn't he? All right, so I came in 77th in your contest. Not very good. Let me ruminate over this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Noah Fant. Low owned, around 30% owned ish, and it's insane that it was that low owned. $6,200, 20 points, caught that bomb from Locke. Player of the game for sure.
Okay. Updating my screen right now. Yeah, Fant only 5 yards off from the bonus. That's a good call. 30.6% in the $500 free. Guys, hit that like button on your way out. And by the way, coming up at 8 p.m., we will not have Jesse or Terrell in between Sims this evening. But if you want takes on the Green Bay Packers, Adam Kaufman, the big Packers fan, the Packers bandwagon fan.
Did you just call it the $500 free, like it's a swim meet?
That's true. That's good. That's good. I didn't even think of it that way. Yeah, I do call it that all the time.
How about worst player of the game? We didn't talk about that.
What do you got?
I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. Looking through ownership real quick. How about Blake Jarwin? Came up near half.
Yeah,
half of you owned him. $6,800. I played him too. 1 catch, 9 yards. 2 thumbs down. 2 thumbs down for Blake Jarwin. He is the Not My Kid award recipient today.
All right, cool.
All right.
49er Quest held on for first in the Cowboys at Broncos 6 p.m. I couldn't think of something creative, so I just named it that. 147 entries. Fant in the captain spot. Jaguars at Packers coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. You'll have Adam Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops. Koff will be lamenting about Aaron Rodgers, his new boy, because Koff doesn't think it's cool to root for Tom Brady anymore. Actively root for Tom Brady. Now that bugs me. Guy gave us greatness for 20 years, and Koff doesn't even acknowledge he still can't cheer for his own quarterback.
You want to talk about blind? Maybe you're not so bad, Glash.
Yeah, and there's actual proof there. So I'm watching you, Ducey. I'm telling you, you should come over.
James Costello saying Judy, also Not My Kid, 0 points. It's a tie between Judy and Jarwin.
All right. See, Daniel, I can respect that. I'm also declaring all Bucks honorary Patriots this postseason. All right, I can get behind that. Yeah, CEH, I made a lineup. Where do they finish in this thing? 123rd. Not good. I was hoping Dak would rush more, but he didn't. So. David says, "Hey Glash, me and my friend Ray say what's up, and what's up, Kenny?"
Hey, David.
John Violet came in 11th place. Let's see who else is here. Brad Wallace in 3rd. Scotty Too Hottie tied for 7th. Asher in 10th from Game Ops. Shout out to Zach as well, doing his thing on the Game Ops side. Akeem, who's been in the chat, 22nd place. Tate from Game Ops, not on this sim, but 34th place. Love to see it. All right, Ducey.
All right, Clash.
That was good. I mean, I can get behind what you did to kind of come in here and attack me the way you did. That was well done. Wasn't expecting it.
I didn't mean to attack you. I just wanted to.
You kind of did. It's all right. It's all right.
Wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah. I don't think it's the best idea to read into tweets. Just read the words that are said. I kind of did it to you.
You don't want to read into tweets?
All right. Fair enough. Now, I would at least I would just wait till like the second quarter. Let's say hi to everybody first, and then you can, come at me.
Daniel says, I was just grilling you. Get it? Because you're about to go grill.
Yeah, that's right. I do need to go do that. I am back from Madden After Dark with Tommy Freeze Pops. We will have the Ravens and the Saints. 2 teams just got eliminated, so that'll be fun. A lot to talk about there. Ducey, you are back tomorrow. We're back together tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
The Super Friends.
Let's do it, brother. We'll have fun.
What are you grilling up here? Why don't you tell me before you go? What are you grilling?
Just some chicken marinated in Italian dressing, as well as some barbecue sauce. Split it up.
No veggies?
Nah, we got veggies made already.
How'd you make them? Just oven?
On the oven, yeah.
I like to cut zucchinis like into steaks, olive oil, throw them on the grill. You know what's great on the grill? Corn on the cob, straight on the grill. You get the little char on the outside. Oh, because some people wrap it up. I like to just straight up. Don't cook good in the husk. Don't wrap it. Just straight on the grill. It actually tastes so delicious.
I very much enjoy doing that over the summer. That's always a nice treat.
Tony Pagano, shout out to the Dunkin' Donuts on Route 7. I mean, there's several. I personally was a big frequent shopper at the Valero Dunkin' Donuts, but you could also be referring to the one closer to the Branchville train station. That one didn't go to as much. Probably went there like 5 times. But the Valero Dunkin', chef's kiss.
All righty, that'll do it. Thank you to producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Zach and Asher doing their thing, updating the scores. They are back at 8. You'll have Jags and Packers with Koff and Freeze Pops. I'm back at 10. With Tommy, Ducey, have a great night. Go Bills.
See ya.
Monster Monday and is presented by DraftKings. What a glorious weekend it was. DraftKings, America's #1 sportsbook app, as well as #1 DFS app. And we'll have an awesome conference championship Sunday for both of those things. It's a new week, which means we have a new Spread the Word via social media winner at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. The easiest contest to win, of which I'm aware of on planet Earth. Just engage, Maverick, like Top Gun. Top Gun 1. Engage. Is there Top Gun 2? I don't know. Anyway, engage at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. Just a tweet or a reply or a quote tweet or a like or a love on Facebook or Instagram at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. It's so easy. We'll also have a sponsor confirmation email winner. That's just one of you that takes advantage of one of our sponsors this week. We got a bunch of good ones. We'll do a YouTube shout out. Love the YouTube shout outs. YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Just fun for me to do those for the winners. It's just an easy thing for me that I know people get a lot out of, which I love. Today's patron shout out, Ryan Bruns. I think that's how you say it. Ryan Bruns. Ryan like Ryan Sandberg. BRUNS. Love when we get new patrons. Patreon.com/RT Media. I'm thinking perhaps about a happy hour on Friday night for the Tuckheads that are patron members of the private Slack channel, patreon.com/RT Media. So keep that in mind as a possibility. By the way, got a couple cool things we're going to get going soon, and we're going to email you guys about them this week. So make sure you're signed up for the email newsletter on the homepage at rosstucker.com. Got a couple cool things to shoot your way and a story to send your way as well. Lot to get to. I mean, a lot to get to. It's Big Show time.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure The Big Show.
Well, maybe we'll be
right.
editing that one out today.
So what's that?
I said maybe we will be editing that one out today.
No, you don't need to edit out. That's funny, dude. Like, you pressed the wrong button. It's 6:02 a.m. Central Time. Somebody has a little case of the Mondays. It's okay, Brian. It makes it better. It makes it more entertaining. People were totally confused. They're thrown off.
Yeah, I was thrown off.
Yeah, so like, I don't want to be one of those podcasts that goes back and edits stuff like that. I mean, like, here's the deal. If anybody listening or watching on our YouTube, like, cares about that or is like, oh my gosh, he hit the wrong button and there was 4 seconds where it sounded like the close of the show. Like, they're not our type of peeps anyway. You know what I mean? Those are not our people, Brian.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you to all of the good people who don't care. Yesterday, kind of a big day in the NFL. Now we've got 4 teams left. The divisional round has come and gone, Ross. Your biggest takeaways from not the best weekend of the year, because we've already experienced super wild card weekend of the year, but one of the best weekends of the year.
Yeah, and it's interesting. There haven't been as many close games as we were hoping for. There was only one score game over the divisional round weekend at the end where there was truly significant drama late in the game. And I'm not sure that happens if Patrick Mahomes doesn't get hurt. So we haven't had the level of drama perhaps that I was looking for, hoping for, all those things. Here's a couple things I wrote down, Bri, that jumped out to me, okay, as being significant over the divisional round weekend. Number 1, weather as a factor. In particular, it was clearly a factor on Saturday. It was cold in Green Bay. They had the snow flurries. I don't know how much it affected the Rams, because I was actually impressed that the Rams kept fighting, kept battling. And Jared Goff made some clutch throws when he had to in that game. They just didn't play well enough defensively. I mean, we'll get to that later. But I think the weather was a factor there. It was absolutely a factor in Buffalo. The game I was at, my last game in the booth this season, as I put out on Twitter, at Ross Tucker NFL, the wind. I mean, first of all, Justin Tucker doinking 2 field goals. Tyler Bass just missed 2 field goals for the Bills. He's pretty good young kicker. And then there were several balls that were, first of all, it affected multiple punts. We know that. And then there were several balls that were overthrown as a result, Bri. There was Josh Allen overthrew a couple deep receivers. Tyler Huntley had Hollywood Brown behind the defense late in the game for the Ravens and overthrew him. Ravens had multiple chances to score a touchdown late to make it a 1-score game again. So weather is a factor. And I point that out as a takeaway or a theme because Green Bay, Kansas City, Sunday, very, very cold. They're both going to be very, very cold. We'll see if there's any precipitation to speak of. We'll see what it's like, but those are 2 cold places where the weather is absolutely going to be a factor. And then I would say critical mental errors by road teams. I mean, you think about like the Rams and 4th and 1, false start, or Aaron Donald with the silly penalty, unnecessary roughness against Elton Jenkins, just stuff you can't do. The Ravens calling timeouts when you shouldn't have to call timeout. Bad snaps. I mean, just silly errors that will get you beat at this point of the season. Even the Browns. The Browns had some of those disappointing penalties and things like that it ended up being the difference in the game. They had some of those drops. It really ended up being the difference in the game, a game that was very winnable for the Browns. Who would have thought the only game with a double-digit spread was the only game that ended up being a 1-score game? But critical mental errors, I mean, I guess some home teams did too, but it was more noticeable to me with the road teams. The one, we can get to the specifics, but that end zone rule with Rashard Higgins, end of the first half for the Browns, that's one of those critical mental errors. I know he's just being aggressive. I know he's trying to score a touchdown, but Kevin Stefanski, his head coach, even said, Bri, we tell them not to do that. That should have been first and goal. You're not. Steve Fezzik talks about it on the Even Money podcast. You don't do that unless it's 4th down, maybe 3rd down. but you don't do it in a situation like that. The flip side of that, Bri, is I remain frustrated that not everything is reviewable. Daniel Sorensen had a clear leading with the crown of his helmet hit that they should be able to review that. That should have been, maybe that's one of the two challenges Kevin Stefanski has to use. I don't know. But I don't like the end zone rule. But it is the rule right now. That doesn't forgive Rashard Higgins. That's a mental error by Higgins because that is the rule, even though I don't like it. The thing I really get frustrated about is not having everything be reviewable. Let's correct an obvious issue like that. Coaches still only have two challenges. They're going to have to be very careful about when they use them. Certainly, the Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson injuries were big takeaways. I think it just speaks to how fragile the game is. How fragile professional football, any sport, I guess, but in particular professional football is, where it's as soon as Lamar Jackson, it went from being, it looks like the Ravens are going to tie this game, to a pick six, Lamar hits his head at 17-3, and you feel like they have no hope. He went right into the locker room after that. And then Mahomes, and I tweeted this at Ross Tucker NFL, I would imagine Mahomes plays next Sunday. I have no idea, right? But I'll just say there's millions of people that saw him get up woozy. And as a result, there are going to be people that don't think he should play next week. Right or wrong. I'm not making a judgment. I'm not a doctor. I'm not evaluating him. I'm not going through the protocol. I'm just saying there's going to be a bunch of casual fans, or not even casual fans, there's going to be a bunch of fans, members of the media, that are going to say, that guy was woozy. He should not be able to play football the next week. And then, obviously, my guy, Chad Henne from Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, who went to Wilson West Lawn. He's been on the show multiple times, coming in, having those two huge plays. I mean, he actually made more plays than that. They had the 3rd and 4 earlier where he threw the check down to Damian Williams. He had the other drive where he got him down close to field goal range. He had a bad interception. I don't know what happened there. But Chad made a bunch of plays, including that scramble, which was incredible. And then 4th and inches, Andy Reid goes for it. Very, very cool. I think I've told these stories before. When Chad Henne came on the show, I pretty much have him on once a year or whatever on the show. I think I've told these stories before. I'm going to share them again, though, Bri, since he's in the news. Number one, when he was in maybe 7th or 8th grade, both these stories are from when he was in 7th or 8th grade, right? I used to work out. I was in college. I used to work out with his dad. I believe his dad worked at the hospital, and you got to work out complimentary membership at our weight room, the Wyomissing High School weight room. And his dad's a big dude, big, strong dude. So I used to work out with his dad when I was in college and home from a break or over the summer. And I would talk to his dad, and his dad would tell me about his son. And he'd say, yeah, my son's pretty big. He's playing. I think he's going to be a pretty good player. And you hear that so often that you're kind of like, yeah, I'm sure he's going to be great. I'm sure your son's going to be awesome. Turns out his son was Chad Henne. Started first game in 9th grade for one of the top 10 programs in the state of Pennsylvania, Wilson West Lawn High School. Then he starts the first game for Michigan as a true freshman. Unbelievable. Goes on to obviously start all 4 years at Michigan, and I think it's like his 13th year in the NFL. But it's just funny because I totally doubted his dad. The second story I heard from my cousin Mark Elliott, who went to Wilson and played with Chad Henne, that in 8th grade, Chad Henne was a fullback linebacker in 8th grade. And they were playing for the junior high at the varsity field. They did a fullback option pass with Henne. He stopped threw the ball like 50, 60 yards in the air as an 8th grader playing fullback. And the head coach for Wilson at the time, as the story goes, Jim Cantafio said, "Who the heck is that?" And one of the other coaches said, "That's Chad Henne. It's going to be the next great fullback linebacker for Wilson." And Cantafio said, "The hell he is. That's our quarterback." And he ended up starting the next year in 9th grade. It's a big powerhouse high school. He's at the junior high in 9th grade starting for the high school football team. So just two funny stories I remember hearing about Henne over the years. And obviously we've kept in touch and talk. And I think, like I said, he comes on about once a year. We didn't have him on this summer. Maybe I can get him on over the next couple of weeks. We'll see what happens. I don't like to bother guys like that, especially if he might be playing next Sunday against the Bills. I don't want to be one of the 50 text messages he got yesterday. Probably got even more than that. I don't need to be that guy. Then the last thing, Bri, would just be Drew Brees retiring. And, dude, hits me right away like a ton of bricks. Just see, he's my age. We came out the same year, 2001. Seeing him on the sideline, on the bench, seeing the pictures of him and his family on the field after the game. Not happy to see him go out like that with those interceptions, and it's a bummer, that part of it. But even more so than just kind of how that last game ended. I've got a lot of respect for that guy. And seeing him and knowing that it's probably his last time playing brings back all those emotions for me. And here I am, 7:15 a.m. Eastern, and my eyes fill up immediately. It's hard to describe how much you can love something like that and miss it. And much different than what I tweeted last night, it's not the beer talking right now. I had a couple beers last night. It's not that right now at all. Congratulations, Drew, on an unbelievable career. Speaking of unbelievable, right now, new users can bet $1 on McGregor to win by knockout in the first round. And if he does, you'll be cashing in $257. Bet a little, win a lot. It's that simple. So you can bet on the UFC and Conor McGregor, or you can go ahead and bet on Conference Championship Sunday if you want. We also have, of course, DFS, the Sunday slate at DraftKings. Either way, download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code ROSS when you sign up to turn $1 into $257 if McGregor wins by first round knockout. Place your bet and watch the fists fly this weekend. That's code ROSS for new players to get $257 if McGregor wins by first round knockout. Limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older, New Jersey or PA only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, start with the Rams-Packers game, and Aaron Rodgers finally gets to play in the NFC Championship game at Lambeau for the first time in his career. On Saturday, he threw for 2 touchdowns, and he also ran for a score. Packers over the Rams, 32-18.
I could not believe that stat when I heard that. I didn't realize that was the case. I didn't realize he had never been in a home conference championship game. That's weird, really weird. Because it feels like they've been the number 1 seed several times. I feel like they played a bunch of home playoff games. But I guess that's how it's worked out. So, look, no Cooper Kupp really hurt the Rams. Frankly, I think I was wrong on that one. I was surprised. I thought he would play based on my experience with bursitis. And I think Dr. Chow thought he would play as well. So I don't know. I'm not sure what happened there. But no Cooper Kupp hurt. Story of the game was really the Rams' defense inability to slow down the Packers. I mean, the Packers just march on their first drive. They get Rams with 12 guys on the field, had to settle for a field goal after Rodgers actually missed a touchdown throw high on second down. Then the Rams moved the ball. I thought Jared Goff did some really positive things. I'll give him some credit. You know, you got that thumb injury. It's freezing cold there. I give Goff showed me something in that game. But then the Rams jump off sides. I mentioned it, 4th and 1, had to settle for a field goal. Goff was throwing well. One of the things that really hurt the Rams in this game, Aaron Donald was not Aaron Donald. And while I might have been wrong on Cooper Kupp, I thought he'd play, I was right on Donald that I thought that torn rib cartilage would negatively affect him, would affect his production, and it absolutely did. I mean, it absolutely did. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, Elton Jenkins was doing such a good job for the Packers. Donald got that selfish penalty. Next thing you know, Devontae Adams touchdown. Then the Rams responded with a 2-minute drill. Another time, then the Packers went down the field. That time, Rodgers had that pump fake, ran in for a touchdown, but then they missed the extra point. 3 drives, 9+ play scores for Green Bay in the first half. Before then, the Rams have that 2-minute drill, touchdown, first runs, then several Goff throws. I give a lot of credit to Jared Goff on that drive and to Sean McVay for sticking with the run early on that drive. That was a good response to make it, I think it was, 16-10 then? But then how about the end of the first half, Brian? The Rams dropped 2 end zone interceptions. They just dropped them. And so Green Bay was able to get a field goal to make it 19-10. Aaron Jones had a big run to start the second half, led to another Jones touchdown. Seemed like the game was over at that point then, 25-10 after the 2-point conversion was no good. But the Rams kept leaning on Cam Akers, touchdown run. Then they did that hook and ladder for a 2-point. And you're like, all right, 25-18, 7-point game. All right, Rams. And then Aaron Rodgers had that play-action pass, the bomb to Allen Lazard for the touchdown that kind of sealed it. 32-18 was the final. But I will say this. Rodgers was awesome. Rams defense wasn't good enough. I thought the Rams offense actually, I know they only scored 18 points, but they kind of showed me a little something.
Tuck's Takes.
Taron Johnson, 101-yard pick six, helped the Buffalo Bills to a 17-3 win over the Baltimore Ravens, and they will play the Chiefs this Sunday.
So the first thing I want to talk about, Bri, is some of the Bills fans. I feel like I didn't want to try to tweet back at people. I'd rather just say it here. I had several Bills fans after the game say, "You picked against us. You picked against us, man." I had someone that said, "You're a traitor." Some guy said, "I'm a charlatan," because I was excited about how loud the Bills fans were, and I was pumped for the Bills fans. Let me explain something, okay? I didn't think I had to, but evidently I do. Literally, my job is to give the analysis of what I think is going to happen. And I thought the Ravens would win a close game, based in large part on how both teams had played the week prior. I was wrong. The Bills won. That's awesome. Just because I picked the Ravens to win doesn't mean deep down inside I wanted the Ravens to win. You guys know I've been so clear on this show for years about my affinity for the Buffalo Bills, my favorite team of the 5 I played for. It was awesome to be there Saturday night. I am thrilled for that organization, for those fans, that they won that game. Just because I picked the Ravens to win, because I thought they would. It wasn't like I knew they were going to win. I just think, hey, I think the Ravens are going to win the game. They didn't. Who cares? But for Bills fans to get mad at me because I didn't pick their team to win, honestly, guys, I mean, hopefully you can figure it out. That's my job. As for the food, Bri, the options were a ham and Swiss boxed lunch or a turkey and cheddar boxed lunch. I went with turkey and cheddar. It did have a nice chocolate chip cookie in there that Tom McCarthy could attest. Actually, it was the most cookie dough-like tasting cookie I've ever had. So that's that. Then they had like is it Miss Vic's or Miss Vicky's chips?
Miss
Brian,
Vicky,
you know what they're
yeah,
called?
good chips.
Miss Vicky's?
Yeah.
It was jalapeno. They were hot. I mean, they were hot. But this is why I'm hot. You ain't, because you're not. I'm not going to do it again. By the way, lots of our listeners, viewers, they knew the name. It's like MIS or MIMS or something. Anyway, it came with an orange peel. I don't really understand. Not orange peel, like an orange. I continue to believe that an orange is the single worst piece of fruit to put in a box lunch. Like, who wants to get their fingernail and dig it in to like peel it off and then have the orange juices all over your hands? Like, what are we doing? Put a pear in, or an apple, or a banana. I mean, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I went turkey and cheddar. It was fine. They had some type of like Dijon mustard, I guess. I kind of dipped the sandwich in. But I knew I knew what I was getting into. So I had a chicken panini sandwich at Tim Hortons driving in because I wanted to make sure I had a nice base. Then I had this sandwich, but I also had brought a salad from Panera for halftime because I didn't want to be starving on the way home because I knew that sandwich, because I got there like at 4:30 to watch the Packers game. Anyway, I'll give it a B. I'll give it a B. In the COVID era, I'll give it a B. As for the game, I mean, the Ravens start off with a 12-play drive, 52 yards. They're running the ball. It looked like they were going to run the ball all over the Bills all night, the way they were running the ball. But then Tucker doinked the field goal. I mentioned the wind was a big factor. Ravens using timeouts they shouldn't have. Lamar Jackson then takes a sack, to knock him out of field goal range. J.K. Dobbins had a critical drop. They would have gotten a first down. Matabike, now I know Josh Allen might have sold it a little bit, but Matabike pushed Josh Allen so unnecessarily for the unnecessary roughness penalty. Sam Cook had a bad punt. It just, the Ravens had their chances. Really, the game came down to the one play. The pick six was the play of the game. Otherwise, it was a very even game. But forget even it being an even game other than the Lamar pick six. Just those mistakes by the Ravens. I just listed. You can't take that sack. You can't have that drop. You can't have that penalty. You can't have the bad punt. Meanwhile, for the Bills, they only got a field goal after Gabriel Davis dropped. I thought he should have had a touchdown catch from Josh Allen after that shanked punt by Sam Cook. Josh Allen was missing receivers by throwing it too hard. Then Bass missed the field goal. Then my brother from another mother, Justin Tucker, missed another field goal. End of the 2-minute drill, the Ravens finally get a field goal, which made it 3-3 at halftime. They had a nice 2-minute drill there. The first two drives of the third quarter were the drives of the game. It was a nice mix and match by the Bills of Singletary. Stephon Diggs led to that Bills touchdown. Then Ravens get a long drive. They're moving the ball. Looks like they're about to tie it up. Really what happened there, Bri, was Lamar Jackson missed on that second down throw. He had a wide open Hollywood Brown. Lamar missed a couple throws you can't, and maybe he couldn't step into it. Maybe there was some pressure. It doesn't matter. He needed to make those throws. Then he had that pick six. They fooled him. Taron Johnson, he thought he was going to go out to the flat. He undercut Andrews, took it all the way back to the house, score 17-3. I mentioned earlier, next thing you know, another bad snap by the Ravens over Lamar Jackson's head. Totally unacceptable. And boom, there you go. The Ravens are down 17-3. And then even later on in the game, Huntley came in. He did some decent things. Mark Andrews had a drop of a Huntley touchdown. J.K. Dobbins had a drop of a Huntley touchdown. And the Ravens lose 17-3.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, Chad Henne relieves Patrick Mahomes due to the concussion. He leads the Chiefs over the Browns to a 22-17 victory.
Right, and look, this ended up being the best game of the bunch. It's going to end up having the most late game drama. The Chiefs marched on their first drive. I mean, the Browns just like Taki missed a key tackle on Damian Williams. You just can't do that stuff and expect to win. Then they missed the extra point. It hurt the Browns. Jedrick Wills gets hurt on the first play. Their rookie first-round pick left tackle. The Browns kind of had a nice answer drive, but they had to settle for a field goal after Mayfield was sacked on 2nd and long. Then again, it's unbelievable. I mentioned this. I tweeted this during the game, Bri, at Ross Tucker NFL. You know, the Browns get the Chiefs into 2nd and 19. But then Kelsey dusts Denzel Ward. You know, they end up getting a big play. Then they dust Denzel Ward for a touchdown, 13-3. It is uncanny with Mahomes how like 2nd and 19 doesn't matter. They still get it. I thought there was a bad holding call on Wyatt Teller. I didn't like it. You know, we were always taught if a guy throws a uppercut like a rip move, that you can push him in the back and fold him like that, like Wyatt Teller did. That wasn't a hold. Very disappointing. Chubb had the drops. That stopped the Browns' offense. Mahomes was limping. And really, I thought the play of the game was Higgins going in for that touchdown, end of the first half. Sorensen leads with his helmet. They end up getting nothing. And then the Chiefs come back the other way and get that field goal at the end of the first half. So then it's 16-3 at halftime. That ended up being huge. That end of the first half field goal for the Chiefs is huge because then the Browns could have just gone for a field goal late. Baker then telegraphed an interception to Tyrann Mathieu, but Butker, who missed extra point, hit the upright. A lot of that going on. The Browns finally started to lean on Chubb for a drive for that Landry touchdown. They went for the extra point instead of the 2-point conversion to make it a one-score game. I thought that was a little interesting. I didn't really understand that one. I was surprised. Mahomes gets knocked woozy on an option. I'm a little surprised. Mahomes' toe was bothering him. Then I'm surprised they would run that option play with him with the toe like that. I'm still confused as to how he was concussed because he didn't really take any hard hits to the head. Kind of interesting. I'm looking for more information there. I also don't really understand how Andy Reid said he passed all the tests after the game. If he passed all the tests, then why wasn't he allowed to come back in the game? I don't really understand that. Like, if he passed all the tests, then why'd they announce he had a concussion, and why didn't he come back in the game? He had to have failed some test, right? I don't get it. Anyway, Browns get multiple 4th down conversions for a Kareem Hunt touchdown, and that was like, oh boy, we got a game, 22-17. And then Chad Henne threw a terrible interception to Carl Joseph after a couple of solid throws on that drive. Like, that's a good example for Bills fans. Like, how could you say you're a traitor? How could you say Chad Henne threw a terrible interception? Because he did. I'm literally friends with the guy. It's my job to say what happened. He threw a terrible interception. I don't know what happened, but that's my job. Anyway, Browns couldn't do anything with the ball after that, and that's the one that'll come back to haunt them. The Browns not being able to do anything after that Henne interception, kudos to the Chiefs defense. They never got the ball back. You know, Henne had the nice outlet throw to Damian Williams on a 3rd and 4. Then he had the scramble on 3rd and 14, then the throw on 4th and inches, and the rest is history. The rest is history. Browns never got the ball back.
Tuck's Takes.
Bucks upset the Saints in New Orleans 30-20. Third time, though, is a charm as they lost the 2 regular season games to New Orleans. But this is the one that counts. Tom Brady now heads to his 14th conference championship game.
Yeah, and I tweeted this. Hopefully you guys checked it out at Ross Tucker NFL. He's been the starting quarterback for 19 seasons. He didn't start his first year, and in 2008 he got hurt in the first half of the first game. So that means, Bri, out of the 19 years he's been the quarterback the whole time, they've gone to 14 conference championship games. That's 73.6%. Round up to 74%. That is insane. And of course, the 1 year I was there was one of the 5 years he didn't get there. Of course, Bri. Unbelievable. Anyway, no Taysom Hill or Latavius Murray for the Saints. You know, Saints got off to a pretty good start. Deontay Harris had that return that led to a field goal. Both teams kind of were settling for field goals back and forth. Difference in this game, very clearly, was the turnovers. A bad Breeze interception led to the first Mike Evans touchdown. The Saints gave themselves a lead again when Jameis Winston had that trick play bomb touchdown to Traquan Smith. Godwin almost caught a touchdown at the end of the first half. It's like the back end of the ball. That was amazing, but the Bucs had to settle for a field goal, 13-13 at the half. And then in the second half, Saints had a lead again. I mean, they were up 20-13 after Traquan Smith made that incredible catch to start the second half. Traquan Smith, big day. After that, it was all Bucs. Listen, it was 20-13. Saints were marching again. And Antoine Winfield Jr. punched the ball out from Jared Cook. Game was never the same. Bucs go right down. Leonard Fournette touchdown, 20-20. Then Brady had that drive with throws to Scotty Miller, Tyler Johnson. Not exactly household names. They go up 23-20. And then Devin White picks off Breeze when it looked like Alvin Kamara didn't know the ball was coming, wasn't ready for it. Leads to a Brady touchdown pass. No, Brady touchdown quarterback sneak. 30-20. That was the final margin. Breeze to another interception off a tip, which ended the game, iced the game. I already said what I thought about Drew Brees. Don't want to get my eyes to fill up again. I will say this real quick, Bri. I don't mind when my eyes fill up. Like, things in life should be important to you. You know, when your daughters do something that impresses you, or like, your eyes should fill up. Like, I embrace every human emotion. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, SteakhouseSports.com, Vision Comics with an X. Lot to talk about tomorrow in terms of head coaches getting hired. I'm going to save all of that for a Tuck Heads Tuesday. There was too much stuff to get into as far as the games were concerned. I think we're done here.
What's up, DK Sim fam, and welcome in. Of course, this is the Dream Stream. Hopefully you've been with us all day long, but if not, you're just joining us here for prime time. Who could blame you? You got Tom Ace. He smells terrific. I am Adam Kaufman. He is, of course, Tom Carroll. And this, in front of us, the Jaguars and the still going Aaron Rodgers MVP-led Green Bay Packers, who are off to the NFC Championship game to face Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. We got a lot of time to talk about that one and the other action that is behind us from divisional weekend. Should be a blast. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. I was very happy to see my man Tom Brady get the win this weekend. I am so excited to see him and Aaron Rodgers play in the playoffs. I mean, how good is that? It's crazy that these two never met in a Super Bowl over the last however many years Rodgers has been the starter, right? But things happened the way they happened for the Packers. Things happened the way they've happened for the Patriots. But we finally get Brady versus Rodgers in the playoffs. I'm so pumped. And this sim giving me a little taste of that Rodgers that I want as we inch closer to championship weekend.
Well, lineups have locked. Lay it all out there for me. What have you got for this free roll?
So I usually like to do either Funchess or MVS in my captain spot, and I flip a wooden nickel for it. So the nickel was flipped earlier, and I went with MVS. So he's in my captain spot. DJ Chark, Mason Crosby was my punt play. I had $4,000 left at the end, so grabbed Mason Crosby. Aaron Jones, Gardner Minshew, Aaron Rodgers. So, we'll see how it goes. Jaguars are sort of all over the place in these sims for me. I've done a sim before where Minshew went absolutely off. So I was like, you know what? I'll go with that tonight. So we'll see what happens. And I always like to have DJ Chark in my lineup when I have the Jags because yeah, I mean, I love doing that song.
Well, we absolutely have some crossover, and that is to be expected. So my captain, Aaron Jones, felt like his price was too low to ignore to put him in the captain spot for what this guy's potential is, especially with regard to touchdowns. I have Aaron Rodgers and Gardner Minshew, not unlike yourself, as well as Devin Funchess. And from there, pay down option, nice punt play, too cheap to ignore, and that was Allen Lazard. And so the only other player, I had a bit of a conundrum. I originally had MVS, not unlike yourself. I like to use him in these sims. And then I figured I got a little extra salary to play with here. I think I'm going to pay up just a touch. And I've got Tyler Eifert instead. So if MVS ends up going off, especially for you in the captain spot, I am just going to be cringing, my friend. Not to say I'm not rooting for you, but I'm not rooting for you. So it's go Tyler Eifert tonight. So that's the lineup. Look forward to hearing from the fam. And what all of you out there have, obviously, let us know. And we'll see where things go from here. It should be a good time.
Yeah, I almost had a Jacksonville tight end in my lineup as well, but that's my man O'Shaughnessy, James O'Shaughnessy, Jake O'Shaughnessy. I forget his first name. It's a J. O'Shaughnessy. He's a good Irish boy.
Jimmy.
And Jimmy O'Shaughnessy. And, I had him in there as a punt play once upon a time. Went on an epic Irish folk singing extravaganza when he scored.
Sure.
So if he scores, I will do that diddly again, but I won't be as excited because I didn't put him in my lineup because I want to win, Koff.
Jordan says, you should have played MVS, Koff. Lazard does literally nothing in these now. See, Jordan, Lazard was the punt play. That's not it. It was MVS or Eifert. That was the choice that I had to make, and I went with Eifert. Luke says, Koff, Tom, good to see you. I'm counting on at least one story from each of you. Well, we're going to do our best. Hopefully we can bring it at you. Let's see. Buzz Killington, what's up, boys? Let's kill it. Of course. Yeah. Tommy boy, pipes are calling.
Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling from land to Simland. Have to do it.
You have to. Bunches of Funchess MVP says El Paso #1. It's going to be the Jags starting off with the ball here. Let's see what we get. Gardner Minshew, who is not going to be the QB for this team much longer, at least not a starting role. That is, of course, going to be Trevor Lawrence next season, barring some major shock that nobody expects, which is the pure definition of what would make it a shock, folks. A run to the outside. Thompson, lost 2 yards. Chris Thompson, not a great start for him. 2nd and 12 on the way from the 26. I do wonder, though, as we start on the Jags side, if Gardner Minshew will, in fact, still be a Jag next year? No, don't get cute. I don't mean just another guy. I mean a Jaguar or Jaguar, as our friend Moose likes to say, or if he's going to find his way to another team.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. If he does remain in Jacksonville, that quarterback room becomes the best hair in the league as far as a position group, right? I mean, you got Trevor Lawrence's flow, you got Minshew's music festival flow, vibe going. That's good stuff right there. I kind of hope he remains in Jacksonville just for that, just for the picks.
Green calling out the 34-3 prediction here for this one. I'm assuming he means Green Bay. That is a 3-yard pickup. Minshew to Oshag Hennessy. 3rd and 10 on the way. Minute gone by. Scoreless opening quarter here. Virtual Lambeau Field, which is sure to be cold. Right around 25 degrees. Maybe snow covered. We'll see this weekend. Should be a fun time. Sorry, Tom Brady. It's time to leave the heat, pal. If you win this one, you get to be back in your home stadium for the Super Bowl. But for now, fumbled away. Thompson lost another couple yards and then some. 4th and 22 after that recovery by Jacksonville. So at least they get the right to punt it away and worsen the field position for the Packers to start.
It's funny. I was listening to a little bit of radio here in St. Louis today, driving around this morning, and a few hosts were unironically talking about how, Rodgers, he's got the cold on his side, home field advantage. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm pretty sure it was decently cold in New England for a good part of Brady's career. Oh, wait, it's always been cold in New England. What are you saying, Tom? Yeah, I mean, are we forgetting that the man has won more cold games than anyone ever? Come on.
Don't forget, the past doesn't matter anymore. Didn't you hear Bruce Arians, the Bucs head coach, say that, finally, this is an experience Tom Brady didn't get to have in New England. He actually gets to coach here a little bit, because I'm sure Tom Brady never offered his opinion to Bill Belichick, and actually that was heard over the course of the last 20 years. No, just a dictatorship under Bill. You better fall in line there, Tommy. Otherwise, you're gone, kid.
Nope.
Didn't anyone watch A Football Life 10 years ago?
They have weekly meetings.
At least they did. It'd be weird if they still did, right?
It'd be really weird. It's still so odd to me that they never had a single meal together, just the two of them, in 20 years of working together.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. Never once. How crazy is that?
Did that come out recently? Is that some sort of...
Oh, no, this was, some of the stuff that came out over the last, 2-3 years that they... Sure. When it was all coming crashing down. I forget which Wickersham takedown piece it was in, but...
Never a meal together, huh? Not a one.
Never. It's just ludicrous to me.
Of each other at work, right? Aaron Jones, that's a nice healthy run. AJ out to the 22. 2 for 21 for Jones, 1st and 10 on the way. And the Packers already in, at the very least, field goal range and creeping on in toward the red zone. Carter says, cough, Tommy Popsicles, what's up? I won the nooner 5 o'clock showdown, nice. 4-way tie for first. 14 and some change. Good for you, Carter. Nice job.
Heck yeah. There you go. Better than I've ever done in any of these sims.
1st and 10 for Rodgers. Future NFL MVP this season. Hits Davante Adams, which he doesn't do so often here in Simland. 10-yard pickup, 2nd and inches. First catch for Adams, 13-yard line now as we approach the midpoint of the opening quarter.
Koff, did anything surprise you from that Packers-Rams game on Saturday?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it really was how I expected that game to play out. Jones, and up for a first down right there, gets to the 9. All 4 teams that I expected to win won this weekend. We talked to, I'm not lying, it's not revisionist history. We got the tape to prove it. Talked about it enough on Simland, YouTube and Twitch and whatnot over the course of the past several days. But where I was wrong is I definitely thought the Bills game would be closer. I thought Lamar Jackson would be better. He was not. I thought the Chiefs, as Davante Adams gets himself to the 2.
Nice play.
7-yard rush for Adams. Don't see that all the time here. I certainly thought that the Chiefs were going to blow doors off the Browns, which I think had Mahomes not entered concussion protocol, they probably would have. But obviously, Chad Henne comes in. That game gets a whole lot closer in a hurry. still, they won. And I mean, boy, that would have been something if we were staring down the barrel of a Bills-Browns AFC Championship game. I mean, that would have been. I'm not going to say nobody would be complaining, because Chiefs fans would be complaining because we get a touchdown here for Aaron Jones, my captain. But I would have loved every second of that. And then I thought that Tampa Bay was going to win. I thought it would be a more competitive game. Certainly didn't anticipate Drew Brees going out, provided he retires the way that he did. He was awful. But as far as just straight up picking winners, those were the outcomes that I expected.
Yeah, same. I think if you're a Browns fan, yes, you're hopefully being positive about what this team was able to accomplish this season and looking towards a brighter future. But there's probably part of you that still feels that your franchise is cursed, as we get a booth review here, right? Because that fumble into the back of the end zone, worst rule in football, in my opinion. And I want to get your take on this, because I was talking with my friend and co-host Morton Anderson about this today. We couldn't think about a alternative here that made sense. So the fumble into the back of the end zone, the punishment now.
Oh my goodness.
They called it back.
You don't see that often. They actually call it back.
There you go.
But Jones skydives into the end zone to get that touchdown. You deserved it, man. You deserved it. Don't you worry. You earned yours. 35th touchdown for Aaron Jones in Simland. 2:42 to go in the opening quarter. About to be 7-0. Go on.
Yeah, so, the punishment for that is currently that the other team gets the ball at the 20. It works as a touchback like you see on kickoffs. But it shouldn't be that. We all agree it shouldn't be that. But what should it be? What should the punishment be for fumbling into the back of the end zone? We couldn't think of a good answer to this question. Every other answer felt like a weird,
I'd love to hear from the chat. That sounds like a really good question to poll the chat on, as we have north of 400 people watching on YouTube, thousands more across Twitch, the Game Center, DK Nation, DK Playbook, all our different platforms. Thank you for being with us. Please do weigh in on the chat if you have a better solution. I don't know. I'd have to put a little thought into that. I'm like the masses. I just scream that it's a terrible rule and move on with my life. I don't really think about how to improve it. But I mean, I think it, obviously it boils down to one, hang on to the football. Like never, just don't, Devin McCourty, of course, Bill Belichick for years, bringing it back to the Patriots, has preached that he hates that rule. And Devin McCourty immediately tweeted out, longtime defensive player for the Pats, if anyone doesn't know him, immediately tweeted out that, Bill would be this is why Bill always screams, you never dive there. You never dive there. Because obviously you're more likely to lose. I mean, if you're going to dive, you got to be sure you're going to hit that pylon. Yep. But short of that, you got to be careful. You got to hold the football. But if you're going to then, as you said, lose the ball into the end zone, to me it is just, and I'm not alone here, it is just a dumb rule that, if a ball goes 1 foot one way, it's out of bounds at the 1. If it goes the other way and it rolls into the end zone, all of a sudden you've turned the ball over and the other team gets it. So it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I don't know. Producer Michael says ball goes to the 20-yard line, offensive team keeps the ball. But I don't see how you're going to penalize the offense 20 yards? That's, like taking some enormous sack or something like that, or obviously just, being penalized for an extreme penalty.
Or what if it's a touchdown on a 60-yard play?
Right.
Okay, so they fumble into the back of the end zone on this crazy touchdown. You get the ball at the 20, so you gained 40 yards even though you fumbled. There's no correct answer to this, which is the maddening thing.
I guess
we went through so many scenarios.
I'm talking around it a lot as I just think about it. Obviously, I'm just spewing as I go. But
no bad ideas at the writers' table.
No, I mean, they're all bad ideas. Look at Gardner Minshew here. No such thing as stupid questions, just stupid people to ask them. Isn't that the old saying from one of the Sports Center anchors? I think this would never fly, but to me, it should be like the ball went out of bounds, as opposed to going out of bounds at the end zone, into the end zone and then touchback and you turn the ball over. I think it should just be no different than if the ball went out of bounds at the 1. I think you just retain possession from where you are.
That's what Burt Macklin
That's
is
ultimately
suggesting
what I think it should be.
Yeah, I do too. It's such a weird instance. It happens, so infrequently that I think that's what we should all agree on as a competition committee. Hermione's daddy saying the call should have been targeting anyways, coming from a Browns fan, and he is correct. That was
unfortunately
targeting.
but unfortunately the helmet hit wasn't reviewable in that situation, which is another ridiculous rule. But we're dealing with a lot of them on this specific play. Nick says, by the way, hey Kaufman, got my wife to watch. Her name is Meredith. Mary, thanks for being with us. Thank you for watching. I consider us friends, and I assume your friends call you Mary. So, Mary, thank you for being here with us.
Jimmy B saying the weird thing is if the Browns would have recovered that in the end zone, then the ball would have been placed at the spot of the fumble, correct? So that is dumb, too. That was due to the holy roller, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's another completely good point. It's a great point by Jimmy B. Like, it's all over the place. They need to figure this out.
So, end of 1, 7-0 Green Bay is in front right now. Jaguars with the ball, threatening, obviously, looking for their first points of this game. We'll look at some of the stats here. Nothing crazy to this point, obviously. Minshew, just 19 yards passing to Rodgers' 10. Of course, they've thrown the ball a combined 4 times. Rushing, Aaron Jones, 5 for 28. Minshew does have 26 on the ground. Credit the QB, although he fumbled. Adams, Rodgers each with 7 receivers. He got a dozen for Chark on a catch. Adams 10 on a catch. Single catches for O'Shaughnessy and Westbrook as well. Again, low offense so far here, 1 quarter in the books as we're moving at a nice pace. A lot of people here saying as we get ready for quarter number 2, a lot of people are, kind of on board with what we were talking about. You've read some of these comments as well. Bad Boys of Pop agrees that it should just be spotted at the point where he lost the football, as long as it wasn't recovered, obviously, which it wasn't. Just a lot of very similar comments, and nobody loves the rule.
I think we have
collectively decided on how to fix it, actually.
Yeah, there we go. We fixed football. Jordan Lindenbaum saying, why penalize the team 80 yards? May as well let the other team get it. You are flipping field position because of it. I think the assumption we're making is that the ball would be placed at the 20, still going towards the you're in the red zone still. You're not going to the other side of the field. So that's it. I understand why that could have been confusing if we didn't explain that well enough. But our producer and a few other people, I think that was their thought. Because yes, losing 80 yards would be insane.
Back with the ball.
80-yard penalty.
7.
80-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
Asher from Game Op says, change possession, but new offense gets the ball to 1. Get more safeties.
Ooh, I love safeties.
Yeah. I mean,
I'd like that better.
I wonder, honestly, if that would actually increase the number of safeties. I realize, like, common logic would say, well, the ball's at the 1 yard line. If you see that more frequently, you're going to get more safety. Sure. I just don't think this play, I mean, how many times a season does this play actually occur?
Yeah, not that much.
So I don't think you'd really see more safeties. But I love it. I'm all in. 3rd and
Apparently
4.
John Lester closing in on a deal with the Nationals.
Really?
Yeah. Someone said in our chat,
Red
just
Sox
checked
and
it.
Cubs.
And looks like there's reports. And short time, Oakland Athletic. People forget.
Very brief. Yeah, half a season. Not even.
Red Sox fans are like, he's coming back. Yeah.
Felt that way at the time. They were gonna get Yoenis Cespedes and Lester.
I know.
We laugh at you. Nope.
Didn't happen.
Did not happen.
No. And the Red Sox stink. But no one wants to hear us talk about the Red Sox.
No, definitely not. Or baseball in general, probably.
No, that's a great point. So I feel bad for Browns fans because, look, let's say that fumble is a touchdown and then Mahomes still gets hurt. I mean, the Browns very well could have won that game. So, that's the butterfly effect for you, man.
Rodgers 4 for 4, hits Adams
Game of
again.
inches.
Adams off to a solid start, multiple catches. Again, this guy is not usually terribly active in Simland. He's nothing like his real life self, but he is 2 for 24. A short run to his credit as well. I'm sitting 16th in our prime time. The Packers are up to the NFC Championship free roll out of 166 entries. We have Zach Jones. 1985 sitting in first place by about a point. Good on you, my man. Keep it up. That's not as good, but don't worry, you're middle of the pack. Long way to go.
Not great. Probably not great.
Long way to go. Mr. Jones has Aaron in the captain spot, also has Adams, Thompson, Funchess, Eifert, and the Packers DST. So getting 13 points out of the Pack defense right now. It's a handoff. Aaron Jones, did he get there? Yes, 1st and 10. CEH says, I would never dive for a touchdown and risk losing the ball just so I can score. Vital Ways, what's up?
It's tough to put yourself in those shoes, right? Because if you can score a touchdown in a playoff game, I mean, come on.
You want it. Yeah.
You want it bad. So to be in that moment, it's hard to begrudge those guys, but I understand why Belichick tries to drill it into his players' heads not to do it. And a lot of coaches throughout the league probably do it.
Vital Ways, didn't you say on a sim recently that you were done? That was the end? This was your last sim? You weren't coming back? Here you are.
He's back. He's out of retirement.
You are, Vital Ways. That nice pickup. Rodgers stays perfect because he is 5 for 5, 67 yards. Bunches, 3rd catch, has 43. Silly Sally wants to play, says Kaufman, I won your free roll last Thursday. Unfortunately, that was all I won. Hey, you know what? Winning one's better than winning none, isn't it?
I'll take bragging rights.
Amen. About 500 watching here on YouTube, closing in on 250 likes. Can we get to 300? 244 coming into prime time.
Let me smash
Come on
this.
now, let's get to 300. Hit that like button, huh?
I smashed it.
Everybody hit that like, hit the subscribe button as well. We appreciate you. We've picked up about 12,000 new subscribers since these sims began back on March 28th, which wildly was about 10 months ago. Yeah, we still here. We still here. As Gus would say on Psych, you know that's right. 2nd and 10 from the 24, completed to the right. Bunches again.
Coming up on the 1-year anniversary for you guys with this stuff.
It's pretty wild. Do you remember when you started? Do you remember your first sim? Who you were with?
My very first sim, I don't remember who played, but I do remember it was with Glash. The date was at some point in October. I can find it pretty easily.
Oh,
I was actually counting this up the other day. I've done about almost 80 sims since hopping aboard here on the DraftKings team. Because I was wondering, I was like, I wonder if I've hit 100.
Big boy number.
Yeah.
I
had a big
surprised
December.
That you've reached 80 at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
dude,
I've been trying to make myself as available as possible. 14th of October.
Love to hear from you.
14th of October. So I've been around for a while now. Touchdown.
Touchdown. Packers.
Your boy.
What's that? Alan Lazard does nothing in these, Jordan? Touchdown, Green Bay.
Wow.
I'm going to whip out the cheese head for halftime.
That's right. You do have a cheese head randomly in your basement. Wow. You called it, man. Good for you for getting Lazard in your lineup there. Good call.
Yeah, you got to do it.
And good for you for buying a cheesehead on a baseball road trip like 14 years ago and still having it.
Thank you. Where I saw games involving the Cubs and the Nationals, just to bring it full circle. Lazard! That's right, Fantasy Hawk, Jimmy B, OMG Lazard, yeah. Oh, yeah. All-Star Gaming 246. Who says Alan does nothing?
That's why he's
the Alan Lazard whisperer, baby. Silly Sally wants to play, says Kaufman. Imagine if these went on for like 25 years. Would you actually spend a career doing this?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm having fun. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, what we'd be talking about, but there'd be something.
We'd be talking about Madden 22 and Madden 23 and
so on and so forth, all the way. Here we are. It's opening day, Madden 2046. Alongside Tom Carroll, I am Adam Kaufman. Thank you for being with us, and welcome, DK Sim fan, and all of you out there watching on the cloud.
Got a special guest here for you. Here's my grandson. Gonna put him on my lap here for this sim.
My grandson will be old enough to be calling the game. 60th touchdown pass for Aaron Rodgers. 6th touchdown for Alan Lazard. Bert says, cough smug reached me in Minnesota. It stinks. Fantasy Hawk. Kaufman's smug levels at an all-time high. We need a gas mask.
Wow. People are really giving you a hard time for this Lazard prediction.
And for all that, I'm only sitting 4th right now.
Come
on, Eifert, let's go.
You could be laying it on way thicker than you are. I give you credit.
Thank you.
Vid always saying that you are related
recently, and I barely even talked about it.
Vid always is theorizing that you are related to Andy Kaufman. True or false?
No. Nope. We just happen to have the same name. But R.I.P. Man on the Moon. Latka. Taxi. And who didn't love Taxi?
Did you see the Netflix doc about the making of the Jim Carrey movie about Andy Kaufman?
I don't think I did.
Very good. And it really explains why it's on Netflix, or at least it was for a while. And it really explains why Jim Carrey has become kind of crazy and sort of a recluse. He got super into the Andy Kaufman character, and it sort of ruined him for a long time.
Oh, I believe that.
Got to check it out. Yeah, Michael
Kaufman,
agrees.
huh? Interesting.
Yeah, it was wild. Like, even when they weren't filming, he would be going nuts, like, off camera. Doing a lot of, the performance art Kaufman, characters that he'd play. He would continue to be those people off. Yeah, he was going super method.
Yeah. So like a Daniel Day-Lewis, a real method,
next level,
not great character kind of actor.
Totally next level from Daniel Day-Lewis. Like, was really probably could have been arrested for some of the stuff he was doing. Like, Daniel Day-Lewis is just being Abe Lincoln,
Yeah.
Just
Which
walking
had to
around
be
pretending
weird
to be honest Abe.
Like 2000.
How tall is Daniel Day-Lewis?
Without a horse and buggy or cell phone.
Let's see. Daniel
Oh,
Day-Lewis.
my goodness. Touchdown. Jags are on the board, and it's Tyler Eifert. That late swap paid off. Where are you, everybody?
Things going Kaufman's way.
Where are you, everybody?
Great throw by Minshew.
Can you feel the smug? Can you smell it? Can you get in there and taste it? Kaufman is dominating this sim.
Gonna have to throw on a mask for all this smogness.
Oh.
I was wondering if Daniel Day-Lewis was tall enough.
Dead clock correct twice a day.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Herb Dog. Koff's killing it. Hey, thanks, buddy. 12th touchdown for Eifert.
Too bad Eifert kind of dealt with injuries the way he did, because when he was healthy early on in his career, one of the better tight ends in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. 54th touchdown pass for Gardner Minshew. Dozen TDs for Eifert as we have hit the 101 mark Just like to always bring attention to that when we can.
Dude, you're killing it right now.
JJ Fat says, I could throw Koff a bone. He earned it. If it was Kenny, I'd be banging my head.
I don't think I've been on a sim with Kenny where he's done really well in a contest, so that's probably a good thing. I feel like that would be quite frustrating.
I have actually played head-to-heads with Kenny, and I really enjoy it because I feel so good when he really likes to play and I go the other way on it, because more often than not it works out for me.
Yeah, he really, really gets married to his takes. It's quite funny.
I love it. I love it. Captain Blood says, how much you winning now, Kaufman? Oh, pride, baby. Through the roof pride, let me tell you. If the Thunder don't get you, says, I have Eifert in the flex too, Koff.
Yeah.
Burt Macklin. Broken clock is right twice a day. It would only stand to reason Koff would be right once this year. I'm not even sure the math checks out on that, but I like it.
Well, let's see. Yeah, so I guess this would be your first one that you'd be correct on, and then your next one would be later this year, because, we are into a new year here.
Sure. But I'm not broken.
So that means you're winning, is what he's saying. You're going to win this contest.
Adams is winning, man. Another big pickup.
I always fade him, and tonight
I do too.
seemingly
Always. No, he looks really good.
Not correct. Yeah. Great.
Frank White, who's going to step up and take Koff down? Honestly, it's just fun to gloat right now. I'm not even first anymore. I've dipped below Lord Silverman. Lord Silverman.
Lord. Oh,
Devontae to the 5 with 20 seconds left in the half. Use a timeout. Use a timeout, Pack. There you go.
We are
Lord
in Aaron
Silverman.
Jones territory. So this might be helping you, Kaufman.
I hope so. Of course, Lord Silverman here probably has Jones in the captain spot too. No, Rogers. Got Rogers there. All right, Lord Silverman, I'm coming after you.
16 seconds, though, no timeouts. They're probably throwing.
First and goal from the 5. Out of timeouts at this point. Here we
he's
go.
open.
Rogers slings it back at the end zone. Touchdown, Davante Adams. You know what? He earned it. Hell of a drive, hell of a night so far. The man should be rewarded.
What a snag, too. I think he grabbed that with one hand as he punches one in here right before the half. See that again.
Davante Adams is up to 33 points in the captain's spot. For the almost 11% the captain in our smaller free roll. Already 6 for 93 in that touchdown. That dipped me all the way down to 15th. Not sure there's any recovery from there. 17th touchdown for number 17. I think you've all heard of him, Davante Adams. Where to you is Davante Adams in the hierarchy of NFL receivers?
He's my number one.
He's your number one.
Yep. He's my guy. And I know a lot of people try and give Rodgers credit for Davante Adams, but Rodgers has had a lot of guys over the years, and no one has been this special from my view. Greg Jennings flashed for a little bit, but Davante Adams has been next level. And we actually had James Lofton talking about this on our podcast last week, Great Day Nation. Check it out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And, he was talking about how Davante doesn't have that burner 4.2, 4.3 speed. He's more of a 4.5, 4.6 guy, but he's going to remain a 4.5, 4.6 guy for every minute of every game. And that's what sort of sets him apart from these dudes who are burners who, towards the end of the game, don't have that speed. And he runs amazing routes. His hands are incredible. The connection him and Rodgers have is just really, really special. So, for me, he's number one.
The only
he
guy
has
that
great
I would
receivers
argue, I think Davante Adams is incredible. So take nothing from what I'm saying to say the opposite. I think he is incredible. He is absolutely in the conversation. He is up there. For me, though, the guy that I would put ahead of him, look at that throw. Incomplete on the Hail Mary from Minshew to end the half. 21-7, Green Bay in front. The only guy I'd put ahead of him would be DeAndre Hopkins. I think he is the cream of the crop when it comes to superstar wide receivers. And I think that is further highlighted. This is where Davante Adams playing with Aaron Rodgers hurts him. I think that Rodgers is also so incredibly elite, as everybody else does, that it shows, it's more apparent when Hopkins goes off working with Kyler Murray, who could one day be elite, but he's not there yet. He's very good. He's not even great. He's very good. But when you have a very good quarterback and you're doing what you're doing, or Deshaun Watson, who I think is a great quarterback, and you do what you did, I think it's just further evidence versus playing, he has not had the opportunity to play with an all-time great, which is obviously what Davante Adams has.
Yep, no question about it. I think DeAndre Hopkins has the best hands in the league. I just think Davante might be a little bit more of a complete wide receiver just because he has the size to really body guys and go up and get a ball. But look, DeAndre Hopkins can go up and get a ball. We've seen him do it. He's got the massive hands that make up for maybe the lack of height, right? He's got like monster hands. He's got claws.
He is good, man. There's no doubt about that.
Two great receivers.
Neville Cleanup Sitter says, I'm just mad at Michael Thomas, but y'all being disrespectful. I don't think we are at this stage. I mean, there's a point in time where Michael Thomas absolutely would have been in that conversation, but he's not. Yeah, he's not anymore. Yeah, last year. But, a lot happens in a year. And right now, he's not that guy. I mean, hell, put Stephon Diggs in the conversation. Look at what he did this year in Buffalo. Unfortunately, it's a any and all sports debates are very much what have you done for me lately. Even in all-time debates, they're what have you done for me lately, because you're still operating from some side of recency bias. You have an all-time great NBA conversation. There are people that are gonna, even if you do believe it's LeBron over Michael, let's say, there's a certain generation that is just going to say LeBron James because it never even saw Michael Jordan play.
Totally.
And obviously there will be people, old timers like Lindenbaum in the chat. They're going to throw out the Joe Montanas of the world versus the Tom Brady's and Drew Brees and Peyton Manning's and Aaron Rodgers, and I'm sure someone is, throwback going to throw out Dan Marino and
Johnny Unitas,
Johnny U, Roger Staubach.
I used to work with a guy that, Bernie Miklasz, he's a legend here in St. Louis, but he grew up in Baltimore, and Johnny Unitas is like his childhood hero. And to this day, he'll still tell me that Johnny Unitas is the greatest quarterback he's ever seen. I think actually he just wrote an article today saying that Brady is the GOAT. So for whatever reason, yesterday flipped him. But he was telling me, as of last football season, Johnny Unitas was the greatest quarterback of all time still.
Imagine
Kareem on YouTube.
Just
go ahead, Koff.
Tom Brady belongs.
Yeah, exactly. That game is what flipped you. Yesterday's game, where the Bucs defense was maybe more of a factor than anything Brady did yesterday. And I love Brady, but Tampa's defense made things difficult for Breeze, and he also played really poorly. Kareem on YouTube saying tier 1: Hopkins, Adams, Jones, Diggs, Hill. Yeah, I like doing tiers as well. I think that's the way to do it.
Oh, you love the tiers. You're all
a big
about
tiers
the tiers
guy. I love tiers.
Loves the tiers.
And I would also put Michael Thomas in the tier 1. I just can't give him being the best receiver title right now because he was injured all year. But you can't ignore the record-setting year he had last season. You can't.
Jordan says, what? Koff, besides being in the same age range, you're the one who dresses and eats like a grumpy 70-year-old, let's not forget. Oh! All caps. And still watches DVDs. Yeah, I do. Silly Sally says, Koff, I always enter if I can. Your last-minute NBA. Came in second behind you last time we played, and you still beat me by 30. I had a good run in NBA for a little while, right?
I'm not playing Koff in NBA anymore. Screw him.
Here you are. It's been slow the last couple. Honestly, the last couple days were the days to play me. I have had crap lineups the last 2 nights.
I did not have time today to set a lineup, and
I'm not talking. I will see about today. Today maybe it'll work out well, but it's too early to tell. But yesterday and the day before, not maybe too much attention being paid to football, and NBA fell through the cracks. Not a pretty scene.
Yeah. Kareem Ridley, not tier 1 yet. I agree. Calvin Ridley is not tier 1 yet, but he's well on his way. Had a fantastic season.
Mm-hmm. 4th and 15. Couple minutes into this third quarter, 21-7. Green Bay is in front. Let's see. I've jumped up to 9th. Lord Silverman is in front by 1 point. Rodgers in the captain spot. Adams, Minshew, Eifert, Packers, DST, and Lazard. Bad Boys Pop says, cough, Michael Thomas had me in tears this season on my fantasy team. Took him in the first round.
Yeah,
well,
that's brutal.
And you should have, based on what he did last year. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. And boy, was he garbage yesterday. Just steaming hot garbage. Targeted 4 times, not a single catch. And now, you know, maybe a lot of that was Drew Brees and it wasn't him. But even still.
I mean, 0 for 4, that's you got to put some, you know, onus on Michael Thomas there for not getting one of those balls, you know.
It was just wild.
Brees was bad, though. There's no doubt. Kamara really wasn't as big of a factor. He couldn't have been because the offense just wasn't rolling. He's the guy that when they're rolling, he's rolling, you know.
Freak of Nature says that he is Lord Silverman. Excellent Freak of Nature. That's what we like to hear. Yeah, it was just weird last night. I was doing Leaderboard Live with our pal LaMarca, and I mean, Leonard Fournette obviously was really good. You know, Brady was good. You know, he wasn't great. There was no real, like, fantasy stud that came out of that game, which was not... I don't even know if it was the game I expected, although obviously a lot of people did. I mean, a lot of points were projected for that game. It was north of 52 going into it. It's just not remotely the game that I expected. I really thought, especially for what could have been and likely was Drew Brees' final game, we were in line for a shootout, and it never came to fruition.
I agree. I was hoping for more fireworks there, but I'm happy with the outcome. Obviously, I'm a Brady fan, so man, that matchup next weekend is going to be so fun. Fantasy Hawk making the case for Justin Jefferson to be in the elite tier 1 receiver conversation. I mean, look, incredible rookie season. I still don't know why he went as low as he did in the first round, showing what he could do at LSU. I know people probably thought he was a product of Burrow, but Justin Jefferson, incredible with the Vikings. But it's only one season of work. And it wasn't like, you know, he looked like prime Randy Moss or prime Jerry Rice out there, where you right away throw him in the tier 1 category. But, I mean, look, if he does it again...
Sorry, Asher from Game Up says you cannot be in the elite tier if you only have 1 or 2 years of experience.
Correct. Yeah, that's the point. 100%. 100%. It is way too early to put him in the elite tier. Just because he just doesn't have enough game tape. Give me 2 seasons of that.
Up over 100 passing yards. 13-yard rack right there. Pretty impressive, Chris Conley. Asher says DK, while promising, is also not elite yet, in my opinion.
Right.
But now you're gonna come at DK Metcalf like that, bruh? DraftKings Metcalf? How dare you?
It's true though. DK has obviously the physical tools.
He just doesn't do it consistently enough. Yeah,
you know.
He doesn't do it consistently enough, which is not his fault. I mean,
right.
You know, sometimes he just isn't the favorite.
Doesn't get the targets.
You know, it's Tyler Lockett. You know, it's what makes that team so difficult to predict when it comes to DFS when they're gone.
Totally. But DK could get there one day, no doubt.
First and 10 from the 14.
So, of all 4 games, which game were you most disappointed by? Bills-Ravens?
Which game was I most disappointed by? It would have to be Bills-Ravens.
I thought that was going to be an awesome
game. Didn't know. I mean, I thought the Bills would win, but didn't know which way it was going to go. How are you going to slide right there, Minshew? My God. Dive for the pylon. What's the worst that could happen?
He didn't want to fumble.
Come on. Oh, awful. Yeah, that game was just such a boring watching paint dry kind of football game when the whole Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson hype was so big going in. So yeah, that has to be it.
How about that interception return though? Imagine if that stadium was packed. God,
we got ourselves a touchdown here, and hopefully, folks, you're playing for Chris Thompson because you got yourselves a touchdown. Narrow the gap. About to be a 7-point game.
The tutty there for Thompson. Buffalo would have burned down if the world was normal on that one. What was it, 101-yard interception return? Once he crossed the 50, I was like, oh my God, he's going to do this all the way. I thought Lamar was going to catch him, but no.
Can you imagine? I guess, well, I should ask. I know some Bills fans, some long-suffering Bills fans. Can you imagine the emotion of a Bills fan dominated for the last 20 years by Tom Brady?
Yeah.
If you actually, maybe Patrick Mahomes can't go, or maybe you just get the upset. Either way, you beat Kansas City, you beat the defending champs, you get to the Super Bowl, only to then, first year with him out of your division,
hi,
you got to face Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Oh, that would drive me nuts for a full 2 weeks. I can't even fathom how nervous and lacking in any sort of confidence and just downright ticked and upset and dismayed I would be going into that championship game.
Yeah, so on a couple levels here, it's interesting. Like, no person in the greater Buffalo area would be able to sleep for 2 weeks, right? Like, just unreal. I can't believe we have to go up against this guy to get our first ring. Unbelievable. This guy. And then also, it works on this level, though, Koff. I know you love the narratives. Maybe Buffalo has to slay that dragon to finally raise their first Lombardi trophy. Like maybe that's a part of it for them. That's why it happened the way it happened.
Mars Brightburn says, damn, the Bills? What about my Jets? We suffered the most. Mars, I disagree. There is no one that Tom Brady has dominated more in his career, just outright embarrassed each and every season than the Buffalo Bills.
Yep. No, it's not even close, really, because Miami has been one of those teams that would give Brady maybe a late season loss every now and then. And the Jets, they have their runs every here or there, every 4 or 5 years. So,
I mean, the Jets made it to a couple AFC championship games.
Right, exactly.
During, obviously, the Brady era.
They beat Brady in the playoffs.
Bills did nothing.
Nothing. I mean, I can probably count on one hand every time the Bills beat the Patriots. I remember the Sam Adams interception return, and I remember the game in 2011 where Brady threw 3 picks. One of them was off of one of their D linemen's helmets to end the game. Like, those are the 2 I remember, and I think maybe there was a Week 17 loss, but he only played 1 series. I mean, it's bleak in that rivalry when it comes to Brady and the Bills.
Look up the numbers. He's something. I mean, I might be exaggerating here, but the record against the Bills is some ridiculous. He's like 32-3.
Yeah, I really think it is like 3 or 4
nonsense
losses.
record. Yeah, bunches.
Brady records are hilarious. I saw a stat yesterday on Reddit, which made me laugh. Tom Brady has 8 career playoff wins against NFC teams, tying Drew Brees. Drew Brees has been playing in the NFC since 2006. He has as many NFC playoff wins as Drew Brees. He's been in the NFC for 1 season.
That reminds me of a stat that 32-3 says.
Yeah, so I hit the nail on the head.
So there you go. That reminds me of a stat that I saw as we reached the third quarter break. It's 21-14 the Pack, so we still got a game here. There was a stat that I saw earlier this season that Bill Belichick has more wins in Buffalo than any head coach, Bills head coaches included, than any head coach in the last 20 years.
Oh, it's amazing. So pretty much anyone since Marv Levy.
You only get to play there once a year. Bills head coaches get to play there 8 times.
Oh, that's amazing.
He has more head coaching wins in Buffalo than any Bills coach of the last 20 years. Like that is perfect. That's right up there with Wayne Gretzky has more career assists than any other NHL player has points in their lifetime. Like that's it. Just is some insane statistics, and that one with Brady and Breeze is right there. I love it.
It's so fun. Any Brady or Belichick stat over the last 20 years, it's just stupid when you put it in comparison. Like, you know, Brady has more playoff wins combined than I think like Peyton and some other crazy all-time good quarterback. Like there's so many that you list off and you're like, that doesn't even make sense, you know?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
I love
let's
it.
see.
I love it
Brad
so much.
says, well, the Mercedes Lewis captain play is not panned out. I'm 163 out of 166. El Paso #1. Let's get Funches to the bonus. Funches to the bonus. I'm sitting fourth right now. About 8 points behind Josie 999 though.
Ooh,
Josie.
I'm in 153. God, it just keeps getting worse for me.
Lisa says Brady's not that great. No, Brady is exceptional. Actually, you're right. He is not great.
He is the greatest.
Amazing. He is the greatest.
Yeah, it's his stats are absurd.
Stats here are good through 3 quarters. Thank you very much to our great Game Ops crew. Zach, Azure, appreciate you.
Oh, Money, we will not be talking about that.
To the Knicks by 30. LOL. Wow, get out of here. Oh, Money with that. That was many hours ago. It wasn't even today.
Yeah, it was this weekend. Relax. It happened.
Be gone.
We're over.
Be gone. So which game, let's get into this a little bit because we're into the fourth quarter. Which game are you most looking forward to this weekend? And how do you think they're both going to play out?
Right, it's not even close. Brady versus Rodgers is just, I mean, the NFL has been wanting that as a Super Bowl matchup for probably over 10 years. So that's just going to be incredible. I'm so excited for it. And the other matchup, man, is Mahomes going to play?
We don't know.
That's a huge factor, man, because they're not winning anything without Chad Henne. And this just goes to show you, man, it's so difficult to win a Super Bowl. The Chiefs are so good. They won it last year, and all the smart people will tell you, yeah, Chiefs, I'm picking them to repeat, right? But these things happen. And, you know, is Mahomes going to miss out on a potential ring here because of this concussion? Who knows? It might be the case. I just don't see them beating the Bills with Chad Henne. I really don't. He stinks.
I just don't. And look, I'm no doctor, not remotely. I just don't think it's going to come to that. I really don't. And I'm not saying that they're going to put Mahomes out there and he's not ready or anybody's doing anything irresponsible. I just happen to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to play.
Look, I
realize concussions are
predict
totally unpredictable.
And that's why I just don't.
What's
I
so
have
bizarre
no idea
about it is he didn't even sustain a hit to the head. That was the amazing thing.
Right.
I mean, do we know? And forgive me if this is if this is a just ignorant to the facts comment. Correct me by any means. Did he definitely sustain a concussion, or was he in concussion protocol? Because those are two different things.
He's still in concussion protocol. I don't think it has been officially diagnosed from what I am reading and what I have seen today.
So he may not even be concussed, technically.
Right. And if he isn't, obviously he's going to play. But if he is, it would send a bad message to the entire football world and the sports world if Mahomes is out there on Sunday, given what the league has been trying to emphasize over the last few years.
Sure.
So, you know, we're just going to have to wait and see. I certainly want to have Patrick Mahomes healthy and playing for a long time. So if he has to miss the championship game, so be it.
Look, you do not, and I shouldn't even have to say this. This is common sense, and obviously the organization knows this. The NFL knows this. Like this is your $500 million man. Signed a 10-year extension with Kansas City. But even if that weren't the case, this is one of the faces of your league. This is an elite young athlete. This is a incredible human being. All of that, but nothing trumps health and safety. Nothing. Right. The game does not. Championship rounds, Super Bowls, like nothing should trump health and safety. And I'm sure there was an era, obviously, where things did, but we're not there anymore. Is that ball lofted into the end zone? A touchdown, Jaguars! 46-yard score by
DJ Chark. DJ Chark. DJ Chark. DJ Chark.
DJ Chark.
DJ Chark. DJ Chark. DJ Chark. Washington Nationals. John Lester tying it back in.
So, look, just to finish the point, he shouldn't be out there if he's not ready to go, and he won't be out there if he's not ready to go. So that's what it boils down to here, and we just got to wait and see. Obviously, me expecting he is going to play is, it's stupid. It's a stupid comment. Believing he's going to play, because there's no possible way to know.
We just can't know yet. We can't know yet. So that, and if he does play, if he's able to play, that's a great matchup, man. I mean, Josh Allen is playing like an MVP this year, and Mahomes, probably going to finish second for MVP. So
I love too. I don't know who remembers, but there was a conversation after Madden 21 was released. There was a conversation we had back in the offseason about how Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, I think it was Mahomes, was upset that his arm strength, which is elite, like a 98 or something crazy in Madden, was not as good as Allen's. Allen being 99, he's got that cannon. They both have cannons, but Allen is really renowned for it. And they wanted to organize, I don't think this ever happened, they wanted to organize a throw-off to basically see who has the stronger arm. And love that we could now hopefully have an AFC championship game where these guys can show off those bullets.
Hell yeah. Just throw bombs back and forth, bombs away, baby. I all in on it. Really want Mahomes to be healthy. Hope he is. And I mean, you're getting Rodgers, who's the MVP, Mahomes, who was the MVP for most of the season, and then Rodgers pulled away, so he's going to probably finish second. You got Allen, who's probably going to finish top 4, right? I mean, him and Derrick Henry will probably steal those 3-4 votes from each other. And then Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time. It's very rare that we get a Final Four of quarterbacks like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually there's one that's like, okay.
Yeah, right, because if you look at the last 20 years, you've had Brady in, 14 of them, so you got a GOAT in at least one of them. And then you've had Rodgers in a bunch of them. You've had Breeze in a bunch of them. You've had Russell Wilson in a bunch of them. But yeah, it's typically that one outlier, like the Flaccos of the world, although playing great when he's gotten into it. Who else can we throw? Andrew Luck was in with him. Who, that hasn't aged well. Trying to think of a few others here. Cordell Stewart, 2001.
Josie 999 still in front. I'm sitting fourth, 7 points off the lead. Where are you, sir?
I don't even want to look. It's bad.
You gotta look.
Although I did have Chark. So let's see.
21st touchdown for Chark.
111th
the game. Okay.
So there we go. Not great.
Okay.
So we are on a B word watch here. Adams with the bonus already. Funchess 89 yards, Chark 76 yards. So B word in play.
B word.
Beavers here.
In play.
Under 3 to go.
Got ourselves a 2nd and 7 from the 41. Rodgers fakes the handoff, throws it down deep. Oh my goodness gracious. Is he gotta go? Funchess life, touchdown! Breaks
Funchess amongst us.
59 89-yard score.
Bonus for Funchess. Big TD. Packers. That's huge.
Huge.
Absolutely
So
huge. Great throw by Rodgers.
Whoa.
Lisa Robinson saying it was Edelman's touchdown pass to Amendola in the 2015 playoff game against the Ravens that got Brady to the Super Bowl. I do not disagree that that was the turning point play of that game. What I do disagree with you on is that it was that particular play that got him to the Super Bowl, because they had to play an entire game after that throw against the Colts. So, sorry. I mean, that's not what got him to the Super Bowl. It was
How about
him
Devin Funchess?
annihilating the Colts.
Funchess, 161 yards, is now in the captain spot of the current leading lineup in our larger free roll. Our smaller one, Devontae Adams, in the captain spot, where he is crossed over the 40-point threshold. But Funchess is certainly the guy right now. In a third of lineups, 33 points in the flex. Rodgers is sitting 299, folks. Can he get the ball back and get to the bonus? 299. And then Rodgers, after him, has Jones, Eifert for doggone SS in front on fourth, 5 points off the lead. And how about this for our leader? Reichwell Armstead as the punt play. Not a single point. So he's doing it. He is leading the way with 5 players in his lineup right now getting the job done.
Carter Robinson on YouTube reporting that he did not have a concussion. He had nerve in his neck that got tweaked. They said it this morning that he did not get a concussion. He was just in a crushing protocol. I think he meant to say concussion. He passed all the tests to his neck.
Out there somewhere, or is
This is what Carter Robinson is reporting in the YouTube chat.
Well, here's to you, Mr. Robinson. But we don't know. We just don't know.
So we got a lot of good captain, Krusty Koff Award candidates, I should say.
Oh, heck yeah.
Kaufman.
But I mean, how could it not be Funchess, though?
Adams, Funchess, and Rodgers if he hits the bonus here.
Sure. But no, I mean
that's-
Funchess has been the guy.
Funchess over Adams.
It's got to be. You consider the salary, the ownership, and he has more points. The Babysitter Billy disappointment, though, that we're going to have to look into.
We'll give that the MVS.
Steven said this entire sim you talked Brady. And Steven, that could not be farther from the truth. Fair chunk of it, sure.
Well, there are 4 teams remaining in the playoffs. One of them has Tom Brady.
The other one he has dominated.
So I don't know what you want us to talk about. Talk about the sim. You idiots.
Listen, the sim's been great. It's ready for prime time. That 2nd and 10 picked up, juking like you read about, and Thompson gets to the 46. 3rd and 1 on the way.
Yeah, if we get Brady versus the Bills, man, I just feel bad for people in Buffalo. Like, let's say they do get there and it's Brady again and they just lay down the smack. It's like 45-16 or something. Like,
Buffalo just retires franchise.
I was just going to say, do you just stop rooting? Football. Yeah. Is it over? That's 0-5 in Super Bowls.
3rd and 1. Listen, we've talked about this before. Is it better to have loved and lost than never loved before? It's better to get to the Super Bowl and lose than not reach that game. Also,
I agree from a resume standpoint, but as a fan, is that the case? Like, if you've never won the Super Bowl, like if you were a Bills fan in the 90s and you lost,
I think so, because
you lost 4 straight Super Bowls,
playoff run and 2 weeks of hope, leading up to the game.
Man, how much heartbreak can one heart handle?
Jim Kelly days, man. Minshew, all right, down to the 15.
No, I agree with you there, but I'm saying if you were like, let's say in the moment in the 90s, you're a hardcore Bills fan, and you go through that 4 straight losses. How do you recover from that? Are you even rooting for that 4th year? Like, I would have given up after 3.
First and 10 from the 15. That connection is made to the right. Conley again gets to the 9. I've jumped into third. I'm 3 points off the lead. But based on the guys in front of me, I don't think I can make it happen. I don't think I can win this one.
Michael's saying wide right. I think wide right was their first loss, too. Brutal. If that had just gone a little bit more center, Bills have a ring. Scott Norwood, what's up? Are we getting overtime here, Koff?
Do you have to be a Brady fan to work at DraftKings?
Yes.
Yes, it's in the bylaws. When you sign your paperwork, it's part of the NDA. Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
It's the TB12 clause.
Daniel says, I'm pretty sure I was asked about that. Yeah, but knowing the leader of our department, who is not a Brady fan, he was probably trying to weed you out. Oh, you're a Brady fan? All right, sorry, pal. It's not going to work out for you.
He's the GOAT.
It's the Brady clause, says someone in the chat here. 3rd and 2, Minshew. Oh, boy, we got a flag.
Oh, it's a flag.
Is it going to stay? It's either a flag or an Eifert touchdown. You know how I feel about Eifert touchdowns.
Oh, roughing the passer.
Okay.
We're getting overtime, people.
Penalty is declined, folks.
Doug Marone's fired up.
And I remain 3 points back, sitting in third with our new leader, CRB 5669. And yeah, like you said, overtime might be on the way.
Yeah, I mean, unless the Packers can score in 17 seconds here, they do have all 3 timeouts. So let's see if they can work the clock and punch it in.
I know what you guys are going through, man. If I actually, I mean, this is a free roll, but if I actually had money on this, I'd be so nervous.
Hey, Rodgers is Mr. Hail Mary. Daniel brings up a good point. Kid's got a cannon.
It's very true. Don't forget, Aaron Rodgers, 299 passing right now, so the bonus feeling pretty inevitable.
Good call. All right, 17 seconds here. Going to take it from their 25.
Touchback coming out to the 25 here.
Look at those numbers, man. 8 catches, 161.
Funchess, the score.
It's a big old day for Devin Funchess. Looks like the Packers might go conservative here.
Run out the clock. Ready themselves for overtime. Yeah, hand off to Jones. That's
a
good run, though. She's going to get out of bounds. It does.
Giving them hope here.
Jones 14 for 53.
Mason Crosby warming. Looks like they need to get it to about the 40. They need to get to about the 43 here.
Packers
getting Mason Crosby range. I do have Mason Crosby in my lineup.
For some MVS. I do not.
Fantasy Hawk Freeze Pops. Which defense is tougher in your opinion, Saints or Packers?
Rodgers Funchess again, solidifying his player of the game case. We got
big
a timeout.
Game, big game for him. Big gainer. Saints defense is better than the Packers defense.
So there is no time here to ready yourself for a field goal. You just got to go for the end zone at this point. Maybe twice.
Well, you got 2 timeouts.
That's true. You could have a short pass, take it down to 1 or 2 seconds if you want to play with fire a little bit. That's a good point. See what Rodgers does here. 1st and 10 from the 45. Keeps it himself. He's running out of clock. He's throwing deep.
Flag.
We got a flag all the way down to the end zone.
Oh, it's a pick. Ooh, let's see if we get TI here.
What's the flag?
Roughing the passer.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
One time down.
Not that Josh Allen. Roughs the pass.
Oh, here we go.
Field goal range. We got a 57-yarder. Can Crosby win it? No time left on the clock. The kick is up. It's long. It's not even close. We're going overtime.
Wow. Rare that you see an untimed down to end a football game.
We are going straight to OT, where now it's all in play, baby. CRB 56-69 in front, 2 points behind. Fox likes football, marginally 0.05 points back and sitting third. This guy talking to you right now with Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike Daniel, our technical director, Zach Asher, our game ops crew. And the way it works in OT, if you happen to be new, team that starts off with the ball, touchdown, ends it. Field goal gives the other team an opportunity to tie or win it. If we remain tied, be it at the same score or at 31 apiece after each team has had the possession, it is sudden death. There are no ties in Simland no matter how long it takes, and we have seen triple overtime before. The Packers start off with the ball. Let's see what we get.
Give me college overtime. Come on, NFL. Take note. We all love college overtime. There's only a few curmudgeons that don't like it. Give me college OT.
Aaron Rodgers, by the way, of course, is into the bonus. Got there late in regulation. 1st and 10 from the 24. Rodgers keeps it himself. Drops it over the top, and again, into the hands of Funchess. Mr. Automatic today.
Lewis Daniel, we have not given out the awards yet.
Not
we
officially.
are just giving out preliminary picks, but Funchess looking to be the guy.
What if Devontae Adams scores another touchdown?
Hey, look, I was the one that wanted to keep him in the convo.
He's in the convo, but he's not the leader in the clubhouse.
No, Funchess is the guy right now. There's no doubt.
Aaron Jones with a reception. No, MVS, pardon me, saw the 3. 83, not 33. Marquez Valdez-Scantling with that grab.
Oh, hey, nice of you to join us, MVS.
Yeah, that MVS versus Tyler Eifert debate working out well.
Well, you got
Eifert up to about 24 points.
Yeah, jeez.
2 touchdowns.
Good on you, dude.
Again, broken clock. Jones nowhere close to a rushing bonus, has 53. Right back to the line of scrimmage that time. TK says, give me Mercedes cough. We'll see if we can speak it into existence for you. Smash that like button, folks. You having fun? We got ourselves a hell of a primetime game, and we are about 20 likes shy of 300. Let's get there. Let's all work together and tap that like button around. Rodgers maneuvers out of the pocket, leaps, throws, and I don't quite know why. Lost yards in the process. 3rd and 11 on the way after that grab by Mercedes Lewis. You wanted him, you got him, just lost a yard.
Yeah, I think I liked the move there from Rodgers, but if he had targeted maybe someone that wasn't about to get tackled, probably would have been a better
That'd be helpful
choice there from simulation land Aaron Rodgers.
Rodgers has the time. He's got the space, hanging out around the 35. Thinks about running. Instead, throws across his body and completes
Your boy.
it to Alan Lazard, folks. Alan Lazard. Second catch, 31 yards.
Tugboat, would you die for the pylon in overtime? Huge play by Lazard there. CEH
puts me into first place because who else has Alan Lazard? Nobody.
I say nobody, I wouldn't, but
I
feel like it's really hard to not do that in that situation. Like you're conditioned to try and score a touchdown when you're near the goal line.
Alan Lazard, the Krusty Koff player of the game. 1st and 10. Rodgers, all sorts of time. Long throw. Could have been picked.
Woo.
MVS couldn't come down with it.
That was almost devastating.
2nd and 10 coming up from the 40. 28 all. Packers and Jaguars. I tell you, I don't want this game to end. This is great.
About a yard away here from getting into Mason Crosby range. Oh, what a play!
Reception there.
Your boy!
Adams. Game-winning touchdown, Devontae Adams.
Okay, so let's have the conversation.
40-yard score. Yeah, I'd say so.
Let's have the conversation here.
Devontae Adams. That is going to ruffle the leaderboard as much as I'd love to stay in first. I don't think it's happening for me. Looking like doggone SS. getting some points to move ahead of me, and we'll see. We will see.
It's the square
Devontae
button.
Adams. Wow. Adams up to
140
140
yards.
in the air as compared to Funchess 179. They've each got a bunch of catches. Funchess 10, Adams 8.
Adams also has a few rushing yards. I believe that's his second touchdown.
Man, unofficial
Rodgers,
numbers.
387.
Unofficial numbers, I'm going to lose this thing by less than a point. Crushing. Soul crushing.
Man.
And not only that, the slap in the face by doggone SS of doing it with 5 players. Because remember, he's the one with Armstead in the punt play who got him a goose egg.
Okay.
You deserve to win.
Cuff. Rodgers, 4 touchdowns, 387 in the air.
Bundy.
Is he the Krusty Kaufman player of the game? I mean, that's big time stuff there. 81% completion percentage.
So Rodgers went for 36.8 points. Funchess, 36.9 points. Adams went for, I want to find him in the flex. Let's see. 31.7, the game-winning touchdown.
I think you got to go Rodgers.
But I feel like you need to consider ownership and price.
Yeah, I guess.
To get almost 37 points out of Devin Funchess, who was $7,600 in the flex and 38% owned. You know, like, you're gonna have Aaron Rodgers. 2/3 of lineups had Aaron Rodgers. Devin Funchess is slightly outside the box.
I guess, but rarely do we see a guy almost throw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns in these sims. We see receivers go off. This is sort of a rarefied situation here for Rodgers. I would feel uncomfortable not giving him the Krusty Kaufman player of the game. It's got to be Rodgers.
Producer Mike says, but we expect that from Rodgers.
Do we expect 404 touchdowns? I don't know if we expect that. 387.
We expect it as a possible. You know what? How about we let's leave it up to the chat. Real quick, chat. Pelt us real quick with your Krusty Kauf player of the game.
Rodgers versus Funchess versus Devontae. Those 3.
Yeah, it's either Rodgers, Adams, or Funchess. Who do you want?
And remember what's on the line here.
In the meantime, yeah, nothing. No, I'm kidding. The wooden nickel. In the
wooden
nickel. While they do that, why don't you find us your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Who disappointed you today?
Oh, man. I mean, he disappointed me, and I feel like MVS is a guy that people love to have in that captain spot in Packer Sims because it allows you to have, you know, the flexibility to do other stuff.
MVS.
Yeah,
for
so
4 points.
Just brutal game for MVS. I know Aaron Jones didn't go off the way he typically does, but MVS just laughably bad. I have to give him not my kid, not my problem tonight. So let's check out the votes here. Lots of Funchess.
Devontae, Funchess, Adams, Funchess, Rodgers.
I think we're giving it to Funchess here.
Funchess, Adams, Funchess, Rodgers, Adams, Funchess. Yeah.
Look, and Sean Preston brings up a good point. I do get the ultimate choice, but I'm a man of the people. The people have spoken. Devin Funchess, the Funchess amongst us. Bunches of Funchess.
Says Rodgers. Without him, Funchess and Adams don't have good games. Well, isn't that true of every quarterback?
Funchess gets it. But Rodgers right there, man. I mean, I almost want to give him a wooden nickel. You know what? How about that? Can we do that? Am I allowed to do that?
Mike, you decide. Producer Mike
decides. Mike's the commissioner.
Can we have players of the game? Fievel says, Kaufman, I can remember when these Sims started. You were big on the Bundy. It should be Rodgers. Hey, I'm all about Rodgers, the MVP. No,
Michael, no room on the spreadsheet.
No, got to pick one. Fantasy Ox says, Kaufman found the new way to get chat engagement without a buzzword. You're damn right I did.
Going to Funchess.
Down with a buzzword. Down with a buzzword.
But this is one of those Sims, man, where the fact that you have 3 guys so deserving, very rare. So that's awesome.
Yeah. Amen. 3 guys north of 35 points or north of 30 anyway. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Tony says that I get it for second place. Man, I'd rather finish 10th. You know, like second is just it's such a tease. It's such a tease.
I'll take second though. I've never been there.
Yeah,
one day.
It's a rarefied air up here. It's oh, you the peasants down there. How was your lineup today? Oh, such an idiot. All right, next one. One and done for me, folks. But Tom Ace, who again smells terrific, is coming back with you for Madden After Dark with Brendan Glasheen. Great one. Ravens and Saints. You could talk about a couple of teams that lost this past weekend. There's lots to be said, obviously, on those two teams that we have not yet covered. And you got to hear from Glash. You got to get his thoughts on the matter. If he
we'll probably talk about Brady again.
6 o'clock. Yeah, probably. Man loves him some Brady. I will be around, a little split shift. I am around for Sims tomorrow, the nooner, and right back with you for the prime time. So 12 o'clock with Tweak, Kenny Ducey, and then 8 o'clock with BK, Brandon Cristal. And looking forward to it. Should be a great time. Maybe I'll go make contests when this one ends and people can jump on in those free rolls for tomorrow. Get excited, get ahead of the game. In the meantime, as people are still voting for their top players, love it. Love all of you. Thank you for hanging out. Great game. Thanks again, says Fievel. You are the best, all of you. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Daniel. Thanks to Asher, to Zach, to all of you. And of course, Tom Carroll. He's not going anywhere. He's hanging out. He'll be back with Glash in, let's call it 35 minutes. And until tomorrow for me, but maybe I'll dip into the chat during Madden After Dark, have some fun. Tommy, pleasure, buddy.
We'll talk later, dude.
Monster Monday and is presented by DraftKings. What a glorious weekend it was. DraftKings, America's #1 sportsbook app, as well as #1 DFS app. And we'll have an awesome conference championship Sunday for both of those things. It's a new week, which means we have a new Spread the Word via social media winner at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. The easiest contest to win, of which I'm aware of on planet Earth. Just engage, Maverick, like Top Gun. Top Gun 1. Engage. Is there Top Gun 2? I don't know. Anyway, engage at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. Just a tweet or a reply or a quote tweet or a like or a love on Facebook or Instagram, at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. It's so easy. We'll also have a sponsor confirmation email winner. That's just one of you that takes advantage of one of our sponsors this week. We got a bunch of good ones. We'll do a YouTube shout out. Love the YouTube shout outs. YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Just fun for me to do those for the winners. It's just an easy thing for me that I know people get a lot out of, which I love. Today's patron shout out, Ryan Bruns. I think that's how you say it. Ryan Bruns. Ryan like Ryan Sandberg. BRUNS. Love when we get new patrons. Patreon.com/RT Media. I'm thinking perhaps about a happy hour on Friday night for the Tuckheads that are patron members of the private Slack channel, patreon.com/RT Media. So keep that in mind as a possibility. By the way, got a couple cool things we're going to get going soon, and we're going to email you guys about them this week. So make sure you're signed up for the email newsletter on the homepage at rosstucker.com. Got a couple cool things to shoot your way and a story to send your way as well. Lot to get to. I mean, a lot to get to. It's Big Show time.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure The Big Show.
Well, maybe we'll be
Bri.
editing that one out today.
So what's that?
I said maybe we will be editing that one out today.
No, you don't need to edit out. That's funny, dude. Like, you pressed the wrong button. It's 6:02 a.m. Central Time. Somebody has a little case of the Mondays. It's okay, bro. It makes it better. It makes it more entertaining. People were totally confused. They're thrown off.
I was thrown off.
Yeah, so like, I don't want to be one of those podcasts that goes back and edits stuff like that. I mean, like, here's the deal. If anybody listening or watching on our YouTube, like, cares about that or is like, oh my gosh, he hit the wrong button and there was 4 seconds where it sounded like the close of the show. Like, they're not our type of peeps anyway. You know what I mean? Those are not our people, Brian.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you to all of the good people who don't care. Yesterday, kind of a big day in the NFL. Now we've got 4 teams left. The divisional round has come and gone, Ross. Your biggest takeaways from not the best weekend of the year, because we've already experienced super wild card weekend of the year, but one of the best weekends of the year.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. There haven't been as many close games as we were hoping for. You know, there was only one score game over the divisional round weekend at the end where there was truly significant drama late in the game. And I'm not sure that happens if Patrick Mahomes doesn't get hurt. So we haven't had the level of drama perhaps that I was looking for, hoping for, all those things. Here's a couple things I wrote down, Bri, that jumped out to me, okay, as being significant over the divisional round weekend. Number 1, weather as a factor. In particular, it was clearly a factor on Saturday. It was cold in Green Bay. They had the snow flurries. You know, I don't know how much it affected the Rams because I was actually impressed that the Rams kept fighting, kept battling. And Jared Goff made some clutch throws when he had to in that game. They just didn't play well enough defensively. I mean, we'll get to that later. But I think the weather was a factor there. It was absolutely a factor in Buffalo. You know, the game I was at, my last game in the booth this season, as I put out on Twitter at Ross Tucker NFL, the wind. I mean, first of all, Justin Tucker doinking 2 field goals. Tyler Bass just missed 2 field goals for the Bills. He's pretty good young kicker. And then there were several balls that were, first of all, it affected multiple punts. We know that. And then there were several balls that were overthrown as a result, Bri. You know, there was Josh Allen overthrew a couple deep receivers. Tyler Huntley had Hollywood Brown behind the defense late in the game for the Ravens and overthrew him. Ravens had multiple chances to score a touchdown late to make it a 1-score game again. So weather is a factor. And I point that out as a takeaway or a theme because Green Bay, Kansas City, Sunday, very, very cold. They're both going to be very, very cold. We'll see if there's any precipitation to speak of. We'll see what it's like, but those are 2 cold places where the weather is absolutely going to be a factor. And then I would say critical mental errors by road teams. I mean, you think about like the Rams and 4th and 1 false start, or Aaron Donald with the silly penalty, unnecessary roughness against Elton Jenkins, just stuff you can't do. The Ravens calling timeouts when you shouldn't have to call a timeout. Bad snaps. I mean, just silly errors that will get you beat at this point of the season. Even the Browns. The Browns had some of those disappointing penalties and things like that it ended up being the difference in the game. They had some of those drops. It really ended up being the difference in the game, a game that was very winnable for the Browns. Who would have thought the only game with a double-digit spread was the only game that ended up being a one-score game? But critical mental errors, I mean, I guess some home teams did too, but it was more noticeable to me with the road teams. The one, we can get to the specifics, but that end zone rule with Rashard Higgins, end of the first half for the Browns, that's one of those critical mental errors. I know he's just being aggressive. I know he's trying to score a touchdown, but Kevin Stefanski, his head coach, even said, Bri, we tell them not to do that. That should have been first and goal. You're not. Steve Fezzik talks about it on the Even Money podcast. You don't do that unless it's fourth down, maybe third down. But you don't do it in a situation like that. The flip side of that, Bri, is I remain frustrated that not everything is reviewable. Daniel Sorensen had a clear leading with the crown of his helmet hit that they should be able to review that. That should have been, maybe that's one of the two challenges Kevin Stefanski has to use. I don't know. But I don't like the end zone rule. But it is the rule right now. That doesn't forgive Rashard Higgins. That's a mental error by Higgins because that is the rule, even though I don't like it. The thing I really get frustrated about is not having everything be reviewable. Let's correct an obvious issue like that. Coaches still only have two challenges. They're going to have to be very careful about when they use them. Certainly, the Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson injuries were big takeaways. I think it just speaks to how fragile the game is. How fragile professional football, any sport, I guess, but in particular professional football is, where it's as soon as Lamar Jackson, it went from being, it looks like the Ravens are going to tie this game, to a pick six, Lamar hits his head at 17-3, and you feel like they have no hope. He went right into the locker room after that. And then Mahomes, and I tweeted this at Ross Tucker NFL, I would imagine Mahomes plays next Sunday. I have no idea, right? But I'll just say there's millions of people that saw him get up woozy. And as a result, there are going to be people that don't think he should play next week. Right or wrong. I'm not making a judgment. I'm not a doctor. I'm not evaluating him. I'm not going through the protocol. I'm just saying there's going to be a bunch of casual fans, or not even casual fans, there'll be a bunch of fans, members of the media, that are going to say, that guy was woozy. He should not be able to play football the next week. And then, obviously, my guy, Chad Henne from Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, who went to Wilson West Lawn. He's been on the show multiple times, coming in, having those two huge plays. I mean, he actually made more plays than that. They had the 3rd and 4 earlier where he threw the check down to Damian Williams. He had the other drive where he got him down close to field goal range. He had a bad interception. I don't know what happened there. But Chad made a bunch of plays, including that scramble, which was incredible. And then 4th and inches, Andy Reid goes for it. Very, very cool. I think I've told these stories before. When Chad Henne came on the show, I pretty much have him on once a year or whatever on the show. I think I've told these stories before. I'm going to share them again, though, Bri, since he's in the news. Number one, when he was in maybe 7th or 8th grade, both these stories are from when he was in 7th or 8th grade, right? I used to work out. I was in college. I used to work out with his dad. I believe his dad worked at the hospital, and you got to work out complimentary membership at our weight room, the Wyomissing High School weight room. And his dad's a big dude, big, strong dude. So I used to work out with his dad when I was in college and home from a break or over the summer. And I would talk to his dad, and his dad would tell me about his son. And he'd say, yeah, my son's pretty big. He's playing. I think he's going to be a pretty good player. And like, you know, you hear that so often that you're kind of like, yeah, I'm sure he's going to be great. Like, I'm sure your son's going to be awesome. Turns out his son was Chad Henne. Started first game in 9th grade for one of the top 10 programs in the state of Pennsylvania, Wilson West Lawn High School. Then he starts the first game for Michigan as a true freshman. Unbelievable. Goes on to obviously start all 4 years at Michigan, and I think it's like his 13th year in the NFL. But it's just funny because I totally doubted his dad. The second story I heard from my cousin Mark Elliott, who went to Wilson and played with Chad Henne, that in 8th grade, Chad Henne was a fullback linebacker in 8th grade. And they were playing for the junior high at the varsity field. They did a fullback option pass with Henne. He stopped, threw the ball like 50, 60 yards in the air as an 8th grader playing fullback. And the head coach for Wilson at the time, as the story goes, Jim Cantafio said, who the heck is that? And one of the other coaches said, that's Chad Henne. It's going to be the next great fullback linebacker for Wilson. And Cantafio said, the hell he is. That's our quarterback. And he ended up starting the next year in 9th grade. It's a big powerhouse high school. He's at the junior high in 9th grade starting for the high school football team. So just two funny stories that I remember hearing about Henne over the years. And obviously we've kept in touch and talk. And I think, like I said, he comes on about once a year. We didn't have him on this summer. Maybe I can get him on over the next couple of weeks. We'll see what happens. I don't like to bother guys like that, especially if he might be playing next Sunday against the Bills. I don't want to be one of the 50 text messages he got yesterday. Probably got even more than that. I don't need to be that guy. Then the last thing, Bri, would just be Drew Brees retiring. And, dude, hits me right away like a ton of bricks. Just see, you know, he's my age. We came out the same year, 2001. Seeing him on the sideline, on the bench, seeing the pictures of him and his family on the field after the game. You know, not happy to see him go out like that with those interceptions, and it's a bummer, that part of it. But even more so than just kind of how that last game ended. You know, I've got a lot of respect for that guy. And seeing him and knowing that it's probably his last time playing brings back all those emotions for me. And here I am, 7:15 a.m. Eastern, and my eyes fill up immediately. It's hard to describe how much you can love something like that and miss it. And much different than what I tweeted last night, it's not the beer talking right now. I had a couple beers last night. It's not that right now at all. Congratulations, Drew, on an unbelievable career. Speaking of unbelievable, right now, new users can bet $1 on McGregor to win by knockout in the first round. And if he does, you'll be cashing in $257. Bet a little, win a lot. It's that simple. So you can bet on the UFC and Conor McGregor, or you can go ahead and bet on Conference Championship Sunday if you want. We also have, of course, DFS, the Sunday slate at DraftKings. Either way, download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code ROSS when you sign up to turn $1 into $257 if McGregor wins by first round knockout. Place your bet and watch the fly this weekend. That's code Ross for new players to get $257 if McGregor wins by first-round knockout. Limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older, New Jersey or PA only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tux Takes.
All right, start with the Rams-Packers game, and Aaron Rodgers finally gets to play in the NFC Championship game at Lambeau for the first time in his career. On Saturday, he threw for 2 touchdowns, and he also ran for a score. Packers over the Rams, 32-18.
I could not believe that stat when I heard that. I didn't realize that was the case. You know, I didn't realize he had never been in a home conference championship game. That's weird, really weird. Because it feels like they've been the number 1 seed several times. Feels like they played a bunch of home playoff games. But I guess that's how it's worked out. So, look, no Cooper Kupp really hurt the Rams. Frankly, I think I was wrong on that one. I was surprised. I thought he would play based on my experience with bursitis. And I think Dr. Chow thought he would play as well. So I don't know. I'm not sure what happened there. But no Cooper Kupp hurt. Story of the game was really the Rams' defense inability to slow down the Packers. I mean, the Packers just march on their first drive. They get Rams with 12 guys on the field, had to settle for a field goal after Rodgers actually missed a touchdown throw high on second down. Then the Rams moved the ball. I thought Jared Goff did some really positive things. I'll give him some credit. You know, you got that thumb injury. It's freezing cold there. I give Goff showed me something in that game. But then the Rams jump off sides. I mentioned it, 4th and 1, had to settle for a field goal. Goff was throwing well. One of the things that really hurt the Rams in this game, Aaron Donald was not Aaron Donald. And while I might have been wrong on Cooper Kupp, I thought he'd play, I was right on Donald that I thought that torn rib cartilage would negatively affect him, would affect his production, and it absolutely did. I mean, it absolutely did. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, Elton Jenkins was doing such a good job for the Packers. Donald got that selfish penalty. Next thing you know, Devontae Adams touchdown. Then the Rams responded with a 2-minute drill. Another time, then the Packers went down the field. That time, Rodgers had that pump fake, ran in for a touchdown, but then they missed the extra point. 3 drives, 9+ play scores for Green Bay in the first half. Before then, the Rams have that 2-minute drill, touchdown, first runs, then several Goff throws. I give a lot of credit to Jared Goff on that drive and to Sean McVay for sticking with the run early on that drive. That was a good response to make it, I think it was, 16-10 then? But then how about the end of the first half, Bri? The Rams dropped 2 end zone interceptions. They just dropped them. And so Green Bay was able to get a field goal to make it 19-10. Aaron Jones had a big run to start the second half, led to another Jones touchdown. Seemed like the game was over at that point then, 25-10 after the 2-point conversion was no good. But the Rams kept leaning on Cam Akers, touchdown run. Then they did that hook and ladder for a 2-point. And you're like, all right, 25-18, 7-point game. All right, Rams. And then Aaron Rodgers had that play-action pass, the bomb to Allen Lazard for the touchdown that kind of sealed it. 32-18 was the final. But I will say this. Rodgers was awesome. Rams defense wasn't good enough. I thought the Rams offense actually, I know they only scored 18 points, but they kind of showed me a little something.
Tux Takes.
Taron Johnson, 101-yard pick six, helped the Buffalo Bills to a 17-3 win over the Baltimore Ravens, and they will play the Chiefs this Sunday.
So the first thing I want to talk about, Bri, is some of the Bills fans. I feel like I didn't want to try to tweet back at people. I'd rather just say it here. I had several Bills fans after the game say, "You picked against us. You picked against us, man." I had someone that said, "You're a traitor." Some guy said, "I'm a charlatan," because I was excited about how loud the Bills fans were. and I was pumped for the Bills fans. Let me explain something, okay? I didn't think I had to, but evidently I do. Literally, my job is to give the analysis of what I think is going to happen. And I thought the Ravens would win a close game, based in large part on how both teams had played the week prior. I was wrong. The Bills won. That's awesome. Just because I picked the Ravens to win doesn't mean deep down inside I wanted the Ravens to win. You guys know I've been so clear on this show for years about my affinity for the Buffalo Bills, my favorite team of the 5 I played for. It was awesome to be there Saturday night. I am thrilled for that organization, for those fans, that they won that game. Just because I picked the Ravens to win, because I thought they would. It wasn't like I knew they were going to win. Like, I just think, hey, I think the Ravens are going to win the game. They didn't. Who cares? But, like, for Bills fans to get mad at me because I didn't pick their team to win, honestly, guys, I mean, hopefully you can figure it out. Like, that's my job. As for the food, Bri, the options were a ham and Swiss boxed lunch or a turkey and cheddar boxed lunch. I went with turkey and cheddar. It did have a nice chocolate chip cookie in there that Tom McCarthy could attest. Actually, it was the most cookie dough-like tasting cookie I've ever had. So that's that. Then they had like is it Miss Vic's or Miss Vicky's chips?
Miss Vicky, yeah. Good chips.
Miss Vicky's?
Yeah.
It was jalapeno. They were hot. I mean, they were hot. But this is why I'm hot. You ain't, because you're not. I'm not going to do it again. By the way, lots of our listeners, viewers, they knew the name. It's like MIS or MIMS or something. Anyway, it came with an orange peel. I don't really understand. Not orange peel, like an orange. I continue to believe that an orange is the single worst piece of fruit to put in a box lunch. Like, who wants to get their fingernail and dig it in to like peel it off and then have the orange juices all over your hands? Like, what are we doing? Put a pear in, or an apple, or a banana. I mean, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I went turkey and cheddar. It was fine. They had some type of like Dijon mustard, I guess. I kind of dipped the sandwich in. But I knew I knew what I was getting into. So I had a chicken panini sandwich at Tim Hortons driving in because I wanted to make sure I had a nice base. Then I had this sandwich, but I also had brought a salad from Panera for halftime because I didn't want to be starving on the way home because I knew that sandwich, because I got there like at 4:30 to watch the Packers game. Anyway, I'll give it a B. I'll give it a B. In the COVID era, I'll give it a B. As for the game, I mean, the Ravens start off with a 12-play drive, 52 yards. They're running the ball. And look, they were going to run the ball all over the Bills all night, the way they were running the ball. But then Tucker doinked the field goal. I mentioned the wind was a big factor. Ravens using timeouts they shouldn't have. Lamar Jackson then takes a sack, to knock him out of field goal range. J.K. Dobbins had a critical drop. They would have gotten a first down. Matabike, now I know Josh Allen might have sold it a little bit, but Matabike pushed Josh Allen so unnecessarily for the unnecessary roughness penalty. Sam Cook had a bad punt. It just, the Ravens had their chances. Really, the game came down to the one play. The pick six was the play of the game. Otherwise, it was a very even game. But forget even it being an even game other than the Lamar pick six. Just those mistakes by the Ravens. I just listed, you can't take that sack. You can't have that drop. You can't have that penalty. You can't have the bad punt. Meanwhile, for the Bills, they only got a field goal after Gabriel Davis dropped. I thought he should have had a touchdown catch from Josh Allen after that shanked punt by Sam Cook. Josh Allen was missing receivers by throwing it too hard. Then Bass missed a field goal. Then my brother from another mother, Justin Tucker, missed another field goal. End of the 2-minute drill, the Ravens finally get a field goal, which made it 3-3 at halftime. They had a nice 2-minute drill there. The first 2 drives of the third quarter were the drives of the game. You know, it was a nice mix and match by the Bills of Singletary. Stephon Diggs led to that Bills touchdown. Then Ravens get a long drive. They're moving the ball. Looks like they're about to tie it up. Really what happened there, Bri, was Lamar Jackson missed on that second down throw. He had a wide open Hollywood Brown. Lamar missed a couple throws you can't, and maybe he couldn't step into it. You know, maybe there was some pressure. It doesn't matter. He needed to make those throws. Then he had that pick six. They fooled him. You know, Taron Johnson, he thought he was going to go out to the flat. He undercut Andrews, took it all the way back to the house, score 17-3. I mentioned earlier, next thing you know, another bad snap by the Ravens over Lamar Jackson's head. Totally unacceptable. And boom, there you go. The Ravens are down 17-3. And then even later on in the game, Huntley came in. He did some decent things. Mark Andrews had a drop of a Huntley touchdown. J.K. Dobbins had a drop of a Huntley touchdown. And the Ravens lose 17-3.
Ducks takes.
All right, Chad Henne relieves Patrick Mahomes due to the concussion. He leads the Chiefs over the Browns to a 22-17 victory.
Right, and look, this ended up being the best game of the bunch. It's going to end up having the most late game drama. The Chiefs marched on their first drive. I mean, the Browns just like Taki missed a key tackle on Damian Williams. You just can't do that stuff and expect to win. Then they missed the extra point. It hurt the Browns. Jedrick Wills gets hurt on the first play. Their rookie first-round pick left tackle. The Browns kind of had a nice answer drive, but they had to settle for a field goal after Mayfield was sacked on 2nd and long. Then again, it's unbelievable. I mentioned this. I tweeted this during the game, Bri, at Ross Tucker NFL. You know, the Browns get the Chiefs into 2nd and 19. But then Kelsey dusts Denzel Ward. You know, they end up getting a big play. Then they dust Denzel Ward for a touchdown, 13-3. It is uncanny with Mahomes how like 2nd and 19 doesn't matter. They still get it. I thought there was a bad holding call on Wyatt Teller. I didn't like it. You know, we were always taught if a guy throws a uppercut like a rip move, that you can push him in the back and fold him like that, like Wyatt Teller did. That wasn't a hold. Very disappointing. Chubb had the drops. That stopped the Browns' offense. Mahomes was limping. And really, I thought the play of the game was Higgins going in for that touchdown, end of the first half. Sorensen leads with his helmet. They end up getting nothing. And then the Chiefs come back the other way and get that field goal at the end of the first half. So then it's 16-3 at halftime. That ended up being huge. That end of the first half field goal for the Chiefs is huge because then the Browns could have just gone for a field goal late. Baker then telegraphed an interception to Tyrann Mathieu, but Butker, who missed extra point, hit the upright. A lot of that going on. The Browns finally started to lean on Chubb for a drive for that Landry touchdown. They went for the extra point instead of the 2-point conversion to make it a 1-score game. I thought that was a little interesting. I didn't really understand that one. I was surprised. Mahomes gets knocked woozy on an option. I'm a little surprised. Mahomes' toe was bothering him. Then I'm surprised they would run that option play with him with the toe like that. I'm still confused as to how he was concussed because he didn't really take any hard hits to the head. Kind of interesting. I'm looking for more information there. I also don't really understand how Andy Reid said he passed all the tests after the game. If he passed all the tests, then why wasn't he allowed to come back in the game? I don't really understand that. Like, if he passed all the tests, then why'd they announce he had a concussion, and why didn't he come back in the game? He had to have failed some test, right? I don't get it. Anyway, Browns get multiple fourth down conversions for a Kareem Hunt touchdown, and that was like, oh boy, we got a game, 22-17. And then Chad Henne threw a terrible interception to Carl Joseph after a couple of solid throws on that drive. Like, that's a good example for Bills fans. Like, how could you say you're a traitor? How could you say Chad Henne threw a terrible interception? Because he did. I'm literally friends with the guy. It's my job to say what happened. He threw a terrible interception. I don't know what happened, but that's my job. Anyway, Browns couldn't do anything with the ball after that, and that's the one that'll come back to haunt them. The Browns not being able to do anything after that Henne interception. Kudos to the Chiefs defense. They never got the ball back. You know, Henne had the nice outlet throw to Damian Williams on a 3rd and 4. Then he had the scramble on 3rd and 14, then the throw on 4th and inches, and the rest is history. The rest is history. Browns never got the ball back.
Tuck's takes.
Bucks upset the Saints in New Orleans 30-20. Third time, though, is a charm as they lost the 2 regular season games to New Orleans. But this is the one that counts. Tom Brady now heads to his 14th conference championship game.
Yeah, and I tweeted this. Hopefully you guys checked it out at Ross Tucker NFL. He's been the starting quarterback for 19 seasons. He didn't start his first year, and in 2008 he got hurt in the first half of the first game. So that means, Bri, out of the 19 years he's been the quarterback the whole time, they've gone to 14 conference championship games. That's 73.6%. Round up to 74%. That is insane. And of course, the 1 year I was there was one of the 5 years he didn't get there. Of course, Bri. Unbelievable. Anyway, no Taysom Hill or Latavius Murray for the Saints. You know, Saints got off to a pretty good start. Deontay Harris had that return that led to a field goal. Both teams kind of were settling for field goals back and forth. Difference in this game, very clearly, was the turnovers. A bad Breeze interception led to the first Mike Evans touchdown. The Saints gave themselves a lead again when Jameis Winston had that trick play bomb touchdown to Traquan Smith. Godwin almost caught a touchdown at the end of the first half. It's like the back end of the ball. That was amazing, but the Bucs had to settle for a field goal, 13-13 at the half. And then in the second half, Saints had a lead again. I mean, they were up 20-13 after Traquan Smith made that incredible catch to start the second half. Traquan Smith, big day. After that, it was all Bucs. Listen, it was 20-13. Saints were marching again. And Antoine Winfield Jr. punched the ball out from Jared Cook. Game was never the same. Bucs go right down. Leonard Fournette touchdown, 20-20. Then Brady had that drive with throws to Scotty Miller, Tyler Johnson. Not exactly household names. They go up 23-20. And then Devin White picks off Breeze when it looked like Alvin Kamara didn't know the ball was coming, wasn't ready for it. Leads to a Brady touchdown pass. No, Brady touchdown quarterback sneak. 30-20. That was the final margin. Breeze to another touchdown. Another interception off a tip, which ended the game, iced the game. I already said what I thought about Drew Brees. Don't want to get my eyes.
What's going on, everybody? Madden After Dark, Monday night sim football. We've got the Ravens. We've got the Saints. Saints are hosting just as they did yesterday. Tommy Freeze Pops is back.
What's
Glack is here. What's up, buddy? How are you? It is just about 10 p.m. Eastern time, so we can go through lineup construction. Let's start with who you're captaining. There's a nice option in Lamar Jackson, and then, of course, you have Alvin Kamara on the other side.
So, funny you mentioned that. Didn't go with either one. Went with Latavius Murray in my captain spot. $1,800 to assume that role. So, I had all sorts of flexibility with the rest of my lineup. Drew Brees, Lamar Jackson, Alvin Kamara, Emmanuel Sanders, Traquan Smith. I got all them big boys in the lineup. Now, I need Latavius Murray to give me something. I gave him some prime real estate here, but he is liable to get those red zone touches. So I kind of like my lineup here, Glash. I don't know about you, but
yeah,
feeling pretty good about it.
Very, very similar in terms of just I don't lately in real life. I haven't played Breeze in any showdown formats, but in the Sims, you got to respect him. He's got superstar traits, no longer an X factor with the Madden update we did in December. So I've got Jackson, Kamara, Breeze, Smith. Traquan Smith is in my lineup as well in the flex. J.K. Dobbins in the flex, and I put Mark Ingram in my captain spot.
Big trust. Woo woo.
Woo woo. What is that from?
He does that thing when he was talking about Lamar Jackson, big trust, woo woo.
It's something else that's from. Woo.
I don't know what it's from, but I can't do it with my left hand. If I try and do it with my left hand, I'm going to flick everyone off accidentally.
It was Leaderboard Live with Matt LaMarca, and I can't remember what it was. Oh my God.
Lamar Jackson, woo woo, big trust.
Love that.
Well, he was just
Mark Ingram. We were just discussing as a production team, Michael, Daniel, yourself. We got the news from Tom Pelissero at 9:19, about 40 minutes ago. The Ravens have informed Mark Ingram he'll be released. So I figured, you know what, Mark Ingram?
I thought about it too.
Your time to shine, buddy. You're in the
cap. Show the Heisman Trophy winner some love. I feel like he'll probably find another spot because he's a good locker room guy. I think he just was sort of banged up this year. So I think the veteran will get another chance to impart some wisdom on the Utes here in the NFL.
Okay, so anytime Lamar Jackson picks up a first down running the football, I am dropping a woo-woo because I'm ready to have some fun.
Lamar Jackson, woo-woo, big trust.
Neville cleanup hitter says he's going to sign with Green Bay. They lost Dillon. Did A.J. Dillon get hurt? Didn't even know that.
Are you allowed? So that's a good point, actually. So are you allowed to pick up Mark Ingram because of the weird COVID rules? Because remember, a few weeks ago, there was a player that had played on one playoff team. He got cut and he got picked up by another playoff team. And because of the weird COVID stuff, he was the first player ever to play for two different playoff teams in the same season. So that's a good point. Can Mark Ingram get picked up now? I don't know that. I'm asking out loud and wondering if someone can figure it out for me.
Willie Snead on the catch for a first down, and the Ravens up to their own 40. This isn't an apples-to-apples comparison because, of course, Ingram was just knocked out of the playoffs, but Devontae Freeman was added to the Bills practice squad, to their COVID roster, what have you. So, but it's not exactly apples to apples because Devontae Freeman was playing for a team that didn't make the playoffs. As Jackson is scraped down at the 43.
Yeah, the Mark Ingram thing to me, though, the more I think about it, if they let him go, it's probably because he was injured, right? Like, it's not like he can probably just go suit up and play for someone else, at least at a high level.
Yeah, it's true. So we shall see. RG3 was also waived by the Ravens. Tough news, huh? Right after you get home from Buffalo. You got to clean out the locker. That's it. See ya.
Yeah, he's had a weird, little second career here as a backup quarterback. Lamar Jackson has talked a lot about how RG3 was really good for him as far as learning from a guy who's saying, hey, use me as a cautionary tale, right? I did not take care of my body. I did not avoid big hits, and look where I am now. I'm your backup. So I'll be curious to see where he lands. I think he'll be a backup somewhere as well. Maybe for a guy like Kyler Murray, that'd be a cool spot for him to land.
Okay.
Just bounce around from mobile quarterback to mobile quarterback. Learn from me, young man.
How about Patrick Ricard, the pride of Maine? The former Black Bear with the catch for the first down. Jackson's going to run it. And Truz gains 4, 2 for 7. Woo-woo. We can drop it in whenever. That's fine with me.
Is that the buzzword already?
Well, Luke Murphy actually just put in a great idea, and I probably should have thought of it on my own, but MLK sounds like a good one.
See, if we're going to do an MLK one, it should be a moment of silence.
Think so? That's a good call. That's a very good call.
Yeah, yelling MLK at the top of our lungs for a minute.
That's a great point. That's excellent.
Feels a little insensitive. So I think maybe we just set that right now. MLK moment of silence.
I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit because I think by like 10:35 I would have come to the understanding, Glash, you shouldn't yell MLK for a straight minute. So thank you for establishing that at 10:06.
Yeah.
El Paso number 1, also Obi-Wan. Would you like to address the elephant in the room?
Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling from Simland to Twitchland.
There you go. 4th and 1, they're going for it from the Saints 37.
Big trust, woo-woo.
Ingram, first down and more, a gain of 8.
Love that. It's very funny. You think about Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
All Bear Bryant. Think about all the success Alabama has had since Nick Saban has gotten there. 6 national championships. He individually has 7, but 6 at Alabama. Think about all the amazing players in the NFL that have come from that school since he arrived and really in the history of the program. Mark Ingram is the first player in the history of the Alabama program to win the Heisman Trophy. Wild. 2009.
Mm-hmm. What about 09?
That was the year Mark Ingram won the Heisman Trophy. It took until 2009 for him. He's been in the league a long time. Remember, Alabama played Texas in the national championship game that year. I just can't believe when that happened. I was shocked, and every time it gets brought up, I'm always amazed. You have Namath, you have Kenny Stabler, you have Bart Starr, you have all of these amazing. Sean Alexander was incredible at Alabama. I mean, just player after player after player. And then, Mark Ingram, big trust, woo-woo. First Heisman. I would love to see the finalists from that year.
Check it out, brother.
I think Tebow was one of them.
2nd and goal for the Ravens from the 7 up the middle. Ingram is in for a touchdown. The
big
former
trust.
Heisman winner. I can be waved in real life, but I'll wave to you from the end zone.
Woo-woo. Okay, Heisman finalists this year. This was actually a fun year because Ndamukong Suh was the best player in college football that year, and he was a finalist as a defensive tackle from Nebraska. Tebow, obviously, he was there pretty much every year. He was a starter at Florida. Colt McCoy, still popping around the NFL, was great at Texas. He was in the mix. Ingram, obviously, the winner. And Toby Gerhart. Maybe people remember him, the running back from Stanford. Big dude.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Was in the mix.
What a group.
Fun group. Toby Gerhart was awesome at Stanford.
164 entries in the close but no cigar contest. You know, Ravens, Saints both got knocked out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it now.
Okay, yeah. See, it's always never good when you have to explain it. I wanted to make a Drew Brees is old and he's going to TV joke.
Yeah,
I didn't want to leave Lamar out, so. Anywho, great number. Good to see that. And then 14,996 entries in the $500 free showdown contest. Mark Ingram, 1.4% owned in the captain spot, 18% in the flex.
Our producer Daniel sending along a t-shirt of the Big Trust woo-woo Mark Ingram. If I was a Ravens fan, I would own that shirt. What a great moment.
Woo-woo.
Big Trust. Woo-woo.
It's great to have all of you here. Almost at 300 likes. Chris B. Captain Truz. Love to see it. Lindenbaum. Neville Cleanup Hitter. John Luther. Brother Phil. David Litzow. Max White. Vid Always. Feeble 715. Lee. Edge 95. Kyle, Terrace, Earl Sparks, Choker, Travis, Mike Ament, Congo Cab, Marcus AM9, Ricky Robbie.
Keep going.
First time playing Fortnite, Jared Cook for first down, Nuke, Yogi Dead 444, Jay
Keep it going.
Energy, IE, Fooligan, Oliver McDonald, Robbie Noble, Always Blaze. All right, I think I got everybody.
I think you did.
The
Good
Freak
stuff
of
there.
Nature, Louis Daniel. Damn, Daniel.
Damn, Daniel.
Woo.
Big Trust. We're just going to do that the whole time.
I really do enjoy shouting out everyone's name. Like, I feel more like a PA announcer doing these sims than I do a play-by-play guy. Just like, all right, time to read my script and read the chat.
Now batting. Derek Jeter, number 2.
All right, I missed more names real quick. We'll go through. Matthew Schmidt. K. Good says, Glass, you got issues.
JJ Fat saying, don't forget Fatty. What's up, Fatty?
Eric Stern.
What's up, Stern?
Mike, the list of Ricky C. Mark Ingram scored the touchdown, pal. J.E. Dustin Ford. Jimmy B. Rob Ron.
Shout out to Travis Castagnata. He's got the tilde over his N. Love the use of the tilde.
Matthew Schmidt now wants to be corrected. This is what all PA announcers do. Can you say my nickname instead of my real name? Instead of calling me number 11, can you say Sticks? Matty Glide.
Are you big on the pronunciation guide when you go do games?
Oh, gotta be.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
That's
Travis
gotta be tough.
Castaneda sounds like a catcher who like switch hits.
Yeah, big time. Like it was playing in AA ball for a long time. Maybe had like 40 games, 2 seasons in a row. It's like a 26-year-old rookie.
James Coulthard. Joe Johnston for 3. There goes Lamar.
Big trust.
Good shot.
Mike Bizzle. Joseph Odom. What makes a Subaru a Subaru? Old Man Dog Fan. Joe Millett. First and 20. Woo woo inside.
Light work.
Oh, to the 50.
Big trust.
Woo woo.
Lamar's a beast, man. At least in Simland, he is.
Sure is.
Felt bad for him in that playoff game on that 101-yard interception return. You just saw the close-up of his face. He was like, oh, that one hurt. Ow.
Yeah, the trot to the locker room, not the same as the trot he did against the Browns on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, no. That trot to the locker room against the Browns was to deposit some Browns into the toilet. This one, not so much.
Lamar, good start passing, 5 for 5, 49 yards. Drew Brees, 2 for 4, 16 yards. Jackson can go mobile when needed.
He's got the legs, baby.
4 for 41 on the ground. Mark Ingram has the touchdown. Woo, woo.
Big trust.
Woo, woo. I'm going to have to buy that shirt because I really like saying that.
It's so good. It's such a good clip.
Oh, man, I got to text Lamarca or message him after this because there was something else. It was like a news reporter, or it might have been Family Feud. Something from Family Feud that the woo-woo.
Was it Family Feud with the players? You know, they do like Celebrity Family Feud. Was Mark Ingram on it?
No. I'll figure it out.
Family Feud clips can be some of the funniest clips online, by the way. If you catch Steve Harvey, man, that guy, the physical comedy of Steve Harvey's face is unbelievable.
What? Just the way he says that.
He's so good.
Let's see. Tasman is in first place in the $500 free contest with Mark Ingram in the captain spot.
Big trust.
Woo woo. It's J.K. Dobbins. Dobby, the house elf. 2nd and 4 to the New Orleans 44. Where are you at in the free roll?
It's a good question.
All right.
Ravens have to be feeling good about J.K. Dobbins after that rookie season. A little bit of a slower start, but that guy's a stud. I am in last.
Dead last?
Dead last. Oh, no. You know what? No, very close to last. Okay. So there's 164 in the contest as Lamar with the big gainer. I'm in 154th.
I am in 14th.
When you look at it and it's in that, like the line with your bubble under like where you are on the line of the lineup, first glance looked like I was in dead last. But no, there are 10 people with worse lineups than me.
Tyler Cook, any relation to Jared?
Probably not.
Problem Kid Gaming. What's good? J.K. Dobbins weaving his way to the 15, a gain of 6. Big Boy in the chat says, about the least funniest dudes ever.
Who? Us? Or
us?
Steve Harvey?
Good question. Big Boy.
Steve Harvey's hilarious.
Who's a big boy? Who's a big boy?
Oh,
Lamar Jackson is touchdown! Lamar!
Yeah, big trust. Woo!
Wow. That just happened.
Lamar Jackson, like looking like the B word, is going to be with us tonight.
Hopefully it comes to us. Jackson, 84.5% in the flex for the $500 free contest, 36% in the captain spot.
Big trust.
Yeah, the bad boys a pop. Lamar Jackson is a big boy. Lee Cottrell, what's up? Brad Wallace, that's fair. Appreciate you. Good perspective.
I'm a serious man. Take me seriously.
Woo. All right, so what did you not unpack from the weekend in your earlier sim?
Well, we hit a little bit of everything. I can give you the cliff notes.
Okay.
You know, we're just both really excited for Brady versus Rodgers. Disappointing to see Breeze be so bad on Sunday. Bills, Ravens did not meet our expectations. Talked a lot about the Mahomes injury and how, if he doesn't play, what that means for the Chiefs. And we talked about the Browns fumble into the back of the end zone, how we hate that rule and what we could figure out what the alternative to that rule would be. And we couldn't really come up with a good answer. I think we finally settled on the team just gets the ball to 1. But, I don't even know if that's really that good of a change. And, we talked about how if Brady plays Buffalo in the Super Bowl, how much that would stink for Buffalo fans. I mean, we hit a lot of stuff. So any direction you want to go, I'm game.
Okay. Tyler Cook has let us know he is a 5-star recruit, and Jared Cook is my uncle.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, hey, what's up, dude? Where are you going to school? Let's break some news right here. Want me to send you the Zoom link?
Tyler, who has offered you so far? Traquan Smith back towards the numbers. Breeze now up over 50 yards. Tyler, if he is indeed your uncle, ask Jared Cook, now that he's home for the holidays, meaning the offseason, if he wants to come on, we'd love to have him on. That's the wind-up and the pitch. Okay, so two things.
Is he a 5-star recruit in basketball or football? Because I'm seeing Tyler Cook's 5-star recruits on Google as a basketball player in the Cleveland area.
Oh, what do you have to say to that, Tyler?
Because we have a thing called the internet, Tyler, and if you're lying to me, so help me, I will be so mad.
Tyler Cook says App State all the way.
Yeah, you're lying.
All right.
Why you always lying?
Oh, my God. That's a touchdown. Tranquil. Oh, down at the 1.
Oh, come on. He was in.
He was in.
Come on.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Look at it again, guy. Throw the flag, Peyton.
So I have 3 notes, 2 from which I can take from what you just said. Okay? Yes. First and goal, let's watch Drew Brees fire into a tight window. It's incomplete. First off,
Latavius Murray.
Yes, it was disappointing. Just looking at the game itself yesterday, that Drew Brees ended the way it did. However, we shouldn't be that surprised. The Saints just keep falling short the last decade. Their 5 playoff wins. Their 5 playoff wins in the last decade is Alvin Kamara. That's easy money. Touchdown.
This is what they do.
Yeah, since they won the Super Bowl, they get in and then they just kind of fall on their faces.
Lash, I'll give you something to put an exclamation point on that point. And I said this last sim, but I think you'll find this amazing as well. I saw this on Reddit yesterday. Drew Brees has been in the NFC since 2006. He has 8 career wins in the postseason against NFC teams. Tom Brady has 8 career NFC postseason victories. Already, 6 of them were in the Super Bowl, and now 2 this postseason. So Tom Brady already has as many wins in the postseason as Drew Brees against NFC teams. They're tied at 8. Think about that.
Okay, takeaway number 2. It would be a great story if Buffalo beat Tampa. If you're the Bills, riding high, playing well, Josh Allen's been fantastic. Diggs, you could see their chemistry afterwards in the post-game interview. They're clearly they're clicking. They're clicking. Ooh, if they could beat the guy that they just as a fan base, that'd be really cool. To get
slay the dragon.
You beat the quarterback who dominated you for 2 decades.
I would love to see Buffalo do that to Brady now that Brady's not on the Pats, if that makes sense, right? If the Bills did that to the Pats in a postseason game, that would hurt us a lot. And we're both rooting for Tom Brady here, but if the Bills can do that to Brady in a Super Bowl, I don't think I would be upset. I really don't.
Yeah. it's probably the best case scenario for us and where we stand is like, yeah, Brady, I still love him. But like the Bills,
Right.
like I think the Bills are fun.
I do too.
I barely got that sentence in at 6 o'clock because somebody was breathing down my neck, Mr. Kenny Ducey. And takeaway number 3 is something that I saw this on Twitter, and I've come around on this. 2nd and 13, Ravens running the football. Lamar Jackson and Mark Ingram have touchdowns. For New Orleans, it's Alvin Kamara. Let me ask you first, what did you make of Tony Romo at the end of Browns Chiefs? Did you catch this? He was getting a lot of crap at the end.
Freaking out, yeah. There was a certain point during his little freak out session where I was like, oh my God, he's still going? Like, shut up, dude. Oh my God. Like, if you were in the same room as that guy and he was doing that still, you would say shut up to him. You would tell him to be quiet. He wouldn't shut up. And look, I thought it was funny. I saw a lot of people kind of giving him some backlash on Twitter for it, but I mean, I thought it was funny more than anything. Shut up, dude. Shut up.
Right. It's a little bit of both because two things.
It was like a full minute of him just freaking out.
Yeah. I think.
Big
Mark
trust.
Ingram!
Oh, might be coming back.
We might get a hold, though. I hope
Big
he scores,
trust.
though.
Yeah, I
Ow!
hope it's on the defense. Decline it. Holding. Oh, yeah, it's coming back. So what do you think, Glash? I mean, you are a play-by-play man.
Right.
This is your craft. So if you had a color guy doing that, stepping all over your call, and Nance seems to like it. Like, Nance doesn't seem bothered by it. But let's say you're Sean Grandy and Cedric Maxwell won't shut up. What do you do?
Right. I think Nance appreciates it to a degree because he has a lively partner, and I think they've really meshed well.
And he didn't have that for a while.
He didn't have that for a while. So it's one of those things like you'd rather have someone who overtalks than undertalks. Mm-hmm. That's number one. But with Romo, the positive out of what he was doing is he gives you the description of what you would be doing as a sports fan in your living room. Half your butt's off the couch screaming at the TV. Like, that's what he emulated. That was the funny and cool part.
Yeah.
To your point, like, all right, dude, like, put a
Like,
period
shut up.
on the sentence. Like, we run into that here on the Dream Stream sometimes, not to name names. Like, okay.
Yeah, like Kenny Ducey.
End your sentence. Like, we get it. Like, let Nance do his thing, and then you'll get in there, Tony. And my second point, it's negative. The second point is, like, is Tony Romo now, like, he got paid, he's reading his press clippings, he found out everyone likes him, he's predicting the play, and I don't care if he's wrong when he predicted the play. I thought that was actually kind of cool. It was kind of humanizing. Like, oh, even Romo can get it wrong sometimes. I didn't have a problem with that. But, like, dude, I think you're starting to know that people think you're really good. It's like the saying Batman, you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Like, don't become the villain, dude. Like, you're really good, keep it going.
I totally agree with you. I think he knows he's good at this. I personally haven't turned on him yet, and I know he's kind of a polarizing guy. Like, mostly everyone loves him, but there's a faction of people that really hate him. And if he does a lot more of that next season, yeah, people are going to start to be like, this guy needs to shut up. Jim,
110 left first half. What are they going to do, Jim? X Factor's lit, Jim. That X Factor bright orange, Jim. Oh, Jim. Oh, pick, Jim.
It was insane. And look, he still has an AFC championship game to go, and they're calling the Super Bowl, too. So we're getting 2 more big ol' healthy doses of Tony Romo right to the gullet this postseason. Michael brings up a good question. Better color commentator than quarterback? I would say yes. Although he was a very good quarterback. I think he's underrated quarterback. That was a crazy hit there. The slide timed with the hit that was tried looked crazy. I think he's an underrated quarterback. He won a lot of games. He was clutch late in a lot of regular season games. Didn't have a lot of postseason success, but looks like that's more of a Dallas problem than a Romo problem at this point. I just think he's a very, very good color commentator.
I agree. I do. And he can have one bad day, but that's what happens when you get good. People pick apart everything you do and say.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we see it on this Dream stream all the time, baby.
Uh-huh.
And we're me and you. we're not Nance and Romo. But it's funny, Jim Nance was on my podcast a few weeks ago, Great Dane Nation, on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and he was talking about how he knew Romo was going to be very good at this while Romo was still in the league. When he was about 4 or 5 years left playing, so like, you know, pretty much in the middle of his career, Nance was like, yeah, that guy's going to be amazing on TV once he retires if he wants to do it. And he told a funny story about him and Al Michaels golfing. And this was about 2 years before Romo retired and became a TV guy. And they were going, who do you think is going to be the next great guy in the booth that's still playing? And Al goes, well, I got a guy, but you go first. And Nance is like, well, I got a guy, and I know you're not going to say this guy. And Al was like, all right, say it. And then Nance said Romo, and Al said, that was going to be my guy. So apparently all of these national guys have been saying Romo is going to be the next great dude for years, because in these production meetings, he absolutely kills it. He'd be getting up and dancing and diagramming and, you know, doing impressions of guys and explaining plays and breaking down the roster. I mean, he's just been incredibly enthusiastic about this type of stuff for a long time. And and everyone saw it before we all got the chance to actually watch it. So I thought that was really interesting. You guys should check that out, though. Great Dane Nation on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
There you go. That's good stuff. What a get for CBS. Seriously, what a get.
Seriously.
Second
you
and goal.
That guy's going to Fox or ESPN, right?
Well, you would think Fox because of the amount of Cowboys games that are on Fox for the America's Game of the Week. So it's amazing.
And they just have so much more money. Both, I mean, you got the Disney money and you got the Murdoch money, you know? Mm-hmm. And no, went to CBS. I think he really liked the idea of having the ability to do some golf at some point in his career too. And obviously CBS has the Masters. Yep. I don't know if the Masters would ever allow Tony Romo to be a part of its broadcast. They take themselves very seriously. But, you know, Nance with the golf thing and Romo is known as being this great golfer. I think that's probably what ended up selling him on it.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he'll do one of the match. I know that Barkley did it with
that'd be great.
Brady, Manning, and Tiger Woods.
I love that idea. Got to get Romo on there.
Seriously,
I'd love if it was Romo and another quarterback.
Fantasy Hawk, yes, Great Dane Nation. That's where you can find the interview with Jim Nance.
That's right. Check it out, baby. Great Dane Nation.
Lamar has 121 rushing at halftime.
Insane. Big trust. Woo. MVP.
Traquan Smith, 2 catches, 44 yards. Snead, 2 for 34. That was in the first quarter. Hollywood Brown, 2 for 29. Anything from Michael Thomas yet? I don't think so.
I fade him in these.
Same.
Just like I fade a lot of wide receiver ones because for whatever reason, the AI doesn't like to work the ball to him. Look, last sim, not the case. Devontae Adams had a massive game.
He did.
So all of us were sitting at home wondering, why didn't we put Devontae Adams in our lineup? But Michael Thomas is showing us why we don't do that.
He's got 1 for 20. That's where he's at. Jared Cook's got 1 for 12. Tyler's uncle.
Ooh, Rob Rand, I love this. Romo would be great on the Masters par 3 day. Ooh. Yeah, get Romo on that Wednesday broadcast if they'll let him, because that's usually on ESPN. So, but like, how great would Romo and SVP be on that broadcast together? Like, that would be. I'd watch the full coverage.
You know, I see the chat here debating about Romo and how I forget he was a quarterback in the NFL. Like that's how much his personality has dominated the booth. I forgot, like, oh yeah, like this guy was a quarterback for years.
Yeah, he had the back injury in the preseason game against the Seahawks, and in came Dak Prescott, and he just was too good to give the job back. And mid-season, I might be mistaken here, but I believe mid-season Romo retired. There was definitely an emotional press conference at some point that season, and I forget if it was him retiring or just conceding the job to Prescott. And people just sort of forget about that because Prescott kind of took off, but he didn't win a Super Bowl, right? Like if the Cowboys had won the Super Bowl in Prescott's first year, when that all happened, we would all remember Romo in the way that we remember Drew Bledsoe, right? But it didn't really happen in that way, and then Romo became his TV star, so he was sort of lucky in that sense.
Low key as well, if I remember correctly, when the announcement was made Romo was going to join CBS, of course, in the initial articles, he crushed the audition, but
people were
mad. The season he was on the headset when Dak was playing, to your point, you made mention of this, Romo was still super helpful for reporters and other announcers and analysts. He was more accessible because he wasn't as buried in the playbook from a game planning standpoint. He had to be ready to go in a scenario, of course, right? But as the backup, he knew it wasn't as grueling. He didn't have to pay as close attention in terms of the media attention. So he kind of off to the side, I think, really built a brand or built a network for himself as the non-starter.
And it looks like he retired on April 4th, 2017. So, yeah, it was more of a concession press conference in 2016. But I remember that. It was mid-season, and he was crying. I felt so bad for the guy.
Isn't that crazy, man? It was only 4 years ago.
Right. It feels like he hasn't been playing for like 10 years.
It's honest to God. It's unreal.
It's crazy.
And that's why you know he's good, because he's been memorable on the air. As we just discussed, the next step for him as Traquan Smith makes the catch. Here's my little, analysis. The next step is, okay, you've been really awesome and solid for 3 years. How do you continue to evolve and remain solid where you just we're used to you?
Right, exactly. Right? No, he needs to become less of a character for sure. If he's freaking out like that all the time, people will get old fast. Yeah, totally. Dustin on YouTube saying, "Stop it, Tommy. No one remembers Drew Bledsoe." And that's the point, right? People remember Drew Bledsoe most as being the guy that Tom Brady unseated when he was injured. He is remembered most for being Wally pipped by Tom Brady. And that's unfair to Drew Bledsoe. I mean, he had an incredible career. Borderline Hall of Fame numbers.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Borderline. Yep.
Borderline. Like, if he got in when he was like 65 on one of those veteran committee votes, I wouldn't be shocked.
Guys, it's great to have you here. 500 plus watching on YouTube. We see you on Twitch as well. Tag is it. Vert, first time playing Fortnite. 75 on Twitch. Alvin Kamara inching forward for a first down to the Baltimore 27. Drew Brees at 127 passing. Ray in the chat. Glash, what's your opinion? A while back, Kenny said 0% chance Tampa wins a playoff game. Like, how can you say something like stupid? Hey, man, he's got his takes.
Wait, so what was this conversation earlier that Kenny was going off about that our producers are saying, well, that was a conversation, and people are referencing it in the chat. So what was he fired up about today?
Oh, boy.
Oh, big touchdown here.
Bam! Traquan Smith. Just
bad
like
boy.
Yesterday, except not from James. Well, he caught two, so Drew gets one. Let's get Smith's ownership here. Traquan, nice play. Traquan Smith in the $500 free contest. he should be in one of the leading lineups at this point. I'm in 23rd. Let's go. You had him too, right?
I did. Let me see where I'm at. 81st.
Okay.
Having Latavius Murray in my captain spot now.
Hey, you never know, man. You might get a goal line situation. A 10-way tie for first place in the $500 free. Traquan Smith, 7% captain, 53.6% in the flex. It had nothing to really do with the content, except for the fact we started the 6 o'clock sim, and not even a minute into the game, Ducey goes, "You're blind to the fact that Josh Allen is going to dominate the AFC East."
Who
and you
is
don't
blind to that?
You don't understand that the Patriots have a long way to go. Like,
Who
why
is blind
are you
to any
cheering?
of this?
Huh?
Who is blind to any of that?
That's what I said. I'm like, when did I say that? He just came right at me for nothing I even said.
Yeah, that's... Everyone knows if Josh Allen can continue to do what he's doing, they're going to be the best team in the division. And we all know.
Real quick, Sarah just opened the door. She's just finished doing her hair, and she's like, "He's not even doing this game." I go, "Yeah, but Tom asked, so I'm just answering Tom."
Yeah, because I was curious. Everyone keeps talking about it. I want to know what was going on. And look, the Pats, they need to fix 3 position groups to get back into being a good team. They were bad this year, straight up. They need receivers, they need tight ends, they need quarterbacks. Every other position, I feel very solid with. Those are the 3 they need help with. And those are 3 really hard positions to get right.
That was the gist of it. And,
So what did you say? Like, were you like, I never said any of that?
Yeah.
Or was he just ready to fight for no reason?
The latter, yeah. I mean, I may have mentioned on Sunday night, what night was that? Saturday night, that I was happy for the Bills and happy that they advanced. And folks are like, well, you should be upset. I'm like, Kenny, see, I've had the luxury, you've had the luxury of seeing greatness for 20 years.
Yeah.
So we can be happy for a good story.
Totally.
I just find their team outside, like, just take out the fact Buffalo is in the same division as New England and the Jets. Just take that part out of it. Mm-hmm. If I was in St. Louis, Missouri, it doesn't take much to notice that the Buffalo Bills have been a good story.
Absolutely not.
No. I can separate the two. He struggles with it.
Look, as a football fan, as someone who had 20 years of dominance, right, and you and I are in the same boat here, now we don't have a dog in the fight, right? Other than Brady, if you're smart and you have a heart, you're rooting for Brady as a Patriots fan. So it's kind of nice to just enjoy the postseason and not be stressed out, right? Like, I don't really remember how this feels.
And look, wow,
it's sort of nice.
The Saints read that well. I understand what people are saying, though. Like, all right, if Josh Allen is really, really good for the next 4 or 5, maybe even 10 years, 15 years, am I going to get sick of it? He's
going to the Hall of Fame if he's playing like that. Yeah.
Sure, but okay, going back to the whole being in the same division.
Yes, you'd be sick of it. Yeah.
I'm going to be like, damn, I hate this guy. Like, he won't stop. Like,
which is why they all hate Brady.
He's good, but I'll be like what the Bills are to Brady. Like, I'm sick of this guy. Get him out of here.
Just like Pats fans hated Jim Kelly. Just like Pats fans hated Dan Marino. Yeah, that's how it is.
So, but year one year after the Patriots are bad? Oh, yeah, dude, I hate Josh Allen, this guy. He stinks.
He's a bum.
On his face.
He's an absolute bum.
Yeah, like, not yet. Okay? So, that was that.
I enjoyed Josh Allen struggling early in his career when Brady was still at the Pats and we were really good. I enjoyed laughing at Josh Allen when he was a baby in the league.
And look, for the record, I enjoy working with Kenny because now the chat is like, Clash. I do not hate. Like, before we get on the Zoom call when he's on time, and then post game, we laugh. Like, it's fun. I do get frustrated though when he doesn't let me talk because I'm like, dude,
it's exhausting.
If you're gonna ask me questions, you gotta let me, or accuse me of saying something. You gotta let me talk and defend myself a little bit. Like, you know the deal. You talk,
Totally.
I talk. You talk, I talk. Like let's be co-hosts here.
Right.
So
There needs to be a give and take.
it was ridiculous. He came right at me. It was like, whoa,
Yeah.
Ducey, slow down.
Oh, here's something for you, Glash. I've been meaning to bring up, and I think our chat will enjoy this. So you and I've noticed, have a mutual friend on Facebook, Mike Yuva, who is a sports reporter down in Columbia, South Carolina. Did you see this?
That's where we met.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So I played Division II football with him briefly. I went to Assumption College originally to play Division II football. Hurt my ankle first week of the season, had an epiphany, realized I didn't want to play D2 football, transferred to Emerson, rest is history. But I've stayed in touch with Mike, and recently he went to Bojangles down in South Carolina.
Excellent. Yep.
Ordered a sandwich, and they accidentally gave it to him with these blueberry pancake type bread pieces, and he tweeted it at Bojangles saying like, oh wow, this was a happy accident because this was delicious. They retweet it. They say this is now a secret menu item called the Yuva.
Ooh.
And people have been going nuts, lining up at Bojangles to buy this menu item named after him.
Get out of here.
And he's been retweeting it. It's hilarious.
Oh my God.
I am so jealous. He has a sandwich at Bojangles, a secret menu item named after him called the Yuva. And he's been tracking like which states he's been getting tweeted at.
Dude, he has like
been spotted in
4,000 followers now. Like that's
right.
incredible.
Yeah, he's one of the like insiders for Gamecock, athletics. He's one of the go-to guys. And he's been tracking like which states he's been getting, tweeted at where people are getting the Yuva. Like 8 different states people have gone to get this sandwich.
That is incredible.
Isn't that amazing?
When did this happen?
Over the past few days.
Oh, okay. I'm scrolling through his Twitter right now.
It's amazing.
So
imagine having a sandwich named after you. Like that has to be the highest honor.
Wait, you played with him at Assumption?
Yeah, so him and I were freshmen at Assumption together. Yeah, so the week I was there.
You played for Bob Chesney?
No, our coach was, maybe he was a coach on the staff. I only remember Coach Bailey. He was our head coach there. He ended up going on to Coastal Carolina in a coordinator job. But I went there to play guard, and a week into the season, hurt my ankle, was laying on the trainer's table, staring at the ceiling, going, I don't want this. I'm not playing in the NFL. Why would I be owned like a D1 athlete when I'm playing D2 football? No, not for me.
See?
Called Emerson, and I knew I was going to Emerson College before the semester even started. Had a great time at Assumption, enjoyed myself, made some friends I'm still friends with to this day, and then went off to Emerson, and here I am now.
See, man, we get former players here on this stream all the time. We get nothing but the best here. Former guard at Assumption.
Right.
The former Greyhound.
That's right. Go Hounds.
So Uva, and I'm not sure to relate to the Saints, Deontay Harris played at D2 Assumption College.
He was too young. I got a bunch of texts yesterday when Buck kept mentioning that. But no, he was way too young to play with me. He was probably a freshman the year after I graduated college or something like that. Because remember, it's only like his second or third year in the league.
He is an absolute weapon.
So fast.
Feeble in the chat is saying he's tied for 7th. We have a rather large tie for 7th place in our pre-roll. I am in 37th. Brad Wallace is in a tie for 3rd. Pro Magnon is in 5th. Mark Mantelli's in 6th. Where are you at, buddy?
Man, I am so low. I'm going to check it out for you just because I like it, Glash.
All right, man.
I am in 89th.
While we're still on camera here for a second, I would like to ask all of you, if you wouldn't mind, in 11 minutes, instead of a buzzword tonight, we will do a moment of silence buzzword to honor the great Martin Luther King as it is Martin Luther King Day. So at 10:59, zip it. And we will zip it. And of course, if you guys could just keep the chat quiet as well, we would appreciate that, to observe the true moment of silence. So that will remind you again, but figured we can, put a voice to the face and that kind of deal. So that's what we're going to do tonight to honor great Martin Luther King. So I think it's important to do so.
Absolutely.
More than ever, and especially in these times. So thank you for your understanding. And that is the plan. As Tommy Freeze Pops pointed out at 10:07. Probably not a good idea to shout MLK for a straight minute. So we're just going to go with the moment of silence.
Yeah, not the best idea.
So, excellent. Appreciate that, guys. 3rd down and 3 for Drew Brees. He completes it for a first down to Michael Thomas.
Yes,
and there will be no vote tonight,
yes.
Okay?
No, you can vote. You're allowed to vote after that. There's no question.
Okay. Smash that like button while we are at it. We appreciate you guys being here. Hope your weekend was great. You enjoyed the football. Anything else you guys want to get to? We have a whole week to do it in terms of discussing how the week was, the weekend was, and I mean, I'm pumped. I think the 2 matchups we have here. I don't know if you got into this last sim. We were talking a little bit before we went live about the dynamic of Mahomes and his neck. It wasn't a concussion. It's a neck nerve issue, which is just, that's some dangerous stuff right there. What we can say in confidence is Thomas escapes, and he does a little zigzag into the end zone for a touchdown.
Hey, Michael Thomas, welcome to the game, brother.
Welcome
nice
to
see you.
Marcus AM9, I got you, brother. Congo Cab, appreciate you. Mueller says we should have Martin Luther King every day because of the silence, talking the buzzword and
telling us to shut up. I understand.
Yes, we follow what you're saying. But outside of that, I mean, we have to monitor the news on Mahomes. But what we can say for sure is Green Bay Tampa is going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. A lot there, just a lot going on there.
I'm so pumped for that game. And I was saying this on the last sim, and it needs to be stated all week long. The NFL has wanted this matchup in a Super Bowl for basically the entirety of Rodgers being a starter, right? Yeah. He was almost this good from the jump. It was year 2, really, when Rodgers took off. I think he was 6-10 as his first year as the starter. But man, we're finally getting the 2 best quarterbacks of this generation playing in a playoff game. Does not get much better than that.
Nope. I'm looking forward to it. Kent says somebody was complaining about a 5-way tie for first. While I go, I didn't follow that, but anyway. I know, Sandor, I know you were joking. I think. Dean Murray with the Thomas touchdown up to 23rd. What's up, Dean? John Luther does not love the game script here. That's over the top and caught. Nice play by Andrews to get extra yardage after the catch to the 45. Gain of 28. Are you at a point now where you absolutely, how close to 100% are you trusting Tampa? Just the whole operation.
Well, as an operation, I'm not 100% confident because I don't trust Bruce Arians all the way yet. You got to risk it for the biscuit. That doesn't work for my man Brady at age 43. And look, it seems like they have tailored their offense to fit Brady's strengths a lot more now than they were at the beginning of the season when the team was still kind of trying to find their footing. So I'm not 100% of the way there. I 100% trust Tom Brady to make the right decision at all times. But, he can only control so much, right? I really like Tampa's defense, so that helps. But I'd say I'm probably 80% of the way there because I leave that 20% Bruce Arians being a knucklehead, in the mix.
What I have noticed the last 6 weeks, because you mentioned the no risk it, no biscuit, there was a 3rd and 1 yesterday that they decided to throw deep early in the game. I'm just like, why? Like, why? But when they are successful, because look, even me being a Brady honk, like I know that game yesterday, just the game itself, the 60 minutes on the field, was about the defense and how Fournette and even Ronald Jones gave them a really nice lift coming in to run the football. They ran the ball really, really well. It was even pass run, and even their best receivers did not have their best day, which just, I think, to me, shows the greatness of Brady. But the fact that the defense forced those turnovers, Brady turned them into points. For the last 6 weeks, that offense has been operating more towards what worked for Brady at the end in New England, meaning that second decade in Foxborough, over let's chuck it, 40 yards downfield. And I'm not saying that it hasn't worked for them, and Brady, I think, can still throw it deep. But that offense is catered more to what Brady wants to do from a concept perspective.
Totally. And I think that's why you've seen Gronk get more involved in the offense in the latter part of the year, too. Because Gronk likes to, not Gronk, Brady likes to work the ball in the middle of the field. He doesn't like to have the ball in his hands for more than 2-3 seconds. Likes to get rid of that thing, let his guys work, find the open space, throw to a spot, timing, footwork. That's Brady. He's not going to kill you with his arm right now. That's not who he is. That's not who he really ever was. Really only with Moss in 2007, because that's where the open space was, because Moss was just taking the top off the defense.
Yeah.
So, the more the Bucs do that, the better chance they're going to have of winning, as long as Brady continues to be Brady.
Oh, the Jackson keeper loses 4 yards back to the 5. Ingram was in the backfield. So Baltimore is 5 yards away from tying this up. Carter Robinson says, yeah, because in the sense, week 9, the loss to the Saints, they let time start putting people in motion to read the defense, whether zone or man, and that's where the offense changed. Exactly, Carter. Like, they realized. Now, I think if they got to this point, they wouldn't be at this stage if they didn't make the changes when they did. I think that we can admit. As Ingram, it's Dobbins, stopped at the 4. Guys, just 2 minutes, actually, wait a second. 3 minutes away from, we are going to do a moment of silence buzzword tonight for Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. as a moment of silence to honor his memory. That is the deal. So we would appreciate if the silence could carry over into the chat as well. 3rd and goal. Let's hope we get some points here before the pause. And that is a touchdown for Baltimore. Hollywood Brown.
Hollywood.
Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to Hollywood.
Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Underrated Eminem joint there.
Hollywood. Also, real quick, totally off topic. It's in the NBA. I guess James Harden dished the rock to KD for a game winner against the Bucks.
Wow. The fat man gave it to the Slim Reaper.
And it was a shot, and we're reviewing this. Wait a second. Yeah, toe drag. He got
it.
Yeah. That is the Kevin Durant spot, man. That little bit to the left, top of the key 3. Like, that is his spot.
That team's gonna be good, bro.
Mm-hmm. So
the
just,
Nets
felt like caring.
That whole situation was slimy, right? Harden being all, I don't want to play here anymore, and it perfectly coincided with Irving going, I don't want to play right now. I need some time off for some personal issues, but really had no explanation. So Irving completely tanks his trade value because no one knows what the heck's going on with the guy. Conveniently at the same time as Harden becomes available. Nets end up trading LeVert instead of Irving. And they end up getting this big 3 now, which looks like it can be one of the most talented in the Eastern Conference. And I know we haven't seen Kyrie play yet, but Harden and Durant have looked damn good together so far. And I think Kyrie would be smart to just shut his mouth and figure it out to work with those two.
All right, we will pause now in silence. The game will continue, but to celebrate the great Martin Luther King Jr., we will be silent for a minute. All right, thank you all so much for taking part. The chat was quiet, so that's good. Thank you.
I like the use of the emoji with no mouth. That means silence, guys.
Yes. Solid emoji.
It's good emoji.
On 2nd and 5, in a tight window, Thomas with the catch for a first to the 39. So we're tied at 21. Both teams have 3 timeouts. That was good stuff, guys. Twitch, you too. Way to do it.
Shout out Twitch fam. What's good, Twitch fam?
Breeze just got it off. Hey, you'll take the PPR point for Kamara.
I'll take any points I can get here, Flash.
Yeah. I'm in 60th place.
Ugh, let's see where I am. I don't even want to look. 114. That's not good.
5-way tie for first in the $500 free. 2nd and 10 as we approach a minute to go. So they're about, what? They're about 30 yards from Lutz range.
Yep, and we're indoors here too, so that
Good
has
point.
to factor in as well.
Kyle, what's up? I will not be on Madden After Dark tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sarah's birthday. So
Wow.
afternoon Sims at 2 and 4 as the Saints move closer. They are now in Baltimore territory.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight.
Traquan Smith with the bonus. So good
The
on you.
bonus.
Breeze to Kamara.
He's having a good sim, but I mean, you got to think about Lamar Jackson for the crusty coffin, right? I mean,
Yeah.
just an insane first half.
149.
Ooh.
By the way, if Breeze were to somehow throw a 33-yard touchdown or just accumulate passing yards the rest of the way, he would hit the bonus on the nose. 2nd and inches. Kamara. Saints have not even used the timeout yet, so they got all the time. Now they will. So, yeah, tomorrow I'll be on the earlier Sims. Are you on tomorrow, pal?
I am not on tomorrow. I will be back here on Wednesday.
Very good. Very good. I'll be on at 2 with Ducey, and then at 4 with Zach Thompson. And then off for the evening. Saints will continue to run plays. Kamara.
Dean Murray, how dare you? I am a good singer.
I really enjoy your, what do you call it? A chant? Your rhyming at the beginning? The pipes are calling?
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from land to Simland.
Lewis Daniel says, Tommy, are you trying to give out awards early again?
Look, we're just having a discussion here, okay? We actually did a vote last sim on who should win the Krusty Koff because Adams, Funchess, and Rogers all had insane games.
Okay.
And it was just such a toss-up and ended up going down between the three of them. So we threw it to the chat, and we got a ton of engagement. And everyone was saying it was Kaufman's way of getting as much engagement as the buzzword does without having to do the buzzword.
Ah. Interesting.
Fun just ended up winning, if you were wondering. I advocated for a Kaufman award, but got a thumbs down there.
Oh, from who?
From the commissioner.
Who's the commissioner?
Michael.
Oh. Hi, Michael. And the kick is good. Well, once.
Saints win, baby.
All right, man. The game's over. You can give your pick now.
I don't want to see the numbers. I got to be honest. I got to think Lamar Jackson's the guy, though. I mean, to do as much as he did on the ground with the throwing component as well, it's hard not to give him the Krusty Koff, for my view.
He's pretty good. Most expensive.
Let's just go ahead and give it to him. Let's give it to him.
And there's the wooden nickel. Love it. One of these days, I'm going to come to St. Louis. I'm going to go eat at the place.
We got to do a sim from a Lion's Choice roast beef.
Yeah, man. Check out the Morganite.
She'll be here.
Okay. Let's see. What else do we need to do? The leaderboard. Asher and Zach, our great ops team. Asher always in the chat hanging out. Love to see it. Kuzma, 22. First place in our free roll. Kuzma.
Do you think it was Kyle Kuzma?
Kuzma with 2 O's, no U.
So not Kyle Kuzma.
No. But we did have Jared Cook's nephew in here. Tyler.
That's right, which was definitely a lie because he was a
State,
five-star basketball recruit going to App State.
Flag football.
I said what?
John Luther, yeah, these sims aren't going anywhere, pal. Not going anywhere. Anywhere. Kuzma had Traquan Smith and the captain, Jackson, Kamara, Thomas, Hollywood Brown, and Dobbins in the flex. In the $500 free showdown, 22-way tie for first, Traquan Smith in the captain spot with Brown, Thomas, Dobbins, Kamara, and Jackson. Sorry, these seltzer waters make me need to belch. And then Norris. Oh, this is Norris. Norris is in first in the $500 late free contest. A lot of entries, 15,338. Anyone from this one? Hollywood Brown, Traquan Smith, both in there. Traquan Smith was a popular play at 3,900, 20% owned.
You know who else was probably a popular play there, Glash, is Emmanuel Sanders, and he's going to get my Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award. Just nothing from Emmanuel tonight. Nothing.
Yeah, it's a good call. Manny Sanders, not great.
I think he had 2 catches.
2 catches. Well, there you go. Manny Sanders owners, I'm sorry for you. 22 for, let's see, he was, 2 for 17. That was the final tally.
Not good.
Okay, here is the schedule for tomorrow, and then we're going to get the heck out of here. Woo, woo.
Big Trash.
Woo, woo. The freak of nature reminding to bring that up. And shout out to Mike Uva in Bojangles. That is great stuff.
He was asking me how he can see us talking about that. So I don't know. Like, can we, if I send him this link, can he just scrub back and find it?
Yeah, but the only problem with that is I think when we were talking about it, the game was going on, and that's kind of a no-no.
Aha.
But if we were on cam like we are right now, that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's trying to clip it. I just think he wants to hear it. I think he just wants to hear us talk about it.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, if he wants to scroll through the last 12 hours, just tell him it was the last game.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. Tuesday, January 19th, Sarah's birthday.
Wow.
Big 2-8 tomorrow.
It's a big one.
Noon Eastern, you'll start your day with so much positivity. Washington football team against the Cleveland Browns. Adam Kaufman and Kenny Ducey. And then at 2 p.m., Koff will go heal his migraine, and I'll get mine. Me and Ducey for Lions and Cardinals at 2. And then at 4, I'm really joking, kind of. Rams at the Bears at 4. I'll be here with Zach Thompson. At 6 p.m., the Giants are at the Colts. You'll get Jason Rossi and Christian DeAndrea. 8 p.m., Kaufman returns. He'll be with Brandon Cristal for Steelers at the Chiefs. And then, I mean, this is Madden After Dark history tomorrow night, because I am hanging out with the Priv for, the B-Day, and we're going to get Texans at the Jets. Brandon Cristal will be in the A chair. He'll be hosting with Christian DeAndrea. That is going to be good. Someone get a stopwatch out. Like that, you're going to need a stopwatch.
Get your popcorn ready, baby.
That is good. That's going to be great. So they will take you home tomorrow night, right around now, Madden After Dark. So, all right, everybody. Great stuff. Asher, Zach from Game Ops, appreciate you. Michael and Daniel on the production side. Freeze Pops, we are back together, my friend, on Wednesday night.
I think Wednesday.
Madden After Dark, Chiefs at the Giants on Wednesday night. So we will talk to you then. Peace.